ganung paraan yung interest, visual interest, wala siya doon, medyo bumaba. So, pero kahit pa atin siya, ang mga Dutch po ay hindi nakatutok doon sa narrative or news ni Duterte about, EGK. Depende na lang po kung merong malaking development or siguro kung matutuloy sa trial at siya ay pupunta sa first day ng trial in the future pagkatapos nitong confirmation hearing, baka po tumaas yung attention ng Dutch media or international media sa usapang ito.
Okay, with that, maraming salamat po sa pagtugon sa aming mga katanungan, kahit kayo man ay nakatutok din ho dyan sa mga kaganapan sa The Hague. Siguro, baka maya-maya ay muli namin kayo makausap dito sa mga after nito mga development po na ito. Thank you so much.
Salamat.
Ayan, nakausap po natin mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation si Ginoong Joel Vega. Isa ho siyang Filipino-Dutch national at matagal na ho dyan, ilang dekada na rin ho siyang naninirahan dyan sa the Netherlands at yan ho yung kanyang obserbasyon dyan sa mga kaganapan sa bahagi po ng The Hague. Kaugnay ng usapin sa International Criminal Court ng kaso ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Samantala, sa puntong ito ng ating balitaan, tungo tayo sa Baluarte o yung lugar mismo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dyan sa Davao City. Ano naman kaya ang mga kaganapan dyan? At yung reaksyon ho ng mga kababayan ho nating Davaoenyo dito sa pag-usad ng kaso. Nariyan si Bombo Bianca ko at live mula sa Bombo Radio Davao. Please come in!
Tahimik ngunit puno ng pananabik ang Davao City sa unang araw ng confirmation of laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa International Criminal Court sa The Hague, Netherlands. Bombo Dennis, walang malalaking pagtitipon o kilos protesta, ngunit sa ating pakikipagpanayam sa ilang mga residente dito sa Davao, malinaw ang patuloy nilang suporta sa ating dating Presidente Roa Duterte. Ngayon, nagsimula ang pagdinig mga pasado alas 9:30 ng umaga doon mismo sa The Hague, Netherlands. Katumbang ito sa alas 4:30 ng hapon dito mismo sa Pilipinas at inaasahang tatagal hanggang Pebrero 27 nitong kasalukuyang taon. Layun itong alamin kung may sapat ba na ebidensya kung itutuloy ba ang formal na paglilitis ang kasong may kaugnayan sa umano'y crimes against humanity kaugnay ng war on drugs ng kanyang administrasyon. Hindi pa ito ang mismong trial, kundi pagbusisi kung dapat bang umusad ang kaso sa full trial. Halos isang taon din, Bombo Dennis, na mula dalhin si FPRRD sa The Hague noong Marso 11, 2025 para sa ilang Davaoenyo na natiling matatag ang kanilang paniniwala at pambabawalang sala siya at iba ay nagsasabing hindi nila nakakalimutan ang mga pagbabagong kanilang noong siya pa ang alkalde dito sa Davao City. Mula sa kampanya kontra kriminalidad hanggang sa disiplina sa komunidad, mga bagay na ayon kanila ay nagbibigay ng identidad sa Davao bilang isang pinakamaayos na lungsod sa bansa. Samantala, naglabas ng opisyal ng pamahayag ang Puwersa ng Pilipinong Pandagat Party List sa pamumuno ni Representative Haro Duterte sa tahasang nagpahayag ng suporta sa dating Pangulo sa ilalim ng linya PPP stands with TRRD. Sa kanilang pahayag, iginiit ng partido na ang kasalukuyang usapin ay hindi umano tungkol sa accountability o hustisya. Ito'y kundi isang malinaw na isang political tactic lamang. Binigyang diin din niya na pinamunuan ito ni Duterte ang bansa sa panahong laganap ang problema sa illegal na droga at naniniwala sila na politically convenient time ay ginawa siyang scapegoat sa mga malawak na suliranin ng bansa. Idinagdag pa ng partido na habang nagpapatuloy ang proseso sa ICC, patuloy silang umaasa at nanalangin na makakabalik si Duterte sa Pilipinas. Samantala, nanatiling tahimik ang pamilyang Duterte at wala pang inilabas sa opisyal na pamahayag kaugnay sa unang araw ng pagdinig. Sinubukan din natin kunin ang pamahayag ng mga opisyal sa lokal na pamahalaan ng Davao City, subalit wala pa silang ibinigay na opisyal na komento hinggil sa usapin. Sa Sa hanay ng mga Dabawenyo, Bombo Dennis, no, mga Castor Nation, mga kabombo, kapansin-pansin ang dalawang mukha ng damdamin. Mukha na nga naninindigan sa kanilang suporta at paniniwalang walang sapat na ebidensya laban sa dating Pangulo at may ilan namang nanawagan na igalang ang proseso ng internasyonal na hukuman at hintayin ang magiging pasya batay sa ebidensya. Kaugnay nito, ating dinggin ang pamahayag ng isang supporter ni FPRRD na si Rowan, isang Dabawenyo.
I am happy because yung verdict sa kanya is pabor sa kanya, or there is a chance na baka mapauwi na siya. I am happy kung makakauwi si President, mas maigi, mas mabuti. So, ang Davao City is waiting sa pagbabalik ni President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. I can tell na the best jud si PRRD. So since na experience na gyud namo ang kalinaw sa Davao, so I know PRRD is very strong and tough man. So we give him encouragement to be always tough. O pagsubok lang to, pero darating din ang araw, uuwi din si PRRD. Hindi maaaring hindi.
Yan ang pamahayag ng isang Dabawenyo na si Divina Nasilia. Sa kabila ng katahimikan ng lungsod, malinaw na ang isyo ay may malalim na epekto sa damdamin ng mga residente. Ang magiging desisyon ng confirmation of charges ang magtatakda kung uusad ba ang kaso sa full trial. Isang hakbang na maaaring magmarka hindi lamang sa kapalaran ng dating Pangulo, kundi sa kasaysayan ng politika sa Pilipinas. Bombo Dennis, how's that?
Kumusta na lamang kami, Bombo Bianca, no? Meron bang, kanina nabanggit mo, may mga naglalabas ng reaction pero wala naman mga major sites na talagang pinagdarausan ng mga events. How about yung pamilya Duterte? Meron bang pagkakataon na humarap sila ngayon dyan sa mga supporters for this reason?
Actually, Bombo Dennis, kasalukuyang hinihintay pa natin ang opisyal na pamahayag ng pamilyang Duterte. Pero hingil dito, Bombo Dennis, no? Tanging parte lang sa pamilyang Duterte ay nagbigay ng pamahayag ay si Representative Harold Duterte mismo na nagpapangulo sa PPP Party List, kumbaga sa Pilipinong Pandagat Party List, Bombo Dennis.
Okay, sige. With that, maraming salamat, Bombo Bianca. Ingat kayo dyan.
Report mula dito sa impilan ng Bombo Radyo Davao. Ito si Bombo Bianca po and this Bombo Radyo Philippines. The number one in most trusted source of news information. Basta Radyo, Bombo!
Mga kabombo, mga Castor Nation, napakinggan ho natin ang update mula mismo doon sa lugar ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. At this point in time, mga kabombo, kapiling naman natin sa ating linya ng komunikasyon ang isa ho sa mga nagsulong ng petisyon para doon sa kahilingan sa Korte Suprema, writ of habeas corpus para dito kay former President Rodrigo Duterte. So makiki-update tayo, mga kabombo, hinggil ho sa naturang hakbang. Nasa linya ng ating komunikasyon si Attorney Salvador Paulo Panelo Jr. Welcome sa Bombo Radio Philippines, where nationwide and worldwide. Si Bombo Dennis Hamito po ito at magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Dennis, at sa mga tagapakinig at tagapanood ng Bombo Radio.
Bilang abogado ho na naghain ng ilang petisyon ukol dito sa kaso o dito sa sitwasyon ni former President Rodrigo Duterte, makikikumusta lamang ho kami doon sa status ng naturang inyong petisyon, o ito ho ba ay may initial resolution na o pending pa rin sa kataas-taasang hukuman?
Walang update sa ngayon. Ang pinakahuling nangyari dyan sa kaso ay require ng Supreme Court, ng Korte Suprema natin na magsumite ng mga memorandum yung mga partido dito sa petition for habeas corpus. So yan po yung mga petitioner, kasama na po yung kliyente naming si Kitty Duterte at si Mayor Baste at saka si Congressman Polong. Tapos hiningan din siyempre ng panig nila yung gobyerno na inaabagaduhan naman ng Office of the Solicitor General. So mula noon, mga noong end December and early January, mula noon wala pang movement yung kaso. Pero yung memorandum kasi na yun, Dennis, nangangahulugan na yun na yung huling pleading or filing na hihingi ng Supreme Court bago magdesisyon ito. Typically sa isang kaso, ang memorandum yung huling hinihingi ng korte. So umaasa tayo na any moment pwede nang magdesisyon ng Korte Suprema.
Kung sakali ho na madesisyonan na arinawa ay mailabas na nga yung pasya para sa ikalilinaw ng usapin, kung sakali ho na madesisyonan ng kataas-taasang hukuman ang petisyon po na yan, paano ho kaya ang nakikita ninyong paraan para ma-impose o kaya maipatupad ng Philippine Court yung usapin, knowing na nandun na ho sa International Criminal Court ang ating dating Pangulo na si Rodrigo Roa Duterte?
Dennis, ang posisyon namin dyan mula sa simula ay problema yan ng ehekutibo ng gobyerno natin kung paano nila mapapauwi si Pangulong Duterte na habang nakakulong na sa ICC. Ang posisyon namin, dahil silang may kagagawan yan, silang gumawa ng problema na yan, sila din ang dapat humanap ng solusyon para mapabalik siya. Pero kung ako ang tatanungin nyo, ang nakikita kong mga paraan kung paano mapabalik ay ang pinaka madali dyan ay makilahok ang Philippine government sa ICC at sabihin sa ICC na meron kaming kakayahan na litisin si Pangulong Duterte dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya ayon na rin mismo sa Rome Statute na nagsasabing meron lang jurisdiction ang ICC kapag ang isang bansa na miyembro nito or dating miyembro nito ay walang kakayanan or ayaw litisin ang isang taong na akusahan ng krimen na sakop ng Rome Statute ay walang jurisdiction ng ICC. So yun ang pinakamadali na ang Pilipinas mismo makilahok at sabihin sa ICC na dito na lang namin lilitisin si Pangulong Duterte.
Bilang abogado ho ng mga anak ni former President Rodrigo Duterte, hanggang ano ho yung mga saklaw ho ninyo ng mga kaso maliban dito sa inihain po ninyong petisyon dyan sa kataas-taasang hukuman, if there is any?
Sa kasalukuyan, yun lang po. Yun lang pong petition for habeas corpus ang hinahawakan namin para sa Duterte family.
Okay. Ito ho nga iba pang mga personalidad ho na sumusuporta sa pamilya Duterte ay may mga aktibidad this coming February 25 at parte ng kanilang sentimiento yung kalagayan ho ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Kayo ho ay makikibahagi din ba dito ho sa EDSA events, mga rally and other activities related to this, attorney?
Hindi pa tayo naiimbitahan dyan, pero kung maimbitahan tayo tapos wala naman po tayong ibang kailangan gawin sa araw na yon, syempre susuportahan po natin yan.
Minsan na lamang ho ninyo doon sa mga supporters ng former President Duterte dahil syempre iniiwasan din naman ho natin na magkaroon ng hindi magandang sitwasyon among themselves or yung iba pang mga grupo na naglalabas din ng kanilang sentimiento, nagiging emotional kasi yung iba sa mga kababayan ho natin. Please go ahead po, attorney.
Dennis, hindi naman may iwasan yan dahil sa nangyari kay Pangulong Duterte, yung pagkaroon ng samaang loob ang mga kababayan natin dahil sa ginawa nila kay Pangulong Duterte. Pero so far naman nakikita naman natin na payapa ang mga pagtitipon para suportahan ang dating Pangulo, pati na rin si VP Sara. So, ang mensahe ko lang, mensahe lang ng pasasalamat. Malaking bagay ang suporta nyo sa pamilya Duterte, sa amin na rin mga abogado na nagtataguyod ng mga karapatan ng ni Pangulong Duterte at ng pamilya. So marami pong salamat at tuloy-tuloy lang po tayong magpakita ng sentimiento natin at bantayan natin ng maigi ang mga susunod pang mangyayari. At syempre, dahil ang taong bayan naman po talaga ang may kapangyarihan na magbago ng gobyerno natin at ang mga palituntunin, 'di ba? So bantayan po natin yung mga mangyayari, tapos sa 2028 ilabas po natin yung sentimiento natin sa balota.
At maraming salamat po, Attorney Panelo, sa pagtugon sa aming mga katanungan sa mga oras po nito. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat din, Dennis.
Mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, nakausap po natin ang isa sa mga abogado ng pamilya Duterte, si Attorney Pablo Panelo Jr. Salvador Pablo Panelo Jr. Anak ko ito ni former Presidential Legal Counsel na si Attorney Sal Panelo, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Siya ho ang ating nakadaupang palad sa impapawid sa mga sandaling ito. And of course, bibigyan din ho natin ang pagkakataon mamaya yung doon naman sa kabilang side, yung panig naman ng mga kampo nitong mga biktima ng umano'y extrajudicial killings, and of course yung iba pang mga grupo na makakausap din ho natin maya-maya lamang sa patuloy nating coverage dito sa Bombo Radio Philippines. At this point, ito naman, isa hong dating appointee ni former President Rodrigo Duterte from Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, si former Undersecretary Attorney Manuelito Luna. Magandang araw po sa inyo. Si Bombo Dennis Hamito po ito, and live po tayo sa Bombo Radio Philippines at tinutugay-gaya natin itong mga kaganapan ukol sa kinakaharap na usapin ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Unang-una, ano po ang inaasahan ninyo dito sa magiging pag-usad mamaya ng confirmation of charges laban kay former President Duterte, lalo't nag-wave ho siya ng kanyang pagharap dito sa mga bahagi ng chamber na siya hong kikilatis doon sa kanyang kasong kinakaharap, Attorney Luna?
Karapatan po ng isang akusado, sinabi na niya na hindi niya kinikilala ang jurisdiction ng ICC at hindi siya mag-participate sa proceeding na gaganapin yung confirmation of charges. Actually, confirmation of charges pa lang yun din. So, klaro yan, sinabi ng dating Pangulo, and to me that is really proper considering na kine-question ng dating Pangulo at ng pamilya niya and even by us, his supporters, yung pagkadala sa kanya sa ICC. We have advanced the view that it was an extrajudicial rendition or state-sponsored kidnapping and expulsion in violation of our Constitution and the revised penal code. So tama lang na ang dating Pangulo ay hindi nagpa-participate yan sa proceeding na yan at patuloy ang kanyang pag-question sa jurisdiction ng International Criminal Court. Mas mabuti kung dito sa Pilipinas i-try yung mga kaso kung meron man laban kay dating Pangulong Duterte. Because that's a derogation of our sovereignty. Kung binibigay natin sa isang international court yung paglilitis or pagpapanagot sa isang citizen of the Philippines, bakit hindi dito? When all the complainants are Filipinos and they are here and our court processes and judicial processes and system are working. So, yan din ang isang question na nire-raise ko and the others. Bakit iso-surrender natin yung ating soberenya sa isang international criminal court na wala ng jurisdiction sa Pilipinas.
Okay, eto naman ho, may lumabas ho kamakailan na listahan ng mga pangalan na pati itong si Senator Bongo, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa at former Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre kalagkad na ho doon sa umano'y pagiging co-perpetrators nila dito sa kasong kinakaharap ni former President Duterte sa International Criminal Court. Ano ho ang inyong reaksyon sa bagay na ito?
From the legal point of view, wala akong nakikitang basehan kung bakit sinama sila. Other than para siguro pahiyain sila or iharas sila. Because for example, yung Justice Secretary before, si Attorney Aguirre, Secretary Aguirre, anong involvement niya dito sa drug war? No? So, malabo, no? If you look at it, medyo malabo. In the case of dating PNP chief, Senator Bato de la Rosa, meron pang konting link, no? Because siyempre enforcer siya. Pero kay Senator Bongo, malabo rin. Kasi Senator Bongo at that time was the special assistant to the president. Anong kinalaman ni Senator Bongo sa law enforcement operations na in collective terms tatawagin nating drug war? So medyo malabo para sa amin ang announcement na ito. And besides, this did not come from the ICC. So duda ako kung totoo ito. Probably allegations lang yan ni Trillanes and the others na gusto nilang isama yung ibang mga personality. Pero sa tingin ko, parang premature really to comment on this at this time kasi wala namang announcement ng ICC kung merong warrant or merong action sila dito. So this is just, to me, this is just a diversion from the issues facing the administration, lalong-lalo na yung corruption. So wala akong nakikitang value at this point ito sa atin other than to harass Senator Bongo, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and my good friend, former DOJ Secretary, Italiano.
Okay. Ano naman ho yung inyong masasabi tungkol dun sa mga, iba't iba reaction, Minsan talagang galit na galit yung ilan ho sa mga supporters. Baka ho mauwi ito sa, kumbaga, yung magkakaroon ng tensyon, yung pagitan ho ng mga pro at anti-Duterte. Pero ang magiging pasya naman talaga ay nandun sa International Criminal Court. So, siguro mensahe po ninyo dun sa mga supporters and siguro non-supporters na rin ng former president. Go ahead po, Attorney Luna.
As always, we have voiced out our objections, our opposition to his continued detention in the International Criminal Court at The Hague in Netherlands. I've been to Netherlands myself many years ago. At it's a foreign land, napakalamig ng lugar na yan. And for a Filipino like President Duterte at age 80 or 81, hindi dapat nandun siya So, I've always prayed na ibalik siya dito sa Pilipinas at i-dismiss na yung mga charges na yan. Nagawa-gawa lang naman ng mga leftists at ng iilan. And I don't believe that these charges are true because if you look at the charges, yung kanilang summation really states na ilan lang ang murders, alleged murders na na-commit. Tapos hindi naman constituting attack upon a civilian population. So wala sa kategorya ng crime against humanity yung charges laban kay dating Presidente Duterte. At kawawa yung mama because he has served our country, he has done his best, and then at age 80 or 81, pinadala siya ng ating gobyerno ng gobyerno Marcos Jr. sa ICC para harapin ang isang kaso na pwede namang elitist dito sa Pilipinas. So yun ang amin. And we will express this through some activities, mga assembleya, mga Facebook posts, interviews, And by the way, sa March 11, napagkasunduan ng Philippine Alliance for National Accountability or PANA, na miyembro po ang aming organisasyon at ng Kampilan, na i-commemorate natin ang 1 year na pagkadetene at pagka-expel kay dating President Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa ICC The Hague, Netherlands. So, isang major activity po namin ito para ipakita sa ating bansa at sa ating mga kababayan na yung aming loob ay hindi affected by some developments in the case. We continue to support, and we are strongly supporting the President, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, former President of the Philippines, sa kanyang pakikipaglaban dito sa harassment na ginawa sa kanya, even as he is facing some personal struggles because alam mo, ay sakit ng ating dating Pangulo and he has already served our country. Bakit naman ginaganito natin ang isang Pilipino na pwede naman litisin dito sa Pilipinas? So sa March 11, we will commemorate itong sad part of our history, yung pag-expel at kidnap kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa ICC. We are composed of UPI, nandyan yung United People's Initiative, nandyan yung Kampilan, and many other organizations. May mga bangsamoro groups sa amin. Meron din yung mga recently joined na mga grupo like Maisog, kasama namin sila, and the others. So, yung grupo ng the Attorney Perdito Pasio, kasama namin, myself, and the others, andyan kami lahat sa PANA, Philippine Alliance for National Accountability, which is headed by multi-sectoral organizations. Wala kami talagang leader yan because all of us are council members at saka ang dami naming organization. This is the biggest umbrella organization in the Philippines so far.
Okay, nabanggit ho ninyo yung Bangsamoro, no? May makukuha din po tayong pag-uulat mula dyan sa ating himpilan. So standby ang Star FM Cotabato dyan sa mga update maya-maya lamang. So proceed tayo dito sa ating interview, Attorney Luna, no? Kayo ba ay may mga gagawin ding kilos protesta o ang inyong grupo para dito ho sa nalalapit na anibersaryo ng EDSA People Power at sabi kasi parang may mga pagkilos and yung iba may mga sentimiento, may mga existing na sentimiento na gustong mailahad. So ito yung sasamantalayin ng ilang grupo para ho makapag-voice out ng kanilang saloobin. How about ito yung mga nabanggit po ninyong grupo?
Yeah, if you recall, noong January 31, nagkaroon kami ng motorcade, no? And it was a successful one. So, uulitin namin yon sa February 25. There will be a part 2, so to speak. At ito po ay pangungunahan ng Kampilan. Kampilan is an alliance of about 17 organizations. Ang head namin dyan ay si dating Congressman Jing Paras. So, I have some organizations which are members of the alliance. So lahat kami, ang aming decision ay to commemorate the anniversary. Sasali kami sa isang caravan. So this is not really the rally na gaganapin doon sa EDSA sa February 25, but this should be a parallel activity in commemoration of the anniversary of People Power.
Okay, pero ito, Attorney Luna, no, hindi ba kayo nababahala? Baka may sumigaw dyan ng Marcos resign or mga related na mga panawagan at humantong dun sa kasong sedisyon o yung inciting to sedition or related charges na pwede hong ipukul laban ho sa inyo?
Kaming isang miyembro na nakasuhan, no? Pero hindi related to any of these activities. But but rather doon sa vlog niya, I'm referring to Eric Celis, yung vlogger na si Eric Celis. So, may mga pinayal na kaso ang CIDG na yata sa kanya. Although we protest this, pero na-file nila. Ang iba is still under investigation yata. So, pero ito walang kinalaman doon sa aming mga activities. Because yun din yung motorcade na ginawa noong January 30. Hindi kami hinarang ng MMDA, ng TNT because we sought also coordination with the PNP at inabisuhan namin sila. And we were very peaceful naman sa aming activity. Walang untoward incident happen, and then wala ring disruption sa traffic flow. So, wala akong nakikitang masama. We express also dito sa February 25 yung aming panawagan. In fact, there has been a growing call for the resignation of President Marcos Jr. So, wala tayong nakikita. And besides, this is free speech protected by the Constitution. At in this particular case, this is freedom of expression on our part. And I know that the authorities will respect yung aming aktibidad.
Okay. Habol ko na lamang po ito, Attorney, bago po namin kayo pakawalan. Kunan na lang po namin kayo ng reaksyon about dun sa deklarasyon ho ni Vice President Sara Duterte na siya ay tatakbo bilang Pangulo ng ating bansa sa darating na 2028 elections. Ano ho ang inyong reaksyon dito? Alam ko, kayo man ay malapit din sa pangalawang Pangulo. So, reaksyon lang po, Attorney Luna.
May mga meron kaming monitor na mga kritiko na salita, pero hindi naman napag-atake, more of opinion nila at saka tempered naman. Kasi karapatan naman ng any individual, in this particular case, Vice President Sara Duterte, na magpahayag ng kanyang desisyon. And we were very happy dito sa announcement niya na finally she brought it to the attention of the public that she is interested and she will be running sa 2028. So, magandang senyales ito. This is good for our democracy, and this only proves that yung ating demokrasya, kahit na tayo na sa isang political crisis and even economic crisis, ay vibrant, and yung ating demokrasya is still, although bata pa talaga ang ating demokrasya compared to other democracies, but we are showing to the world na tayo ay nag-i-evolve into a mature democracy, at magandang bagay yan, magandang balita yan for the country in general.
Okay, with that, maraming salamat po, Attorney Luna, former Undersecretary ng Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, nakausap po natin si Attorney Manuelito Luna. Dati ho siyang Undersecretary ng Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission during Duterte administration. Ito muna, nabanggit natin kanina mula dyan sa Bangsamoro Region. Makikibalita tayo kung ano naman yung mga reaksyon ng mga tao hudo kaugnay dito sa confirmation of charges hearing sa kaso ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Nasa linya ang Star FM Cotabato.
Iisa ang naging pulso ng ilang residente sa Cotabato City kaugnay sa isinasagawang confirmation of charges ng International Criminal Court laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na kasalukuyang nakapiit sa The Hague, Netherlands. Sa naging pag-iikot ng Star FM Cotabato News Team, sinabi ng ilang mamamayan na sa ilalim ng administrasyon ng dating Pangulo ay kanilang naranasan ng mas pinaigting na kampanya kontra kriminalidad at iligal na droga. Ilan sa mga mag-aaral sa lungsod ang nagpahayag na noon ay mas maluwag umano silang nakagagalaw sa gabi dahil sa pakiramdam nila ay mas mahigpit ang pagbabantay laban sa krimen.
Para po sa amin yung last na pamamalakad niya po, parang nagka-benefit po kaming mga kabataan din po. That time kasi is yung time niya is na yung mga krimen sa bansa natin is nalilesen ba? Yung sa diba sa gabi, yung lahat ng adik po natakot sa kaidigong. Tapos yung kahit maglakad ka sa tuwing gabi, mafe-feel mo na safe ka kasi parang takot na gud sila
Ayon naman kay Sherilyn Oliver, isang tindera sa lungsod, malaking bagay umano sa kanilang hanap buhay ang naging kampanya kontra droga dahil naging maingat at umiiwas sa gulo ang ilang sangkot sa iligal na gawain.
Nung siya pa ang Pangulo, safe din ang Pilipinas, lalo na sa mga adik, especially sa aming mga tindera na kahit madaling araw na kaming bukas pa, safe pa rin. Sana hindi matuloy yung mga charges na binibintang kay dating Pangulong Duterte.
Mayroon ding ilang residente na nagsabing nakapagdulot umano ng takot sa mga masasamang loob ang mga ipinatupad na polisiya ng nakaraang administrasyon kaya nabawasan ang karahasan sa kanilang lugar.
Sa panahon niya, daming natatakot. Tsaka pag lumabas ka ng gabi, safe na safe yung mga tao. Tsaka yung mga dating mga gagawa ng mga iba, natatakot. Kesa ngayon, parang wala na, lantaran na lang eh.
Gayunman, nananatiling nakabinbin ang proseso sa ICC habang inihintay ang magiging desisyon ng mga hukom kaugnay sa kumpirmasyon ng mga kasong isinampa laban sa dating Pangulo. At yan ang aking report mula dito sa himpilan ng 93.7 Star FM Cotabato. Ako, si Bombo Olis, and this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 and most trusted source of news and information. Basta Radyo, Bombo!
Mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, anumang sandali mula ho ngayon ay papasok natin yung mga kaganapan dun mismo sa The Hague kaugnay ng confirmation of charges hearing kay former President Rodrigo Duterte. At eto, mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, ating tunghayan direkta mula sa The Hague.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Mga kabombo, nakita natin yung mga abogado ni former President Rodrigo Duterte sa unang bahagi. Ito, pakinggan na ho natin ang proceedings.
Madam Courtroom Officer, could you please call the case?
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Case reference ICC 0121-0125, and for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I am now going to ask the parties and participants to introduce themselves. Starting by Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Could I please ask you to introduce yourself and to confirm to me whether the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is correct? Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours. The Office of the Prosecutor is represented today by myself. I'm Niai, Deputy Prosecutor. By my side, I have James Miriti, Case Manager. I have Mr. Julian Nichols, Senior Trial Lawyer, and behind us we have Mr. Edward Jeremy, Trial Lawyer, Madam Robin Croft, Trial Lawyer, Madam Maria Berdenikova, Trial Lawyer, and lastly, Hannah Allen, Associate Trial Lawyer. These are the individuals comprising our team today, and I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now, before moving on to the defence, I note that Mr. Duterte is not present in the courtroom today. Indeed, on the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber granted Mr. Duterte's request to waive his rights to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing. Pursuant to Article 61(2)(a) of the Rome Statute and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. In this decision, number 387, the Chamber concluded that the conditions contained in the provisions were fulfilled, namely that Mr. Duterte has the right and knows he has the right to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing and knows the consequences of waiving this right. However, Mr. Duterte's counsel is present today to represent him. Counsel, could you please introduce yourself and confirm to me that the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is indeed correct?
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, Your Honours. Indeed, the list before you is correct. May I introduce my team? To my left, I have Dr. Dov Jacobs. To my right, I have Ms. Havnit Sethi. Sitting next to her is Maître Alexandre Dezev-Dabi. Behind him, Attorney David Rancati. Sitting next to him, Maître Sandrine de Sena. And our two further lawyers, we have Nicolas Rousseau and also Kaylin Chen. And if Your Honor will permit me, there are also Filipino attorneys who are attending and supporting us today, and I'll briefly mention their names. Maître Salvador Mediadea, who Your Honours are familiar with from the initial appearance, Attorney Martin Delgra, Attorney Silvestre Bello, Attorney Alfredo Lim, Attorney César Doulay, and of course, Attorney Salvador Panello. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître. J'ai envie de...
Thank you very much, Counsel. I would like to now call upon the legal representatives of victims to present them, to introduce themselves and confirm to me that the list of your team members I received before is correct.
Victims participating in this proceeding are represented today by Mr. Joel Butuyan, Mr. Gilbert Andres, myself, Paulina Masida, and I confirm the list of our jurists who assist us today as provided to the court officer. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Maître Mas.
Thank you very much, Maître Masida. Thank you. On my right, I have Judge Rain Adelaide, and I have Judge Adelaide Sophie Alapina Gansu, and to my right I have Maria del Socorro Flores Liera. And I am Julia Antonuela Motok, and I am the presiding judge in pretrial chamber 1 of the court. This hearing concerns the confirmation of charges by the prosecution against Mr. Duterte. At this stage of pretrial proceedings, the OTP alleges that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes that the court officer shall read out shortly. The Chamber shall not take any decision with regard to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Duterte during this hearing. Indeed, the role of the Chamber is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the crimes with which he is charged. If all or part of the charges are confirmed, the Chamber will refer the case to trial, where the trial chamber will decide upon the innocence or guilt of Mr. Duterte. The general principles to be applied at the hearing are as follows. The suspect, in accordance with Article 66 of the Rome Statute, the suspect is considered to be innocent until his guilt has been proven by the court. The burden of proof is upon the OTP, which must produce sufficient evidence to prove the charges against Mr. Duterte at the required standard of proof at Article 61, paragraph 7 of the Rome Statute. Finally, the defense enjoys, or the suspect enjoys, all the rights listed at Article 61, paragraphs 6 and 67 of the Rome Statute. The hearing shall take place according to the schedule contained in the order dated the 26th of January 2026, document number 359. The parties and participants must respect the allocated speaking times indicated in this order. I would like to remind the parties and participants that oral remarks must be concise and that repetition of previously presented arguments should be avoided. In addition, in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters and ensure the proper transcription of discussions, please make sure that your microphone is on every time you address the court. And please speak slowly and mark pauses between each sentence. Generally speaking, the hearing will be held in open session, and parties and participants will refrain from mentioning the names of victims and witnesses. They will only refer to them by their pseudonym or their code. In order to avoid the disclosure of any confidential information, notably with regard to witnesses and victims, the parties and participants will clearly indicate whether their submissions can be presented in public or whether they deem it necessary to move into private session, notably when referring to items of evidence. The parties and participants will clearly indicate when it is no longer necessary to remain in private session. With these rules in place, we can now move to the reading of the charges in its shortened form, indicating the charges against Mr. Duterte. The full version is available publicly on the internet site of the court. The defense has not raised any objections in this regard. I would like to remind the public that the charges that shall be read out in a few seconds comprise allegations raised by the Office of the Prosecutor that the Chamber shall decide, that shall analyze in order to decide whether the evidence presented by the Office of the Prosecutor is sufficient in order for these charges to be confirmed. Madam Courtroom Officer, would you please read the charges?
The prosecution charges Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of murder and attempted murder as a crimes against humanity committed between 2013 and around June 2016 and between around July 2016 and September 2018 in the Republic of the Philippines as follows. Count 1. Murder of 19 victims alleged to be criminals, including 3 children, who were killed in or around Davao City in the Philippines between 2013 and around 2016 by members of the Davao Death Squad, while Mr. Duterte was the mayor of the Davao City pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. Count 2. Murder of 14 victims labeled as high-value targets for their alleged criminality, who were killed in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and July 2017 by a network of perpetrators comprising state actors and others, referred to as the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. And Count 3. Murder and attempted murder of 45 victims, comprising 43 murders and 2 attempted murders of persons alleged to be criminals, including 3 children who were targeted in barangay clearance operations in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and September 2018 by members of the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Articles 71A and 25(3)(f in respect of the attempted murder of the Rome Statute. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Duterte is individually criminally responsible for all 3 of the above counts as follows. First, as an indirect co-perpetrator pursuant to Article 25(3)(a) of the Rome Statute. At least between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators shared a common plan to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including individuals perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale, or production, through violent crimes including murder. Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators implemented this common plan through the hierarchically organized structures of the Davao City Police and Davao Death Squad, and then the National Network. Within the framework of the common plan, Mr. Duterte made essential contributions to the crimes in counts 1 to 3 by A. Designing and disseminating the police to neutralize alleged criminals, both in his role as a mayor of the Davao City and also during his presidential campaign and as a president, including by endorsing the anti-illegal drugs campaign Double Barrel. B. Establishing and overseeing the DDS. C. Instructing and authorizing violent acts, including murder, to be committed against alleged criminals, including alleged drug dealers and users. D. Providing personnel and other necessary logistic resources, such as weapons, including those to be used in the execution of the crimes. E. Appointing key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. F. Offering financial incentives and promotions to police officers and hitmen to kill alleged criminals. G. Creating and maintaining a system in which perpetrators knew they would be protected, including through promises of immunity and shielding perpetrators from investigation and prosecutions. H. Making public statements authorizing, condoning, and encouraging killings of alleged criminals, both as a mayor of the Davao City and as a president of the Philippines. I. Authorizing state actors to take part in the anti-drugs campaign and temporarily revoking such authorization, including to placate public outcry. J. Publicly naming individuals and holding up charts from lists of alleged criminals, including so-called high-value targets, some of whom were subsequently killed. Second, in the alternative, Mr. Duterte is charged with ordering and/or inducing the charged crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(b) of the Rome Statute, and/or aiding and abetting these crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(c) of the Rome Statute. Merci, Madame la greffière.
Thank you, Madam Courtroom Officer. With regard to objections and observations under Rule 122, paragraph 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, the Chamber notes that the defence submitted a number of written observations, and the last of which was on the 16th of February 2026, to which the OTP and the legal representatives of victims responded, respectively, on the 17th and the 18th of February 2026. On the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber dismissed, in its public decision, the defence's objections. In specifying that the defence and the Office of the Prosecutor are not permitted to reiterate the same arguments already presented in the filings mentioned, that they filed to date in this case, I will now ask if the parties wish to make any oral submissions on this point before moving to the opening statements. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor? Mr. Nyang, we do not have any submissions to make in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Counsel?
Merci beaucoup, Maître Kaufmann. Donc, on peut maintenant passer à la phase.
So we can now move on to stage 2, namely the opening statements, and I hand over to the Office of the Prosecutor. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, please.
Madam President, honorable member of the bench, all those following these proceedings inside the courtroom and outside, and especially those in the Philippines. Today marks an important day for international justice for the people of the Philippines, for the victims, and for this court. The commencement of the confirmation hearing against Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte is a reminder of the court's unwavering commitment to its mission to investigate and prosecute individuals for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community and to bring justice to the thousands of victims of the mass crimes and atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines. It is also a reminder that those in power are not above the law. Your Honors, over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, I will provide an overview of the evidence in this case that demonstrates that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the charged crimes. And my team will then develop aspects of this evidence in more details. This case before you today, it is before you today because there are substantial ground to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for those 3 counts of murder just spelled out and attempted murder as crimes against humanity. These charged crimes were committed during the time within the court jurisdiction, which is between the 1st of November 2011 and the 16th of March 2019. At first, they were committed in and around Davao City, where Mr. Duterte was a mayor, and then expanded across the rest of the Philippines when he became president. Mr. Duterte is charged with 49 incidents of murder and attempted murder of 78 victims, including children. These murders and attempted murders were part of a widespread and systematic attack that overall resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians across the country during the relevant time frame. Thus, the charged incidents are merely a fraction of the overall criminality that resulted from Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. What is Mr. Duterte's core contribution? Your Honors, Mr. Duterte played a pivotal role in the commission of the charged crimes. His contribution was essential, as he was at the very heart of the common plan to use his words, to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including through murders. The victim included individuals associated with or perceived to be associated with drugs. One of the first things Mr. Duterte did when he became the mayor of Davao back in 1988 was to create the infamous Davao Death Squad, otherwise known as DDS. As you will have seen from the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte personally instructed Death Squad members that their mission was to kill criminals and suspected criminals, including drug users and dealers, also referred to as drug pushers. The death squads carried out this mission well into the charge period through 2011 to 2016, perpetrating the crimes charged in count 1. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte's criminal plan and his intent were no secret. He not only shared them with his co-perpetrators and members of the death squad, but also made them abundantly clear to the general public in the numerous public statements that he made time and again. During his presidential campaign, Mr. Duterte explicitly vowed to implement the common plan to neutralize alleged criminal nationwide if elected. This was his program to be elected. He publicly announced his intention to eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs in 3 to 6 months. And this is what he said. I quote, "If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them." That's what he said. And this can be found at tab 12 of the prosecution list of material. Similarly, when speaking about druggies, I quote, in a televised interview in 2015, this is again what he said. "If I become president, you will all get wiped out. I will order your execution within 24 hours. That's what he says. That I quote directly from his word. And this quote can be found at tab 19.2 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 401684, page 003, and these are the lines 82 to 83. And elected he was. And becoming president on 13th of June 2016, this provided him with the opportunity to follow through with his promise and to expand extrajudicial killings of alleged criminals beyond Davao and across the rest of the Philippines. He did this through the implementation of the National Anti-Illegal Drug Campaign, better known as Duterte's War on Drug, and its project, Double Barrel. These were carried out by the national network consisting of law enforcement personnel working together with non-police assets and hitmen. Mr. Duterte authorized murder and personally selected some of the targets. During the mayoral period, when he was mayor, his clearance was required for the DDS to carry out the killings. Essentially, members of the DDS needed Mr. Duterte's green light to murder. And during the presidential period, Mr. Duterte has continued to personally identify some of the targets, including by publicly naming those he claimed were involved in illegal drug trade or in other forms of criminality. He also identified targets by holding up a list containing their name. And if you are on the list, you will be killed. And this was a word of one prosecution witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 54 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 00015 page 0009, and the relevant lines are 260 to 261. Mr. Duterte provided moral and financial support to the direct perpetrators as well. In a 12 December 2016 speech, Mr. Duterte admitted that he used to ride around Davao on a motorcycle looking for trouble, so he could kill. And he said, and this again his own word I'm quoting here, in Davao, I used to do it personally, just to show the guy that if I can do it, why can't you? And these are his own words. And this quote can be found at tab 16.1 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP 000155547 at 0002 lines 7 and 8. And the evidence show that Mr. Duterte's Davao City Mayor office provided some member of the DDS with a regular salary. Financial rewards were also given to direct perpetrators in the form of cash per head of killing. And at a press conference in 2013, Mr. Duterte stated that shoot to kill orders and reward are, and I quote him, are legitimate tools of government to fight lawlessness. This is his own word. And if he surrendered to me or his carcass dead, then I double the price. And again, and that was what he boasted. This quote can be found at tab 17.2 of the prosecution list of materials, PHL-OTP-00094932 at 0002, and the relevant lines are lines 7 to 11. Deaths of drug personalities killed in anti-drug operation were endorsed by Mr. Duterte's administration and listed as official accomplishment in public reporting. Your Honors, as you will have confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte also provided the direct perpetrators with weapons, ammunition, and logistical support to facilitate the commission of the charged crime. And he also had wide control over those crimes. And let me now turn specifically to that control. As mayor of Davao and later as president of the Philippines, Mr. Duterte wielded ultimate influence and authority over the physical perpetrators of the crimes. As mayor, Mr. Duterte was chief executive of the Davao city government, with responsibility for exercising general supervision and control over all its activities. He had formal operational supervision and control over National Police Unit in Davao. As creator and head of the DDS, he also had de facto control over the death squad's members. When Mr. Duterte became president on the 30th of June 2016, he sat at the very apex of the political power structure in the Philippines. He became the head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief of all armed forces of the Philippines. He also became the leader of the country's police forces. This level of authority allowed him to wield de jure and de facto control over those implementing the common plan nationwide. Mr. Duterte's control over the crime is also apparent from his ability to interrupt their commission when he so chooses. And as outlined in our reconfirmation brief, he successfully suspended police anti-illegal drug operation on 2 occasions following public outcries in response to particularly notorious killings. On both occasions, the number of reported killings dropped significantly during the suspension, showcasing his control. So when he asks people to act, they act. When he asks them to refrain, they do so. So they oblige. So Mr. Duterte was well aware of the authority he had over the perpetrators. In a speech given to the National Bureau of Investigation in November 2016, he expressly acknowledged his position of power. And this is what he said. To the military, I am commander-in-chief. On the civilian side, I am the chief executive of the government. And when talking about the police, this is what he's saying. They are my subordinate, and I am ultimately responsible for their deeds. And these are quotations, and they can be found at tab 131.2 of our prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP-0095-679, page 0004, and the relevant lines are from 131 to 134. And the direct perpetrators complied with Duterte's order and respected his authority. Mr. Duterte was respected by the physical perpetrators. He was feared, and his order and instruction were obeyed. One insider witness explicitly says that the police killed, and I quote, because of the directive of the president. This is what the witness said, an insider. And this quote can be found at tab 120 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP -00088-631-R01 and page 66. And the relevant line are from 2304 to 2306. And this statement is corroborated by other statements we have also provided. And some direct perpetrator complied because of their blind loyalty to Mr. Duterte. Some did it out of fear, and others were encouraged to comply by promises of money and rewards. For some, killings reached the level of a perverse form of competition, with effort to attain killing quotas, which in turn would lead to promotions and rewards. Others felt there was no other choice but to comply, with one insider explaining that it was simply not possible to not obey Mr. Duterte's command. And this is also from an insider witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 51 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL-OTP-001-5403 at page 0008 to 0009, and the relevant line here is from 240 to 245. Direct perpetrators were further emboldened to commit crime by Mr. Duterte's repeated promises of immunity. In various public statements, Mr. Duterte vowed to protect the police involved in killing. And this is what he said again. For as long as there is a power to pardon in the Constitution, that's my weapon against crime. If you massacre 100 and there are 100 of you, then you will all be pardoned. Restore to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to good. It's like that, especially the high profile. And this quote can be found at tab 130.2 of the prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP and 50336 at page 0010. Such statements reassure the physical perpetrators. One insider described that he felt confident to continue killing people because he knew that he wouldn't be arrested for that. And this evidence can be found at tab 38 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL-OTP-0001-2779 at page 0005, and relevant lines are from 130 to 131. Your Honors, let me now say a few words about just the contextual elements. The 78 murders and attempted murders that Mr. Duterte is charged with in this case were not random. These were not random crimes. Nor was they spontaneous or happened in isolation. Rather, the evidence demonstrates that they were part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilians population of the Philippines. The murders and attempted murders were carried out across the Philippines and over a substantial period of time. Overall, Duterte's so-called war on drugs resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians from the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019. And many of these victims were...
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yes, were children. The victim of extrajudicial killing charge in this case were brutally murdered, some after having been abducted and mistreated. Unlike Mr. Duterte, who is represented by his counsel here today, they were deprived of any form of due process. The loss of every single one of these victims had the most profound impact on their families, their friends, and ultimately their communities. Their suffering was met not merely with Mr. Duterte's indifference, but with his mocking. In a 25 July 2016 speech, he expressly made fun of the iconic photograph portraying the partner of an extrajudicial killing victim cradling his body, which now visible on our screen. While the specific incident portrayed in this photograph is not charged in this case, Mr. Duterte's comment on it is demonstrative of his attitude towards the victims. In reference to this photo, Mr. Duterte, this is what he said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priest, including human rights advocate. They won't be able to prevent death. So, don't do it. And then there you are, sprawled on the ground, and you are portrayed in a broadsheet like Mother Mary cradling the dead cadaver of Jesus Christ. That's how they are creating dramas here. This is what he said. And this quote can be found at tab 128 of the prosecution list of material at ERN PHL-OTP-50335, page 0008. And of course, the question of whether Mr. Duterte had knowledge and intent, of course, it goes without saying. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte intended and knew that the charged crime were occurring or that they would occur in the ordinary course of event that he had set in place and put in motion. His intent and knowledge are shown by the multiple statements he made throughout his mayoral and presidential tenure, promising to reduce crimes by killing alleged criminals, promoting the common plan, and urging police and even members of the public to kill alleged criminals. As detailed in the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, and as Your Honor will hear in the course of my team's presentation, Mr. Duterte also made statements directly acknowledging allegation of extrajudicial killings by his subordinates and issued written order showing he knew about the crimes they committed. Your Honors, the prosecution relies on significant and varied sources of evidence to demonstrate that substantial ground exists to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes. This evidence includes multiple witness statements, including insider witnesses. It includes many speeches of Mr. Duterte himself, as well as the statement of his co-perpetrators. It also includes orders and other documents signed by himself. The prosecution further relies on official government documents, including material from the Philippine National Police. It relies on drug watch lists, on audio and video material, as well as on forensic and financial evidence. Your Honors, during the prosecution's subsequent presentation, my colleague will elaborate on some of these core evidence in more detail. Mr. Nichols will give a presentation on Mr. Duterte's background, followed by an overview of the evidence demonstrating his responsibility for the crime charged in count 1. This will be followed by the presentation of Mr. Jeremy behind me, who will speak about the evidence demonstrating Mr. Duterte's responsibility as president for the crime charged in count 2 entry. And Ms. Croft, on my left, will then elaborate on the contextual element of crime against humanity and the mode of liability through which Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes alleged in this case. And to conclude, Madam President, Your Honor, while this court cannot reunite victims with their loved one, it can help reveal the truth about what happened to them and bring a sense of justice to the victim. The charge before you today are serious, and the evidence submitted require their confirmation. And Mr. Duterte must be held to account, and this case should be confirmed for trial. I thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now we are slightly in advance on our schedule. I will now hand over to the legal representative of victims for her opening statements until 11, and then after that you shall continue. Please proceed, ma'am.
Madam President, Your Honors, by way of an opening statement, we convey the views and concerns of the 497 victims authorized to participate in these proceedings. At the outset, Your Honors, we communicate the very deep disappointment of the victims at the decision allowing Rodrigo Duterte not to be present in this stage of confirmation of charges. the sight of Mr. Duterte being read and being confronted with the grave and horrible charges against him would have constituted a vital component of justice for the victims. This case symbolically represents the last boat that the victims can board to go on a journey in search of justice for their loved ones who were brutally killed upon the orders of Mr. Duterte. If this chamber prevents the boat from sailing by not confirming the charges, the victims will forever be moored in an island where the nights are filled with the screams and cries of their massacred loved ones. There is absolutely no other recourse for the victims. No less than former Philippine Justice Secretary Crispin Remulla admitted just a few months ago that the door to domestic justice is permanently closed for victims of the Duterte extrajudicial killings. Remulla declared, and we quote, "It is difficult to prove the case here and build up the case because those who need to speak are involved in the crime. There's nothing, not even a police report. You don't have a scene of the crime, you don't have ballistics, you don't have DNA." Remulla further declared, and I quote, "Everything that could be erased was erased so that the cases would not push through. That is why this has reached the ICC." Under the Philippine justice system, Your Honors, no criminal case can reach the courts unless they are initiated and filed by the Department of Justice or the Office of the Ombudsman. From Justice Secretary, Remulla has been appointed as Ombudsman. So the two gatekeepers of justice are successively occupied by a ranking official who has declared that there is absolutely no hope for domestic justice for the victims. If the charges are not confirmed in this case, one of the gravest concerns of the victims is that Mr. Duterte will return to the Philippines as a conquering hero. He will resume preaching his gospel of impunity. In fact, if Mr. Duterte could threaten to slap the judges of this court, which he did while he was president, this chamber should imagine the kind of terror-filled threats and the violent actions that can easily be used against the victims if the suspect walks free from this court. If the charges are not confirmed, it is a very serious concern of the victims that Mr. Duterte will be portrayed in history by his multitude of followers as the leader who vanquished the ICC and who cleansed his country of 30,000 rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals, which were the scornful words he sweepingly used against all those who were killed in his murderous spree. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has been in detention here in The Hague for almost a year now, but there has been no peace and rest for the victims. From the time their loved ones were killed and continuously up to this time, they lived in constant fear for their lives. The arrest and detention of Mr. Duterte has not stopped impunity in the Philippines. The virus of impunity that he spread all over the country has become a cancer that has metastasized, infecting millions of Filipinos. Mr. Duterte has created clones of himself. He converted millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples who have become converts to the belief that violence and killings are valid solutions to societal problems. The killings masterminded by Mr. Duterte continue to have consequences for the victims even to this day because of his clones. These mini Dutertes harass, threaten, or commit outright violence against the victims and their families. As shown by the number of victims participating in this proceeding so far, Many still fear to come out and tell their stories of how their lives became a living hell as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, and because they are constantly terrified of being targeted with violence by Duterte fanatics. Many victims have been hesitant to participate in this ICC case because they live in communities that thrive with Duterte clones. They see the halls of power of their country teeming with Duterte disciples. They see and hear senators, congresspersons, mayors, governors, and powerful public figures who are mini Dutertes. The daughter of Mr. Duterte is the vice president, and she has just recently declared that she is running for president in 2028. One Duterte son is a congressman. Another is the Davao City mayor, and his grandchildren occupy positions of power. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives.
Apologies, counsel, it's 11 o'clock.
What did you say? When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague,
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Council. We will now take a half-hour break as provided for in the schedule, and you shall resume your remarks at 11:30. These are the rules that are set in the schedule, which was set in paragraph 18 of the decision.
Mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, tuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo sa pagtutok dito ho sa mga kaganapan sa The Hague, sa bahagi ng Netherlands. At kani-kanina, napakinggan ho natin ang pagsasalita ng isa sa mga abogado para sa mga biktima ng umano'y extrajudicial killings sa katauhan ni Attorney Joel Butuyan. At itong mga kabombo ay pinapaliwanag niya yung laman ng kanilang reklamo laban kay former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Napakinggan din ho at napanood natin kanina ang mga personalidad na siyang nangangasiwa dito, particular na itong si Presiding Judge Julia Antoniela Motok at maging ang iba pang mga judge na sina Rain Adeline Sophia Lapini Ganzo at Maria del Socorro Flores Leira. Ito naman yung mga abogado ho para sa panig ng prosekusyon o dun sa panig ng mga victims ay kinabibilangan ni Attorney Joel Butuyan na napakinggan pa lang po natin, and then katabi ho niya sa kanyang kanang parte ay si Attorney Gilbert Andres, and nandun din itong si Attorney Paulina Mashida at yung iba pang miyembro ng council ng mga biktima, mga kabombo. And of course, doon naman sa panig ng depensa, nakita ho dyan itong si former Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea and former Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board Chairman Attorney Martin Delgra. And nandyan din ho itong si former Labor Secretary Silvestre Bebot Bello III at ito pang si Attorney Alfredo Lim Jr. at maging ang isa pa sa mga personalidad ho na nandun si Attorney Cesar Dulay, ang mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. And of course, si Attorney Salpanelo din kabilang sa listahan, mga kabombo. So yan yung ilan ho sa naging development, pero nagkaroon muna sila ng break para naman dito sa kanilang proceedings upang mamaya ituloy uli ang takbo nitong pagdinig dyan sa International Criminal Court. Mga Mga kabombo, ito ho ay chamber 1 pa lamang ho, ano? At ang ginagawa rito, hindi pa ito yung trial proper. Ito ho ay confirmation of charges pa lamang. So dito ay i-determine na pa ito ng mga huwes na siyang humahawak ho nung naturang kaso. Hindi ibig sabihin na narinig natin ngayon ay ito na talaga yung opisyal na magiging kaso laban kay former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. So, i-determine na pa ho ito mga kabombo hanggang sa muling magkaroon ng panibagong development ang naturang kaso. Batay na rin sa mga lituntunin ng umiiral ho ng mga patakaran dyan sa International Criminal Court. Malayo ho kasi ito, no? Ilang ulit na ho na ipaliwanag ng mga ICC accredited lawyers, yung mga accredited ho na abogado ng International Criminal Court na taga rito sa atin, mga Pilipino rin, ay naipaliwanag na ho ito na ang mga proseso dyan sa International Criminal Court ay ibang-iba sa mga korte dito sa Pilipinas, lalo na yung sa lower court. Kaya ho ay hindi maaring tignan ng may parehong perspektibo. Kaya naman ay tayo nakantabay kung ano yung magiging mga takbo pa ng mga development dyan sa International Criminal Court. And dahil dito ay nakabreak, mamaya tutunghayan naman natin ang iba pang mga panayam ho natin. At so, subukan natin muli makausap ang ilan pa sa mga personalidad na nakausap natin dati dyan sa The Hague upang makahingi po tayo ng mga karagdagang update sa mga kaganapan pa ho doon. Una, yung concern ho sa sitwasyon din ng atin ho mga kababayan, naglahad ho ng kanilang interes na magsagawa ng mga aktibidad yung ilan ho sa mga kababayan natin pro and anti-Duterte, no? At meron ho silang mga events dyan sa labas ng International Criminal Court. So titignan ho natin kung natuloy, and of course isa sa malaking consideration, kumusta yung panahon po dyan, no? Dahil kung titignan sa mga nakalipas na araw ay napakalamig ho pala ng temperatura dyan sa the Netherlands. So ang time difference naman natin ay 7 oras, advance tayo ng 7 oras. Ibig sabihin ay nasa bandang magtatanghali na ho dyan sa The Hague, at yan ho yung ating malaking pagkakaiba sa kanila. Dito naman sa atin ay gumagabi na, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. So, kanina nakausap po natin ang ilan sa mga personalities na yung mga kababayan ho natin na nandun mismo sa The Hague. So, at this point ay sinusubukan ho natin makontak ulit ang atin hong mga kababayan dyan na siyang at least itong proceedings nakikita ho natin. But how about yung sa labas? How about yung reaction ng mga tao na nakasubaybay din ho dyan sa The Hague? So yan yung ating titignan din maya-maya lamang, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. So oras natin ay meron na ho tayo mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation na nasa 23 minuto bago ang pagsapit ho ng ikapito ng gabi. At tuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo dito sa mga kaganapan sa pagtugaygay ho natin dyan sa International Criminal Court. At kukuha pa tayo ng iba pang mahalagang panayam sa pagkakataong ito, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Nakahanay pa sa atin hong ilang makakausap ang isa ho sa mga nakatuon din ng atensyon ho dito. Ang presidente ng National Union of People's Lawyers, makuhanan din ho natin ang kanyang saloobin hinggil ho dito sa mga kaganapan na, well, from the very start ay nakatugaygay na rin ho sila dito. Makuha po natin yung kanilang saloobin hinggil dyan sa mga bagay po na yan, mga kabombo. Okay, so at this point, Direkta, kuha muna tayo ng update mula ho dun sa The Hague. Nasa linya at nagbabalik si Ginoong Joel Vega. Pabatiin natin muli sa Bombo Radio Philippines. Magandang gabi po dito sa Pilipinas at magandang tanghali naman dyan po sa The Netherlands. Kumusta po kayo, Ginoong Joel Vega? Si Bombo Dennis Hamito po ito. Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Jancis. And also thank you for having me. Okay naman dito, marami pong Pilipino ang sumasbaybay sa itong hearing sa ICC. At sa ngayon po may breaks, alam niyo na may break. At marami pong nanonood dito sa organisasyong Duterte Panagutin na ako po ay kasama sa kanila. So napanood po namin yung unang bahagi noong hearing.
Okay, pakikibalita lang ho kami, ano? May mga rally-rally din ba na nagaganap po sa mga oras po na ito? Dahil kayo ay kabilang doon sa Duterte Panagutin group, may activities ho ba dyan sa labas ng International Criminal Court, and paano ho ito tumatakbo knowing na medyo mahigpit din ang mga patakaran ho dyan? Paano ho ang sistema?
Oo, merong rally kaninang umaga mula alas 7 ng 7:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 9. Yun po ay ang meron pong tawag dito permiso mula sa pulisya ng The Hague. May higit po 100 katao na inorganisa ng migrante, bayan, at Duterte Panagutin Network ang dumating at nag-assembly po doon sa harap ng ICC. Kasama po ang pamilya ng mga biktima ng EJ case at inilahad nila ang kanilang pag-asa na magkaroon ng hustisya sa darating na mga araw. Nagmarcha po mula sa isang hospital na malapit sa ICC hanggang dito sa ICC at dumating po after 30 minutes doon sa harap ng ICC. Sa nakita niyo pong video, meron pong dalang mga banners at mga slogans na umuudyok sa ICC na ituloy ang trial. Ayun ang udyok at ang pag-asa ng mga pamilya ng mga biktima.
Ginong Vega, maitanong ko na rin ho, dahil may mga ganyang activities, ano ho ba yung weather condition ngayon dyan? Knowing na makaka-apekto ho ito, kung babad sila dyan sa labas, ano ho ba panahon po dyan? Taglamig o nagtapos na yung panahon ho ng winter? Ano po yung sitwasyon?
Medyo hindi lumamig. 2 weeks ago, a week ago, mas malamig po. Bali, mga 1 degree, 2 degrees. Ngayon po ay naging 8, 9 degrees. Kaya medyo komportable kami. Pero kailangan pa rin po ng jacket kasi kung walang jacket ay malamig po. Hindi ko pala nasagot yung tanong mo tungkol sa seguridad. Meron pong alert ang pulisya ng The Hague, na nandoon po sila nakaabang, pero hindi po masyadong marami ang kapulisan. Hindi kagaya noong September last year. Ngayon po ay medyo isa lang o dalawa lang na pulisyang sasakyan ang nakita ko kanina. At very orderly naman ang pagmarcha doon sa ICC. So wala pong incidenting pangyayari.
Nabalitaan ho kasi namin na yung mga pro-Duterte, meron din silang activities. And here comes yung inyong panig. Meron din po kayong mga kasamahan dyan na nagdala ng mga banner. Hindi naman ho ba nagkakaroon ng tensyon sa pagitan ng magkabilang panig dyan ho sa may harapan ng International Criminal Court?
Hindi naman po, naiwasan din po kasi ang aming usapin ay mula alas 7 hanggang alas 9 at yung pulisya ay pinayagan naman ang Duterte Group mula alas 9 hanggang alas 10 yata or alas 11. So wala pong direct na confrontation o paghaharap kasi po ay magkaiba po yung oras na block nila. At kami po naman ay may instructions na magprotesta ng matahimik na paraan. At wala pong nangyari sa umaga na ito, mabuti naman at walang nangyari.
Ano ho ang plano ho ninyo dyan? Dahil mukhang sa susunod na araw, meron pa uling continuation and 26 and 27, meron pa rin ho na bahagi ng confirmation of charges na proceedings dyan sa International Criminal Court. Ano ho ito? Dyan na magstay sa malapit ho sa bahagi ng The Hague o sasadyain lang ito the moment na tutuloy na uli itong proceedings?
Opo, marami pong aktibidades ang nakahanda sa susunod na mga araw. Bukas ay meron pong marcha uli at sa Miyerkules ay merong pagdiriwang noong selebrasyon ng People Power 1 at sa Huwebes meron pong misa at sa Biyernes meron pong yung closing na meron pong yung administrative or organizational na pagtitipon-tipon at sa Sabado ay yung pang-closing po na press conference. So punong-puno po ang schedule sa linggo na to at umaasa kami na dadami ang a-attend. Hindi lang po naka-attend yung ibang mga taga-Netherlands, for example, kasi po ay may trabaho. Pero ang karamihan dito ay galing sa UK, sa Germany, sa Belgium, sa Italy at France. Sila po ay nakikituloy o nasa hotel sa mga kaibigan nila, kaya dito lang sa The Hague. Kami po naman, kagaya ko na nakatira sa Netherlands, ay galing po kami sa iba't ibang syudad. So, iba sa Utrecht, sa Amsterdam, pumupunta lang kami dito sa araw na mismo at bumabalik din kami sa bahay namin mamayang gabi. Pero babalik din kami sa mga darating na araw kagaya ng Miyerkules o Huwebes at Biyernes.
Dahil natunghayan natin pare-pareho yung unang bahagi nitong confirmation of charges proceedings, are you satisfied dun sa oras na binibigay sa magkabilang panig ng International Criminal Court Pretrial Chamber 1, Ginoong Vega?
Actually po, mas maigi po sana kung mas mahaba at mas malawak yung oras. Siguro pwede nilang i-adjust sa mga susunod na mga araw o linggo o buwan kung matutuloy sa trial mismo. Medyo nakakabitin nga po kasi 30 minutes lang. Pero ayun po ang binigay ng korte at alam naman nila yung kanilang mga proseso at siguro naman baka magkasya din yung sasabihin ng mga abogado at ng prosecution. Pero totoo po na medyo nakakabitin po yung maikli na paghahanda or oras na ibinigay. Pero sa ngayon po, sa nakita ko, personal na opinion ko po, okay naman sa akin ang yung oras na ibinigay ngayong umaga.
Finally, reaksyon na lang po ninyo dahil yung mismong presensya ni former President Rodrigo Duterte ay hindi ho nasilayan ngayon dyan. So kayo, anong masasabi ho ninyo? Dahil humiling ng pagliban, naglabas ho siya ng waiver and pinagbigyan naman ho ito ng pre-trial chamber 1. So kayo bilang observer dyan, ano ang inyong masasabi?
Nakakatawa po kasi noong mga nakarang taon, noong po siya ay presidente, ay napakatapang niya pong magsabi na siya po ay haharap sa ICC at actually sinabi niya pa na, sabi nga ng prosecutor, sisipain at haharapin. Pero ngayon po, siya po ay naduduwag at nawala dito. Pero po ang mga biktima, ang pamilya ng biktima ay lumakas ang loob at nagpunta pa dito at binastusan ang kanilang pagpunta dito. Kaya nakaka-disappoint po yung nangyari na hindi siya pumunta. At para sa akin po, personal na opinion ko po, kung siya po ay abogado yun po at kung inosento po siya, ay wala pong pagngamba o pagtatakot o pagduda na harapin ang mga akusasyon. Kasi ito na po yung panahon na ipaliwanag niya kung ano ang kanyang punto vista sa magandang paraan at hindi po idadaan sa galit o sa disinformation. Kaya po nakakahinayang po at nakaka-disappoint na wala siya po dito. Actually po noong nag-rally, may mga sumisigaw sa aming grupo na yung kaduwagan ng kabilang kampo ay nakakadismaya po.
With that, maraming salamat po at patuloy po kaming hingi ng mga update kung may mga development pa mula po dyan sa inyong panig unless meron ho kayong mensahe na gusto pang iparating.
Oo. Ang pagtitipon po namin dito ay hindi lang po sa EG case ng Duterte. Hanggang ngayon po, marami pa pong EG case sa gobyerno ng Pangulong Marcos. Nagpapatuloy pa rin po ang disappearances, ang pagkidnap ng mga political activists, mga estudyante, mga magsasaka. Kaya po ay ito po ay nakakangamba kasi po ay walang pagbabago kailanman sa panahon man ni Duterte o ni Marcos. Kaya kami po ay magbabantay at hindi po titigil sa pagbabantay kasi po ang EJ case ay hanggang ngayon ay nandito pa. Actually po according to Human Rights Watch, mahigit na po 800 ang biktima under the present administration.
Salamat po sa oras na inilaan po ninyo sa Bombo Radio Philippines. Magandang araw.
Maraming salamat po.
Mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, nakausap po natin muli si Ginoong Joel Vega, isa ho sa mga kababayan ho natin na naninirahan na ho dun sa the Netherlands. Nabanggit niya nga ho na dyan na sila nakatira sa naturang bansa pero tutok pa rin ang kanilang atensyon dito ho sa mga development kaugnay ng kinakarap ho na kaso ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Ako muna tayo dyan sa Palasyo Malacanang, mga kabombo. Ito kaya si Pangulong Marcos ay nakatutok din dito sa mga kaganapan na ito dyan sa International Criminal Court. At ano kaya masasabi ng Palasyo Malacanang doon sa iba pang mga usapin na mga napapanahon po ngayon, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. May balita si Bombo Anali Soberano.
Kinumpirma ng Malacanang na hindi personal na iminonitor ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ang naging confirmation of charges hearing ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal Court ngayong araw. Ayon kay Palace Press Officer Undersecretary Claire Castro, mas pinili ng Pangulo tutukan ang mga interes ng bansa at mga gawaing direktang makakatulong sa sambayanang Pilipino. Binigyan din ng palasyo na ang kasong crimes against humanity na kinakaharap ni Duterte ay itinuturing na personal na usapin. Ayon kay Castro, abala ang Pangulo sa pag-monitor ng iba pang mga gawain sa ating bansa. Samantala, naghain naman kanina ng resolusyon ang mambabatas mula sa Makabayan Bloc upang hikayatin ang gobyerno na muling bumalik sa jurisdiction ng International Criminal Court. Pinangunahan ito ni na Teachers Party List Representative Antonio Tino, Gabriela Party List Representative Sara Elago at Kabataan Representative Rene Co ang paghahain ng House Resolution number 809. Layunin nitong ipakita sa international community na iginagalang ng Pilipinas ang karapatang pantao at ang mga kasunduang internasyonal. Ayon sa resolusyon, ang muling pagsali ng Pilipinas sa ICC at pagpirma sa Rome Statute ay magpapakita ng malinaw na mensahe na iginagalang ng bansa ang buhay at naninindigan laban sa impunity at karahasang dulot ng Estado. Samantala, naniniwala naman si ML Party List Representative Leila de Lima na ang pagsisimula ng confirmation of charges hearing laban kay dating Pangulong Duterte ay hakbang tungo sa pananagutan. Sa kanyang privilege speech ngayong araw dito sa plenaryo ng Kamara, sinabi ni De Lima na hindi ito usapin ng politika o paghihiganti, kundi isang pananagutan. Anya, ang mga pagpatay sa ilalim ng war on drugs ay maaaring pumasok sa kategoryang crimes against humanity dahil umano sa lawak at sistematikong paraan ng mga ito. Binigyan din ni De Lima na walang batas na nagsasabing kailangan dumaan sa Korte ng Pilipinas ang warrant ng ICC sa ilalim ng Republic Act number 9851 na maaring umanong makipagtulungan ang gobyerno sa International Criminal Court. Ipinaliwanag pa ni De Lima ang prinsipyo ng complementarity na papasok ang ICC kung ang isang bansa ay hindi kayang magsagawa ng tunay na at malayang investigasyon. Bombo Anali Montaño Soberano nag-uulat. And this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 and most trusted source of news and information. Basta Radio, Bombo!
Mga kabombo, mga Castor Nation, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ho tayo sa pagtutok dito sa mga kaganapan sa International Criminal Court. At this point, para ho doon sa mga late tuners, ay nakabreak lamang ho yung pre-trial Chamber 1 sa kanilang confirmation of charges hearing. At kanina na ipresenta na ho yung initial na pagharap ng mga abogado para kay former President Duterte and ganun din yung panig ho ng prosecution o yung Victims Council ay nariyan din ho mga kabombo at mga Castor Nation. So yan yung ilan lamang sa mga kaganapan kanina na itutuloy pa rin ho natin maya-maya lamang. Samantala, habang papalapit ang unang anibersaryo ng pagkakapiit kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa International Criminal Court, iginigiit ng isang mambabatas na ginagawa lamang na panakibutas sa politika ang dating punong ehekutibo. Ayon kay puwersa ng Pilipinong Pandagat Party List Representative Harold Duterte ay wala raw kinalaman sa paghahanap ng hustisya talaga para sa mga biktima ng war on drugs. Ang sinimulang confirmation of charges kani-kanina na idinaraos dyan sa dahig sa bahagi ng Netherlands. So ayon sa kanya, diversionary tactics umano ito at panawagan nila na bumalik sa tunay na issue at ang pagtugon sa mga suliranin ng ating mga kababayan dito ho sa ating bansa. To recap lang ho ng ilang mga kaganapan dyan sa International Criminal Court at kumalap tayo mamaya ng iba pang mga reaksyon hinggil ho sa mga development na ito at hong kukunin yan maya-maya lamang. Samantala, sa pagtutok ko ng ating coverage team, nariyan din ang tinugay-gaya ni Bombo Genesis Racho, yung iba pang mga development hinggil pa rin dito sa usapin ng International Criminal Court proceedings. May balita si Bombo Genesis Racho.
Bombo Dennis, mga kabombo at mga Castor Nation, habang hinihintay natin yung ikalawang session ngayong araw, Pebrero 23, dito pa rin sa confirmation of charges hearing laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Balikan lamang natin, Bombo Dennis, yung naging opening message kanina ni Attorney Joel Butuyan at ipinagdidiinan kasi ng International Criminal Court Pre-Trial Chamber 1 yung pangangailangan na maprotektahan yung mga biktima ng drug war ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte at yung mga testigo laban sa kanya. Doon sa confirmation of charges hearing pa rin sa kaso ng dating Pangulo ay iniatas ni Pre-Trial Chamber 1 Judge Julia Antonella Motok sa lahat ng mga abogado mula sa defense at maging sa prosecution panel na iwasan ang pagbanggit sa totoong pangalan nitong mga biktima at mga testigo. Ayon nga kay Judge Motok, ito ay upang matiyak na maprotektahan ang pagkakilanlan at masiguro ang kaligtasan ng mga biktima at mga testigo. Sa halip na banggitin, Bombo Dennis, mga kabombo, ang pangalan nito mga biktima, pinayuhan ni Judge Motok ang mga abogado na gumamit na muna ng alias kapag babanggitin nila ang sinumang testigo o sinumang biktima. Sa kabilang banda naman, Bombo Dennis, sa naging opening statement nga ng tinatawag na Common Legal Representative ng Drug War Victims na si Attorney Joel Butuyan, nakasaad dito ang kahandaan ng mga biktima ng drug war na makibahagi sa proceedings. Ayon kay Attorney Butuyan, handa ang 477 o 497 na victims na makibahagi sa kabuuan ng pagdinig at buong pusong humihiling ng hustisya kasunod yan ng dinanas na karahasan sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte. Inihayag din ng batikang abogado o Filipino lawyer ang pagkadismaya ng mga biktima sa desisyon ng Pre-Trial Chamber 1 na payagang hindi dumalo si dating Pangulong Duterte sa pagdinig. Ayon pa rin kay Attorney Butuyan, ang makita ang dating Pangulo na binabasahan at pinapaharap sa mga kasong ibinibintang sa kanya ay isang mahalagang kasangkapan sana para sa pagbibigay ng hustisya sa mga biktima. Balikan natin, Bombo Dennis, mga kabombo, yung bahagi ng opening message ni Attorney Joel Butuyan.
Madam President, Your Honors, by way of an opening statement, we convey the views and concerns of the 497 victims authorized to participate in these proceedings. At the outset, Your Honors, we communicate the very deep disappointment of the victims at the decision allowing Rodrigo Duterte not to be present in this stage of confirmation of charges. The sight of Mr. Duterte being read and being confronted with the grave and horrible charges against him would have constituted a vital component of justice for the victims. This case symbolically represents the last boat that the victims can board to go on a journey in search of justice for their loved ones who were brutally killed upon the orders of Mr. Duterte. If this chamber prevents the boat from sailing by not confirming the charges, the victims will forever be moored in an island where the nights are filled with the screams and cries of their massacred loved ones. There is absolutely no other recourse for the victims. No less than former Philippine Justice Secretary Crispin Remulla admitted just a few months ago.
Bahagi yan, Bombo Dennis, mga kabumbon, ng naging pahayag ni Attorney Joel Butuyan, isa sa mga accredited lawyer, Filipino accredited lawyer ng International Criminal Court. Kung babalikan nga natin, ay nabanggit din yung pangalan kanina ni Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla, at sinabi ni Attorney Butuyan na maging siya ay aminado na mahirap litisin yung kaso laban kay dating Pangulong Duterte dito sa Pilipinas dahil wala daw, and I quote, makitang mga ebidensya, walang mga police report, walang batayan at walang mahanap na sapat na testigo. Ito yung mga kinote kanina ni Attorney Joel Butuyan doon sa International Criminal Court. Kaya't kailangan anya na ang International Criminal Court ang maglitis dito sa kaso ni dating Pangulong Duterte dahil nga doon sa mga naunang pronouncement ng ilang official dito sa Pilipinas. Pangunahin dito ang kalihim ng Department of Justice. So yan muna ang ating mga updates, Bombo Dennis, sa maibabato para na rin sa mga kababayan natin ngayong hapon. Kasabay ng ating patuloy na pagtutok sa confirmation of charges hearing laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Bombo Dennis.
Okay, Bombo Genesis, isang punto lamang, yung confirmation of charges na ito, ano ang inaasahan natin na magiging kabuuan ngayong araw na ito o ngayong gabi? Hanggang alas 10 pala ito, Bombo Genesis. So anong ine-expect natin dito sa kabuuan ng first day na proceeding sa Bombo Genesis?
Batay dun sa naunang pahayag, Bombo Dennis, ng International Criminal Court or naunang communication ng International Criminal Court, ayun, natapos na nga kanina yung statement ng prosecution at mamaya ay mapapakinggan din natin yung magiging pahayag o statement ng defense panel, Bombo Dennis. And then dun sa third session ay yun na yung magiging pahayag na rin ng International Criminal Court judges. Inaasahan din natin dun sa last session, Bombo Dennis, batay na rin sa nauna nating interview kay Attorney Christina Conti, ang kumakatawan ngayon dun sa mga biktima. Inaasahan natin na maipepresenta rin yung ilang mga biktima. Pero tulad nga ng ating nabanggit kanina, hindi nga papangalanan yung mga biktima, bagkus tatawagin lamang sila sa kanilang mga alias na ibinigay ng korte sa kanila, Bombo Dennis. By the way, para sa mga late tuners, inaakusahan si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ng 3 counts of crimes against humanity. So batay doon sa narinig natin kanina, na monitor natin kanina, doon sa hearing, Bombo Dennis, ang una rito ay murder as crimes against humanity, at ito'y nangyari sa may Davao City noong si Pangulong Duterte ay alkalde pa ng naturang lungsod. Umabot daw sa 19 na biktima ang natukoy dito na sinasabing nangyari sa pagitan ng 2013 at ng June 2016. Yung period na ito, Bombo Dennis, 2013 hanggang June 2016, ito yung period kung saan alkalde si dating Pangulong Duterte ng Davao City. At yung June 2016, yung buwan before siya nanumpa bilang Pangulo ng Pilipinas. Ang pangalawa dito ay murder as crimes against humanity sa mga high-value targets sa iba't ibang lokasyon sa buong Pilipinas sa ilalim ng kanyang pamumuno na bilang Pangulo ng Bansa. Umabot naman ito sa 14 o 14 na biktima ang natukoy sa pagitan naman ito, Bombo Dennis, ng 2016 hanggang July 2017. Batay pa rin po ito dun sa binasa kanina ng judge na si Judge Motok. So, ito yung mga 14 victims at napatay sila sa mga police operation between 2016 at 2017. Yung ikatlong akusasyon ay murder and attempted murder as crimes against humanity sa mga isinagawang barangay clearance operation sa iba't ibang lokasyon sa buong Pilipinas bilang Pangulo na ng ating bansa. Dito, Bombo Dennis, natukoy ng International Criminal Court ang hanggang sa 45 o 45 victims, kung saan doon sa 45 victims na ito, 43 o 43 yung sinasabing napatay. Since napatay sila, kwalipikado daw ito bilang murder cases. Habang yung dalawa, Bombo Dennis, ay kwalipikado bilang attempted murder kasi nakaligtas at nabuhay, tuluyang nabuhay itong mga biktima dito. So ito yung gist ng mga cases na inaakusa laban kay dating Pangulong Duterte, Bombo Dennis.
Yeah. At sa puntong ito, babalikan natin na Bombo Genesis, yung mga kaganapan pa ron. From your end, Bombo Genesis?
Sige, maraming salamat, Bombo Dennis, habang nagpapatuloy yung ating pagtutok. Back to you, Bombo Dennis.
Kabombo at mga Castor Nation, nagpapatuloy na rin, umusad na ho itong confirmation of charges hearing at ating tunghayan, mga Kabombo at mga Castor Nation.
The spread of impunity in the Philippines, and I will assure you, the plague of impunity has spread. The plague of impunity among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that their external legal representatives feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague because chances are they are Duterte clones, they expressed their utmost concern that if we, their lawyers, feel threatened by mini Dutertes in a foreign country, we should imagine the far more intense fear they live with every day in their communities teeming with mini Dutertes. The victims also wish to convey that if the judges of this honorable chamber can be subjected to online harassment by Duterte clones, we should imagine the level of vulnerability the victims are exposed to in their poor villages. Your Honors, there is only one solution to stop the impunity propagated by Mr. Duterte from continuing to bring harm and suffering to the victims. And that is for this honorable chamber to confirm the charges so that witnesses can testify and evidence can be presented on the horrible crimes committed by Mr. Duterte. The testimonies and evidence presented will inoculate these mini Dutertes from the virus of impunity that has infected them. When they will see and hear the utter cruelty, the sheer brutality, in other words, the brazen inhumanity of the crimes committed by Mr. Duterte, and the humanity of those whose lives were violently taken, it will rekindle the embers of humanity that still remain in their hearts. Many of these mini Dutertes or Duterte clones are actually victims of massive doses of fake news widely circulated online. They need to be vaccinated with the truth, and the truth vaccine can only come from the testimonies of victims and evidence presented in a trial before this court. Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity, Your Honors. The victims dread a future where charges are not confirmed in this case. It will mean that the virus of impunity will continue to spread and infect many more. Victims fear that Duterte clones will become an even bigger group that can elect another apostle of impunity as the Philippines' next leader. If that happens, an even more serious condition of impunity can take place in the Philippines, possibly worse than the orgy of violence that happened from 2011 to 2019, and this time there will be no ICC to run to for assistance and help. The victims humbly beseech this honorable chamber to reaffirm the two crucial objectives of the ICC identified in the preamble of the Rome Statute. First, to prosecute and punish the most serious crimes that deeply shock the conscience of humanity. And second, to put an end to impunity and to contribute to the prevention of crimes of unimaginable atrocities. If this chamber confirms the charges, this court will achieve its first objective of prosecuting and, if convicted, punishing Mr. Duterte for the unspeakable crimes he is charged with. But achieving the first objective will not automatically make this court attain its second objective. Merely putting forward the evidence gathered and the theory of liability of the prosecution will not necessarily resolve the second objective. This court should allow victims to testify, and the record of the proceedings must
Mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, nagsasalita po sa mga oras na ito ang isa sa tumatayong abogado para sa mga biktima o yung tinatawag nating Victims Council, no? At yan ay sa katauhan ni Attorney Joel Butuyan na madalas din ho natin na nakakapanayam dito sa Bombo Network News. At sa puntong ito ay dinidetalye po niya yung mga rason kung bakit kailangan na mag-proceed itong kaso ni former President Rodrigo Duterte at makumpirma mismo ng International Criminal Court yung naturang mga aligasyon ay pinupukol sa dating presidente. Tuloy natin mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation ang yung legal proceedings dyan po sa International Criminal Court.
leader Duterte, who proudly and publicly proclaimed his aspirations of following the footsteps of Adolf Hitler when he said, quote, "Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. Now there are 3 million drug addicts. I'd be happy to slaughter them," unquote. And yet, he is worshipped by a huge number of Filipinos. In so many countries, you will need to hide your adoration of Hitler. Mr. Duterte flaunted it, and his fanatics are unaffected by it. Mr. Duterte has pronounced so many other horrible declarations meant to promote and encourage impunity, as it will be detailed tomorrow by my colleagues. And yet, he is idolized by a multitude of Filipinos. The defense will claim that he was merely bombastic and acerbic when he made these statements. But if he were merely being pompous and flippant, the people who were killed should be alive and laughing today at his supposed pranks and stunts. Mr. Duterte did not only order the mass killing of people suspected of being drug personalities, Your Honors. He smeared them with accusations of being rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals. Mr. Duterte imposed an inflexible condemnation that if you are a drug personality, you are automatically a dangerous criminal who has engaged in unimaginable atrocities. The families of those killed did not only suffer the loss of a loved one, their families were even disgraced with being associated with a rapist, murderer, or dangerous criminal. Even after their loved ones were murdered, many families were subjected to deplorable injustices. Instead of gunshot wounds as cause of death in their death certificates, families were shocked to see pneumonia, heart attack, stroke, sepsis, and other false causes of death that were instead written down. Other families were charged substantial amounts, sums the impoverished families could not afford, just to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones from the funeral parlor who were suspected by the families of being in cahoots with the police officers. Some family members were even arrested and imprisoned by police officers on false charges and for the purpose of preventing them from complaining. In one particular incident, Your Honors, a young man and his common-law wife were sleeping in their shanty when men in civilian clothes knocked down the door to their house. The men dragged the wife out of the room, The husband was already surrendering, and he even started to strip naked to show he had no drugs or firearm on his body. He said in the Filipino language, "Sir, malinis po ako, maghuhubad ako, sir." Translation in English, "Sir, I am clean. I will strip naked, sir." Still without mercy, the men shot and killed him. After killing the husband, they arrested the wife and accused her with falsified and non-bailable charges. When the deceased mother and cousin went to the police station to find out what happened to the young man, because they were not in the scene of the crime when it happened, the two were also summarily arrested and charged with fabricated crimes. If the Honorable Chamber confirms the charges in this case, the witnesses and evidence will show that those who were smeared by Mr. Duterte before they were killed, they were inside their houses, sleeping peacefully with their families, eating meals with their loved ones, playing with their children, or hugging their wives. Others were merely walking along the street, having snacks at the roadside eatery, or plying the road, earning a poor man's living. They were all doing ordinary, peaceful, and plain human activities. Confirming the charges will restore the dignity of those who were killed and the honor of their families. The prejudice suffered by the families of those killed did not begin and end with the killings of their loved ones. Each killing set off a chain reaction that is continuously churning out a daily crucible of harm, damage, and loss. By masterminding the mass murder of mere suspects, Mr. Duterte has brought irreparable and endless harm to the families. An overwhelming majority of those killed were the sole breadwinners of poor families. These families were dependent on each day's wage for their daily sustenance. They were hand-to-mouth families. With the death of their breadwinners, the widowed spouses, a majority of whom are women, have had to take on the roles of two parents. On top of taking care of their children and maintaining the household, the widowed spouses now have the additional burden of being breadwinners for their families. Families have been driven to even far more serious destitution, Your Honors. The damage to the children is immeasurable. Their development and upbringing have been permanently compromised. They have been walking through life with one missing parental limb. Losing a parent under very dire economic conditions and under the most violent circumstances results in wounds that will never heal and that will absolutely render them handicapped for life. And then there's the indescribable anguish of parents who lost a child. No parent is supposed to outlive a child. Parents suffer a lifetime of grief when a child dies ahead of them, and the lifetime grief is unimaginably worse when a child dies under the most inhuman circumstances. The crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte did not only affect individuals but whole communities. Across the Philippines, numerous urban communities of the most impoverished villages were scarred by the violence and abuses wrought by a lawless anti-drug campaign that further worsened the misery and trauma of residents in marginalized communities. In one illustrative instance, Your Honors, after the father of a family was killed inside his house by police officers, the entire neighborhood was so traumatized that for almost 3 months, and during the coldest months in the Philippines, they abandoned their houses at night and instead slept in the open public market. They did not feel secure inside their houses because there would be no witnesses if the police would just barge in and shoot at them. In the public market, the presence of many witnesses, they thought, will deter the police from shooting and killing them. It is also the victim's view, Your Honors, that the charges should be confirmed because the resulting presentation of witnesses and evidence during the trial will force police and other law enforcement officers to confront the brazen depravity of the killing of civilians that they either personally committed or allowed to be committed during the Duterte reign of terror. In one operation, the police summarily killed 3 men, 2 brothers and 1 friend, in the very early morning. The police declared that the 3 were nanlaban. They fought back. But the neighbors saw otherwise. The whole neighborhood was so horrified at the macabre treatment of one of the fatalities. The bullet-ridden body of one of the 3 men was brought out from the 2nd floor window and dropped to the ground because the police could not bring the body out through the doorway. When the body hit the ground, the neighbors recoiled at hearing the body emit a cry, "Aray!" Translation in English, "Ouch!" The man was still alive when his body was thrown to the ground, and the police just left him to bleed to death. The trial will hold a mirror to the police force and compel them to see how they were turned into executioners and assassins, and their organization transformed into a gigantic criminal organization or turned into a killing machine by Mr. Duterte. The Philippine National Police and the drug enforcement agencies have not made any initiative to purify the corrupted minds of their officers and personnel to our knowledge. The trial in this case will be a tremendous teaching opportunity that can work to rectify the warped and depraved minds of Philippine security officers. The charges need to be confirmed, Your Honors, for the sake of the entire country, which has been desensitized or made numb by the massive incidents of impunity and the glorification of impunity promoted by Mr. Duterte. The whole Philippines needs to know the real story during those bloody years. There has been no opportunity for the entire country to really find out the whole truth of what happened. It has been hush-hush, tidbits of sporadic news, and always drowned out by trolls who mass produce and broadcast false, fake, and fabricated news. The victims also attach a very important historical significance to this case. If the chamber confirms the charges, the trial proceedings will produce a historical record of the most bloody period of post-war Philippine history, a duty that the Philippine justice system has refused to perform. The historical account on the mass murder of so many Filipinos during the Duterte regime needs to be accessible to our future generations, just like the Nuremberg trials and the Tokyo trials, so that they will learn from it and not repeat the same mistake of selecting and glorifying leaders who preach and practice impunity. The prosecution has presented 78 instances of murder and attempted murder, clarifying that these incidents are only representatives of the extent of the crimes committed against thousands of civilians, Your Honors. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember that Mr. Duterte's bloody rule, both in Davao City and nationwide, resulted in as many as 30,000 victims of killings, more than 300,000 victims of arbitrary imprisonment, and unaccounted numbers of victims of torture, sexual assault, and other forms of crimes against humanity. For many families in the Philippines, the charges brought for confirmation in these proceedings represent only a fraction of the reality the victims have endured. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember the hundreds of thousands of victims are banking on vicarious justice from this case. Finally, Your Honors.
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Finally, Your Honors, the victims wish to humbly underline that what is ultimately at stake in these proceedings is the supreme of all forms of human rights, the right to life. The right to life is the very foundation of every civilized society. The ancestors of every nation fought against invaders, colonizers, despotic monarchs, and fascist leaders in order to secure the right to life of their families, their communities, and the future generations. The heroes of every country sacrificed their lives to defend the right to life of their people. We as citizens of modern societies are inheritors and beneficiaries of the sacrifices of our ancestors who bequeathed to us the right to life. We owe it to them to defend the supreme legacy for our generation and for the generations to come. For the past few years, Your Honors, we have seen an increasing number of nation leaders who time-traveled from the Dark Ages and now swagger in modern times as if they own people's lives. These brutal and cruel leaders must be held to account for their brazen disregard of humankind's right to life. Our ancestors fought in the battlefield to secure our right to life. In these modern times, the battleground for the fight to protect our right to life is within the four walls of this honorable court. May the God of life, the God of humanity, guide the honorable members of this chamber. Thank you, Your Honors.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Judge Motog. Thank you very much, Counsel Buturian. Now over to the defense. Mr. Kaufman, please.
And I thank Mr. Tuyan for his intervention, but I feel that I ought to remind him that this is a court of law which decides matters on the basis of evidence, not on the basis of political demagoguery, and not on the basis of a desire to effect regime change despite the democratic will. And certainly not on the basis of statements made by Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remula, who professed that domestic justice would be denied, according to Mr. Buturian, because of the lack of forensic reports and police reports. Now, I don't know which case Mr. Buturian's metaphorical ship sailed into, but he clearly hasn't read the evidence. Whilst he was speaking, we examined the evidence, and out of that evidence, we found at least 35 reports substantiating 49 of the incidents which are mentioned in the document containing the charges. Your Honours, Rodrigo Duterte was and will always remain a unique phenomenon. His style of statesmanship was novel and unpalatable to many. His expletives and hyperbole grated, while his honesty and wild popularity irritated. He spoke openly, from the heart, sincerely and truthfully. And what a contrast between him and his successor in the Malacanang. For President Rudy, his word was his word, and the people knew it. For President Bongbong, his word is for the wind, and the people will not forget it. Let me remind everyone of the letter which President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed, it's on the screen, and in which he gave a cast-iron undertaking that his government, and I quote, will not assist the ICC in any way, shape or form. Well, as we know, he failed to keep that promise. Rodrigo Duterte was unconstitutional and unceremoniously hauled off to The Hague. And when called upon to defend his master's actions and the said letter at a Senate committee hearing, the then Secretary for Justice, once again Mr. Jesus Crispin Remula, persisted with the same dishonest theme. And I quote his words, "We did not assist the ICC. We continue with the very tenor of the letter that we did not assist the ICC and we did not have any contact with them." So he said, but with a document emanating from the prosecution team opposite and disclosed to us a mere week ago, not as information material to the preparation of our defence, but as exonerating evidence, we can now substantiate what we have suspected for a long time. The document comprises a transcript of a telephone call covertly recorded between four parties who cannot be mentioned in public, and one of these parties was boasting boasting about how he was acting as the silent partner of President BBM, managing a scheme to funnel witnesses to this court while all the time ensuring that he could guarantee President BBM's plausible deniability. So it is indeed the defense case that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. set out to neutralize Rodrigo Duterte and his legacy. Yes, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, I used that legendary word, neutralize, so central and so essential to your case theory, because you know just as well as me that I'm using the term metaphorically. And now I turn to the substance of the charges, but before I do, a word or two about the geopolitical context. The scourge of illegal narcotics is not unique to the Philippines. As we all know, it afflicts Latin America, where I can name 3 countries where the death rate at the hands of vigilantes and law enforcement agents per capita population is higher than it ever was under Duterte. And as you should know, and you will hear from the prosecution, at any rate, the Philippines as a country is uniquely positioned to act as a transit hub for the trafficking of narcotics emanating from the cartels in China. And with or without Duterte, so we argue, the death rate would have kept on rising. Indeed, as we will prove with statistics and reports, the death rate flowing from narcotics-related crime actually increased after Rodrigo Duterte left.
Bombo, mga ka-Star Nation, ang nagsasalita naman sa puntong ito ay ang lead counsel ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte na si Nicholas Kaufman. Ito mga kabombo ay binibueltahan niya yung mga naging statement kanina ni Attorney Joel Butuyan kung saan ay ilang punto ang inilabas at kabilang yung pagbanggit kay Ombudsman Rimulya sa ilang punto. No? Bagay na inungkat naman ngayon ni Kaufman. And maliban ho dyan ay nabanggit din yung commitment umano ng Marcos administration na hindi makikipagtulungan sa International Criminal Court. Pero kalaunan ay ipinadala itong si former President Duterte sa the Netherlands o dyan sa The Hague para naman sa kasong kinakaharap nito, bagay na hindi umano tugma doon sa unang pahayag ng Pangulong Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. So i-check natin mga kabombo kung ano magiging reaction dito ng Palasyo Malacanang doon sa pagkakabanggit ukol doon sa mga prior statement ni Pangulong Marcos and doon sa development ng kaso kung saan ay nauungkat yung mga dating mga pahayag at yan mga kabombo ang takbo ng kaso nitong si former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Pero ilang minuto pa lamang ho nagsasalita itong si Kaufman at may mga punto din naman siya na inuungkat, no? At maliban ho dyan, may iba pang miyembro ng defense team ang present din doon sa proceedings ng International Criminal Court. At karamihan po dyan nanggaling dito sa Pilipinas. At kinabibilangan yan ng dating Executive Secretary na si Salvador Medialdea at ganun din yung iba pang mga lawyers na dating appointee ni former President Rodrigo Duterte, just like Secretary Bebot Bello ng DOLE o ng Department of Labor and Employment at ganun din itong si Attorney Martin Delgra na dati hong pinuno ng Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board, pati na yung iba pang mga personalidad na present din ho doon upang idepensa naman ang panig ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. So yan mga kabombo, no? Ang mga kaganapan. So doon sa ating mga late tuners, pareho po itong binibigyan ng oras ang panig ng prosekusyon o ng mga kampo ng mga biktima at yung panig dito si former President Rodrigo Duterte. So at least mga kabombo, natitimbang-timbang natin sa mga pagkakataong ito yung statement na magkabilang panig upang kayo naman ay maobserbahan din ho yung takbo ng kaso objectively, kung ano nga kaya ang magiging kahihinatnan nito hanggang sa pagpapasyaho ng mga huwes ng International Criminal Court. Ituloy natin mga kabombo ang takbo ng pagdinig dyan sa The Hague.
And as a public prosecutor in Davao, Rodrigo Duterte developed a lifelong passion, some would say an enduring obsession, for law and order, something for which he unapologetically enforced throughout his time as mayor of Davao City. Not, as the prosecution say, through sowing murder and mayhem, but through winning the love, respect and admiration of his fellow citizens. The very same citizens who continued to re-elect him time after time, term after term, on no less than 7 occasions over more than 2 decades. And throughout his 20 or so years tenure as the mayor of Davao, Rodrigo Duterte and his family transformed that city from an outpost of communist insurgency and criminal violence into what is now one of the safest cities, not just in the Philippines, but in the entire world. This was indeed the so-called Davao model, which the prosecution wants to persuade you was code for unbridled criminal violence. And this was the type of leader that the Filipino nation wanted in 2016. So, Rodrigo Duterte was elected into power, not in spite of, but specifically because of his firm and uncompromising commitment to upholding law and order. And after his election as president, Rodrigo Duterte remained a man of the people without seeking to patronize the people. Gung-ho in his ways and with a belligerent tone, he spoke the tough tongue of the street, not the dissembling discourse of international diplomacy. He said what the people wanted to hear, but he said it in a way that offended sensibilities of world leaders unaccustomed to hearing it, one in particular, and that was what set him on the slippery slope to a prison cell in The Hague. And let me tell you how it works. It starts with the media, controlled by the powerful and the politically influential. With a sensational headline and a twisted editorial slant, the moguls sell their papers while promoting the partisan agenda of their backers in power. They highlight the salacious content while ignoring the true context, because that is what captivates the reader. And so it was with Rodrigo Duterte, whose speeches were fertile fodder for his enemies and detractors. A man whose hyperbole, bluster and rhetoric, once published, became a natural target for privately funded NGOs and human rights activists, a loose collective more commonly known as civil society. These people descended upon the Philippines to advance an agenda even more lacking in objectivity than that of the media, and heavily funded by tycoons with even grander designs, they print their glossy reports, replete with iconic photographic images of grieving families and dead bodies in rain-swept, nighttime crime scenes, all dramatically illuminated with the fluorescent glow of neon. Images carefully crafted to shock the conscience and to sway the emotions, and, I may say, to be used by the prosecutor when they don't even relate to the charges. And they gave their slick reports bold titles lifted straight out of a James Bond movie, such as License to Kill, One Shot to the Head, You Can Die Anytime, or simply, They Just Kill. The photographers are fated and their shots exhibited as art all over the world, and the brave journalists who act as their sources win awards and Nobel Prizes. And slowly but surely, their narrative becomes the sacred, unchallengeable and unshakable truth. And so the pressure builds up, and the academics who haunt the corridors of the progressive left law faculties far away in the United States tweet their research and publish their articles pontificating about crimes against humanity, systematic attacks against the civilian population, and they point their finger at one man alone, and bandy about slogans such as accountability and the prevention of impunity. They give their gratuitous advice on what should be done, sometimes academics who formerly worked alongside the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Communications and complaints are filed, and the rest, as they say, is history. In any event, we're not gathered here today to judge a man on the basis of his coarse attitude or his vulgar language. This court has convened a confirmation hearing to verify whether substantial grounds exist to believe that Rodrigo Duterte, the people's president, together with various so-called co-perpetrators, over the years of his governance, devised a criminal policy of wholesale and wanton murder. And since we are in a court of law, it is worth stressing, although I should not have to, cases are decided on the basis of evidence, not supposition, not rumor, not spicy gossip, and certainly not on the basis of political rhetoric and bluster. Because at the end of the day, were it not for those belligerent and controversial speeches, there would have been no impetus to bring the people's president to The Hague. And when the prosecution's evidence is examined, I would ask you to keep an open mind and to question not just whether that evidence has been selectively presented, but whether there exists evidence which the prosecution has failed to produce. And I say this with justifiable cause, particularly with respect to the Duterte rhetoric, as we will prove during the substantive part of our submissions, the notorious speeches on which the prosecution relies have been cherry-picked to suit its narrative while ignoring the many other speeches when the former president tempered his bombastic language by clear reference to the principle of lawful self-defense. We, the defense, have read as many of these speeches as we can find. In fact, in our poky little office on the top floor of the furthest building away in this complex, we have a counter which ticks and ticks. And whenever we come across a speech which contradicts the prosecution's murder theory by reference to self-defense, we give a cheer. And the counter goes up once more, and we celebrate one more nail in the coffin of the prosecution's case theory. As the statistics stand as of today, in contrast to the 20 speeches on which the prosecution relies to prove incitement to kill, we have found 35 more which say the complete opposite. Let me give you 2 examples from the very speeches that the deputy prosecutor himself cited today. Let's refer first of all to the famous Pietà speech, which the deputy prosecutor referred to. So, this is what the deputy prosecutor said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priests, including human rights advocates. They won't be able to prevent deaths, and so it goes on. But if we look further on in the very same speech, something which maybe the deputy prosecutor didn't do, this is what he had to say. To our police officers and other officials, do your job, and you will have the unwavering support of the office of the President. I will be with you all the way. Abuse your authority, and there will be hell to pay, for you will have become worse than criminality itself. Well, there you are. You have it straight in your face. PECSO, exonerating evidence within what is claimed to be the prosecution incriminating evidence. I won't take up my time by showing you the second speech, but there is one. If I have time at the end, I will show it to you. So if you add to that another 10 speeches out of the 20 speeches on which the prosecution rely in its document containing the charges, after all, we are in a court of law and we rely on evidence. And what is the evidence that's produced of these speeches? 20 of them. 10 of them, I submit, and we will show this in the substantive part of our submissions, contain exonerating evidence which support the defense case theory. In other words, if you add the 10, which we've identified in the prosecution's 20, to our total of 35, we come to 45 speeches versus 10, which we say support the use of force only in self-defense. That is 350% more speeches in favor of our defense and 354% more reasons not to confirm the charges. And you can bet your bottom dollar that at the end of today's proceedings, either the victim's self-styled legal assistant to ICC counsel or a prosecution intern will be tasked with scouring the web, looking for the means to prove Kaufman wrong. And I will declare it, and I'll declare it loudly and clearly, as if the prosecution didn't know it already. It's not enough to state that since the former president made those extremely inflammatory statements and deaths occurred, that he must, as a matter of course, be criminally responsible for those fatalities. At this stage of the proceedings, the prosecution needs to show substantial grounds to believe that the former president actually desired and foresaw that people would be killed as a result of his incendiary language. For the prosecution to assert that Rodrigo Duterte hoped for deaths to occur or was recklessly indifferent as to whether deaths would occur, which he was not, that's insufficient. So once more for the record, Rodrigo Duterte's language was aimed not at suspected drug pushers as the prosecution would have it, but directly at those poisoning society with their substances, and not, I stress, with lethal intent. His rhetoric was calculated to arouse fear and obedience, to instill fear in their hearts, and to inculcate a respect for the law in their minds. Nothing more, nothing less. That was his intent, and it was not criminal. And as many of these drug pushers demanded to enter prison, I remember seeing the images on the television, lining up to surrender and to enter prison. Now, I challenge my colleagues opposite to prove otherwise, because as we all know, in a criminal process, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. They brought this case and they need to prove it. Rodrigo Duterte need not convince the world of anything, and that is to his fortunate advantage given his current medical condition. And he stands behind his legacy resolutely, and he maintains his innocence absolutely. Now, I turn to the general fairness and objectivity of the investigation, which, as we all know, is meant to be an impartial evidence-gathering exercise. As an ex-prosecutor myself, I'm used to investigating agencies pursuing all reasonable lines of inquiry, assimilating all testimonies, and digesting all documentation and forensic evidence, recommending who to target for prosecution, but not so with this prosecution. When we, the defense, study the course of the investigation in this case, one thing is plain as a pikestaff. The chief prosecutor of this court, Mr. Karim Khan, not only failed miserably to carry out his duties under the Rome Statute, requiring him to examine exonerating circumstances as well as incriminating, but he single-handedly contaminated it, so we alleged, by pursuing a one-track crusade with a view to a predetermined objective. Let me explain. Although the ICC officially authorized an investigation into the so-called Philippines situation in late 2021, it was deferred a few months later back to the Philippines for the official investigation to resume only in late 2023. But the real meat of the investigation into count 1, relating to the activities of that fictitious construct, the Davao Death Squad, had effectively started way before then, with the sole objective of nailing Rodrigo Duterte. Indeed, all the way back in 2018, during its so-called preliminary examination, the prosecution had an individual who will be referred to as P1, handed to them on a silver platter. This P1 had been interviewed at an earlier date by none other than Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, in his former capacity as a private lawyer, and the self-professed legal
Kabombo kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, nagpapatuloy pa rin ho ang confirmation of charges hearing dyan sa International Criminal Court. At sa pagkakataong itong nagsasalita ay ang lead counsel ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Dito ay ilang punto ang kanyang binabanggit kung saan ay pinatutunayan niya na ang karamihan sa mga pahayag ni former President Duterte ay makulay lamang ngunit hindi nangangahulugan ng isang krimen. Ang mga pahayag umano ay upang sindakin yung mga kriminal at hindi upang umabuso sa kanyang kapangyarihan. Bahagi po ng kanyang presentation yung mismong binabanggit kanina ng deputy head ng prosecution team at dito ay tinutukoy niya na yung ilan sa mga mabulaklak na pananalita ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang naging rason kung bakit napakarami ng mga criminal individuals ang kusang sumuko sa Duterte administration nung nanunungkulan ang dating Pangulo. Dito rin mga kabombo ay inungkat yung ilan sa mga kwento na nailahad kanina ng panig ng prosekusyon at bahagi po yan ng presentation ng panig naman ng depensa. Gayunman, kung mapapansin po ninyo ay hindi nga
Oras natin mga kabombo, 10 minuto bago mag-alas 8 ng gabi at ayan, pansamantala lang po natin na puputulin mga kabombo yung pakikinig. Kaugnay pa rin dito sa confirmation of charges ng ICC kay dating Pangulong Duterte. Para bigyan muna ng daan ng ilan po sa ating paalala.
Araw-araw tayong nagtatrabaho. Araw-araw tayong nagbabayad ng buwis. Pero bakit parang walang nangyayari? Dahil may nagnanakaw, may kumukurakot, at may umaabuso sa pera ng bayan. Hindi diskarte ang korupsyon, hindi ito palakasan, isa itong krimen. Kapag may suhol, may magnanakaw. Kapag tahimik ka, may tutulungan kang kurakot. Sa mga opisyal ng gobyerno, maglingkod kayo, hindi magnakaw. Sa mamamayan, tumanggi sa suhol, magsumbong, manindigan. Ikulong na yan, mga kurakot. Panagutin na ang nagnakaw, tama na ang impunidad.
Mukha ka na bang walis tambo pag umaga? Ang kukumubay parang panghukay na ng kamote. Huwag mag-alala, may solusyon dyan. Ang Beauty Salon. Ang Beauty
at yan umano ay naniniwala sila na mahihirapan yung panig ng prosekusyon tungkol doon sa mga inaakusa o yung mga paratang laban sa dating presidente. So titignan natin mga kabombo kung paano magiging development dito ho sa kasong nito ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Later, of course, may mga makakausap din ho tayo hinggil naman sa iba pang mga usapin na nakapaloob pa rin sa bagay na ito. Mga kabombo, ang diferensya ho ng oras sa pagitan ng Pilipinas at ng Dahig ay 7 oras. Kaya ho ngayon ay tanghali na ho doon, habang dito naman sa atin ay lumalalim na ho ang gabi, bandang alas 8 na ho ng gabi dito sa Pilipinas, and doon naman ay bandang hapon na. So ituloy natin ang yung proceedings mga kabombo.
The Appeals Chamber has now disqualified Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan from this case, a welcome development as a matter of ethical propriety, but in our opinion, too late in the day to salvage the integrity of the investigation that he had supervised. An investigation in the course of which he concealed his former role as the victim's counsel, who had deemed our client a suspected murderer as far back as 2018 and right up to the very day before this pre-trial chamber issued its arrest warrant. Your Honours, over the next few days, we hope to convince you of the wholly insufficient nature of the evidence against Rodrigo Duterte. We will show you that the paltry number of speeches on which the prosecution rely do not manifest criminal intent. We will also convince you that as hard as they tried, the prosecution's investigators couldn't get even one of its criminal cooperating witnesses, whose reliability is next to zero, to admit that they heard the former president, Rodrigo Duterte, give an order to kill at any time relevant to the charges or with respect to any of the incidents. And we hope that when you conclude your deliberations, Your Honours, that you will dismiss these grievously misplaced and politically motivated charges. We will ask you to send Rodrigo Duterte back to his family, and we will ask you to give back to the Filipino people their tatay digong. Thank you, Your Honours.
The presiding judge. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. We shall now suspend. This is the end of initial statements, and this is the end of this morning's hearings. We will take a 90-minute break and resume at 2 in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Ayan mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, yung bahagi po na yan ng pre-trial process, pero ito ay confirmation of charges pa lamang, ay pansamantalahong itinigil muna mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Magkakaroon na naman ng panibagong mahabang break para ho sa bago umusad itong proceedings dyan ho sa International Criminal Court. At mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, tayo'y patuloy na antabay dito sa mga development hinggil ho dyan sa The Hague, kaugnay pa rin ng mga proseso. Medyo kakaiba yung mga proseso kumpara dito sa Korte sa Pilipinas. Kaya naman mga kabombo, ay mainam na atin ho itong natutugay-gayan sa pamamagitan ng aktwal na mga kaganapan dyan ho sa The Hague upang may paghambing natin dito sa mga proseso ng Korte sa Pilipinas upang tayo man ay magkaroon din ho ng kabatiran sa mga takbo ng mga kalintulad ho na sitwasyon dyan sa confirmation of charges hearing, and then later on ay magpapasya po sila kung tutuloy yung kaso ng reklamo laban dito kay former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, tutok lamang yung atin hong mga himpilan, manatili hong nakantabay sa mga development pa, at mag-unload muna tayo ng atin pong mga paalala, mga patalastas at mga pasabi mula ho sa ating mga sponsors, at tayo'y magtutuloy-tuloy ng mga update hanggang mamaya mga kabombo sa atin pong pagtutok pa rin dito sa kasong nito ng former president para sa mga karagdagan pang updates. At yan muna mga kaganapan nating tinugay-gayan mula rito sa Bombo News Center, Makati. This is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 and most trusted source of news and information. Basta Radio, Bombo!
Ano nga ba ang hugot lines? Ito ay salitang nabuo sa pamamagitan ng emosyon na kadalasan ginagamit upang pahagingan ng isang tao sa iyong nararamdaman. Kadalasan, ito ay sentimental at nanggagaling sa kaibuturan ng puso ng taong gumawa o nagsabi ng hugot lines. Ang hugot lines ay modernong tayutay, naglalarawan ng mga karanasan sa romansa o pag-ibig na karaniwang gumagamit ng balbal na wika. Ang mga ito ay naglalaman ng mga emosyonal na paghahambing at retorika. Kadalasan, may temang tao, bagay o pangyayari. Ilan sa mga halimbawa ng hugot lines ay ang mga pahayag na naglalarawan ng mga damdamin ng pag-ibig at pananabik. Kaya na lamang ng, charger ka ba? Kasi wala akong alam na mapagkukunan ng lakas, kundi ikaw. O kaya sabi nga nila, ang puso ay parang paminta. Buo talaga, pilit lang na tinuturog ng iba. O kaya naman, kung ang Tagalog ng ink ay tinta, kailan mo naman ako ipapakilala kay tita? Kaukulang importansya na dapat laging tandaan ng ating mga lalamove drivers, tag-init man o maski sa tag-ulan. Baterya. Para masiguro na tuloy-tuloy ang ating biyahe at hindi tayo magkakaaberya sa daan, siguraduhin may sapat na tubig ang baterya ng iyong sasakyan. Ilaw. Tirik man ang araw ngayong tag-init, mahalaga pa rin na i-check ang ilaw ng ating mga sasakyan at siguruhin ang iyong signal lights Brake lights, headlights ay gumagana dahil ito ay may dagdag na visibility sa daan, maliwanag man or gabi. Oil, mahalaga rin na siguruhing may sapat na langis ang ating mga sasakyan dahil may hahalin tulad ito sa dumadaloy sa ating katawan. Water o tubig, bukod sa langis, mahalaga rin na laging magbaon ng tubig, hindi lamang para maiwasang pag-overheat ng ating mga sasakyan, kundi para rin maiwasan natin ang heat stroke. Brake, mahalaga rin na i-check ang ating mga preno at siguruhing makapal pa ito upang masiguro na ito ay kakagat at maiwasan ang aksidente. Hangin, isa rin sa dapat hindi makalimutan i-check bago bumiyahe ay ang hangin ng ating mga gulong. Gas, tulad ng langis sa sasakyan, ang gasolina ay energy source ng katawan. Siguruhing sapat ang gasolina para sa biyahe. Tires, siguruhing tama ang PSI at tignan ang gulong para maiwasan ng aberya, lalo na sa truck drivers. Self, higit sa lahat, dapat mong siguruhing nasa kondisyon ang iyong pisikal na pangangatawan, emosyonal at pag-iisip bukod sa kondisyon ng iyong sasakyan. Safe travels mga kabombo!
Sa bawat biyahe may kakibat na panganib, lalo na kapag gabi, maulan o mahina ang ilaw sa kalsada. Isang iglap lang, maaring buhay ang kapalit. Kaya't paalala sa lahat ng motorista at rider, magsuot ng reflectorized vest. Ang reflectorized vest ay hindi lang simpleng kasuotan. Ito ay proteksyon, ito ay babala, at higit sa lahat, ito ay nagliligtas ng buhay. Sa dilim ng gabi, sa maulap na panahon o sa gitna ng trapiko, nakikita ka agad ng mga motorista kapag ikaw ay may suot na reflectorized vest. Mas nakikita, mas ligtas, mas iwas aksidente. Tandaan, walang mawawala kung magsusuot ng reflectorized vest, pero maraming mawawala kung hindi. Para sa sarili, para sa pamilya, para sa ligtas na kalsada, para sa lahat. Magsuot ng reflectorized vest. Kaligtasan mo, responsibilidad mo.
Ang paglalakad ay hindi lang nagbibigay ng mga benepisyo sa pisikal na katawan, kundi pati na rin sa ating mental health. Ito ang pinakasikat at pinakasimpleng uri ng ehersisyo na maaari nating gawin. Madali itong isagawa at hindi natin kailangang gumastos ng malaking halaga para rito. Hindi rin kailangan ng espesyal na kasanayan. Kahit saan at kahit kailan natin gustuhin, maaari tayong maglakad. Nilalabanan nito ang epekto ng mga genes ng obesity. Natuklasan na ang mga kababaihang naglalakad ng 7 o higit pang oras sa isang linggo ay may 14% na mas mababang risk ng breast cancer kumpara sa mga kababaihang naglalakad ng 3 oras o mas mababa pa kada linggo.
Ang body odor ay tinatawag na amoy ng katawan, pero mas karaniwan itong tinutukoy bilang putok, lalo na ang hindi ka nais-nais na amoy mula sa kilikili o singit na dulot ng paghalo ng pawis at bakterya sa balat. Para maiwasan o maibsan, maligo araw-araw. Gumamit ng antibacterial soap lalo na sa kilikili at singit. Gumamit ng deodorant o tawas para pigilan ang pagdami ng bakterya at pawis. Magsuot ng maluwag na damit, cotton o linen na tela para madaling matuyo ang pawis. Magpalit ng damit, huwag patuyuin ang damit na basa sa pawis. Uminom ng tubig para luminis ang katawan. Iwasan ang stress, mag-relax para hindi masyadong pawisan at magpakonsulta sa doktor. Kung hindi nawawala, baka may underlying.
Oras natin mga kabombo ay 2 minuto makalipas po ang alas 8 ng gabi ang po ating Philippine Standard Time at welcome po mga kabombo sa ating programa ngayong gabi sa ating programang Zona Libre. At magkakasama tayo mga kabombo hanggang mamayang alas 9 po ng gabi. Samantala sa ating nga pong pagpapatuloy kanina na tutukan ninyo mga kabombo na itong ating pong pagbibigay ng mga impormasyon kaugnay nga sa confirmation of charges laban kay former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa International Criminal Court o ICC na nagsimula kaninang mag-alas 5 po ng hapon at sa kasalukuyan nagkaroon po ng 90 minutes na break mga kabombo ang ginagawa pong confirmation of charges, pero later on magre-resume naman ng hapon na dun sa Netherlands at maring alas 9 naman or 9 onwards sa atin dito po sa Pilipinas. At tinutukan nga mga kabombo ng mga biktima, taga-suporta at of course ang mga kababayan nating Pilipino itong confirmation of charges kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Bagamat, ayun nga, bigo naman itong sa ngayon humarap sa naturang confirmation of charges matapos nga kamakailan na aprubahan mga kabombo or i-grant ng International Criminal Court o ICC yung request ng kampo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na ito ay hindi hindi haharap mga kabombo sa confirmation of charges itong araw. At present naman doon yung kanya pong mga abogado, lalo na itong kanyang lead counsel mga kabombo na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. And of course, mga kabombo, dahil simula kanina ay tumagal din ng mahigit 3 oras na itong naging confirmation of charges starting kanina before mag-alas 5 ng hapon oras sa atin dito sa Pilipinas. Nagtuloy-tuloy ito, may konting break din kanina na more than 30 minutes. Sa pares pa rin, pagbabasa po ng confirmation of charges kung saan, yun nga mga kabombo, yung pagbibigay na ng impormasyon or detalye mga kabombo sa mga kaso na kinakarap po ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dyan po sa International Criminal Court o sa ICC. At maraming nag-aabang of course na si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ay makita sa nasabi pong confirmation of charges, ngunit ayun nga mga kabombo, ito naman ay wala or dahil nga sa inalaw ng ICC na pwede itong hindi humarap, kaya naman ayun, mga kabombo, hindi natin nakita si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang confirmation of charges. At mga kabombo, dakuha natin itong ilan po sa mga bahagi ng confirmation of charges kanina, lalo na itong mga key points sa bahagi po ng prosecution. So kanina, una ay formal lang ipinakilala ng lead counsel ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman ang buong defense team nito sa pagdinig ng International Criminal Court o ICC matapos na kumpirmahin na tama ang listahan ng mga abogado na inihain sa hukuman. So ilan sa mga ipresenta niya ay sina Dr. Dov Jacobs, Miss Havnit Seti, at Maitre Alexandre Desidivi, at Attorney David Roncati. Gayon din si Maitire Sandrina de Sana at Nicholas Rosu at Kaylin Chen. Dumalo rin bilang support attorney ang ilang mga Filipino lawyers na sina Attorney Salvador Midaldea. Kung matatandaan po ninyo, siya yung kasama ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte nung ito ay dalhin sa The Hague, Netherlands, at yung una din na humarap na abogado ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte nung unang appearance nito sa ICC. Nandun din si Martin Delgra, dating Cabinet Secretary Silvestre Bello, Alfredo Lim, Cesar Dulay, at dating advisor to the President na si Salvador Panelo. Kaugnay dyan, mga kabombo, narito pakinggan natin yung unang bahagi ng formal na pagpapakilala ng lead counsel ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ICC.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, Your Honours. Indeed, the list before you is correct. May I introduce my team? To my left, I have Dr. Dov Jacobs. To my right, I have Ms. Havnit Seti. Sitting next to her is Maître Alexandre Desidivi. Behind him, Attorney David Roncati. Sitting next to him, Maître Sandrine de Sena. And our two further lawyers, we have Nicolas Rousseau and also Kaylin Chen. And if Your Honour will permit me, there are also Filipino attorneys who are attending and supporting us today, and I'll briefly mention their names. Maître Salvador Mediadea, who Your Honours are familiar with from the initial appearance. Attorney Martin Delgra, Attorney Silvestre Bello, Attorney Alfredo Lim, Attorney Cesar Dulay, and of course, Attorney Salvador Panelo. Thank you very much.
Merci.
formal ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman dito po sa mga miyembro or nasa listahan po ng hukuman ng ICC sa mga miyembro ng Council ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Samantala, bukod naman doon ay formal din binasa ng prosecutor ng International Criminal Court o ICC itong mga charges laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte kaugnay ng kasong umano'y crimes against humanity na may kinalaman sa kanyang kampanya kontra illegal na droga. So binasa yung mga charges sa pagbubukas ng confirmation of charges hearing nitong araw po ng Lunes, Pebrero 23 sa atin dito sa Pilipinas sa harap ng ICC Pre-Trial Chamber 1 judges. So ayon sa prosecution team mga kabombo kanina na nakasentro yung kaso sa mga alegasyon ng malawakan at sistematiko na pag-atake na iniuugnay sa war on drugs ng administrasyon ni Duterte mula taong 2016 hanggang 2022 or etong kabuang taon ng administrasyon ng dating Pangulo. Kaugnay dyan, narito pakinggan naman natin mga kabombo ang bahagi po sa pahayag kanina ni ICC Deputy Prosecutor Mariane sa ICC.
Prosecution charges Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of murder and attempted murder as a crimes against humanity committed between 2013 and around June 2016 and between around July 2016 and September 2018 in the Republic of the Philippines as follows. Count 1. Murder of 19 victims alleged to be criminals, including 3 children, who were killed in or around Davao City in the Philippines between 2013 and around 2016 by members of the Davao Death Squad, while Mr. Duterte was the mayor of the Davao City pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. Count 2. Murder of 14 victims labeled as high-value targets for their alleged criminality, who were killed in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and July 2017 by a network of perpetrators comprising state actors and others, referred to as the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. And count 3. Murder and attempted murder of 45 victims, comprising 43 murders and 2 attempted murders of persons alleged to be criminals, including 3 children who were targeted in barangay clearance operations in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and September 2018 by members of the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Articles 71A and 25(3)(f in respect of the attempted murder of the Rome Statute. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Duterte is individually criminally responsible for all 3 of the above counts as follows. First, as an indirect co-perpetrator pursuant to Article 25(3)(a) of the Rome Statute. At least between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators shared a common plan to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including individuals perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale, or production, through violent crimes including murder. Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators implemented this common plan through the hierarchically organized structures of the Davao City Police and Davao Death Squad, and then the National Network. Within the framework of the common plan, Mr. Duterte made essential contributions to the crimes in counts 1 to 3 by A. Designing and disseminating the police to neutralize alleged criminals, both in his role as a mayor of the Davao City and also during his presidential campaign and as a president, including by endorsing the anti-illegal drugs campaign Double Barrel. B. Establishing and overseeing the DDS. C. Instructing and authorizing violent acts, including murder, to be committed against alleged criminals, including alleged drug dealers and users. D. Providing personnel and other necessary logistic resources such as weapons, including those to be used in the execution of the crimes. E. Appointing key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. F. Offering financial incentives and promotions to police officers and hitmen to kill alleged criminals. G. Creating and maintaining a system in which perpetrators knew they would be protected, including through promises of immunity and shielding perpetrators from investigation and prosecutions. H. Making public statements authorizing, condoning, and encouraging killings of alleged criminals, both as a mayor of the Davao City and as a president of the Philippines. I. Authorizing state actors to take part in the anti-drugs campaign and temporarily revoking such authorization, including to placate public outcry. J. Publicly naming individuals and holding up charts from lists of alleged criminals, including so-called high-value targets, some of whom were subsequently killed. Second, in the alternative, Mr. Duterte is charged with ordering and/or inducing the charged crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(b) of the Rome Statute, and/or aiding and abetting these crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(c) of the Rome Statute.
Yan mga kabombo, ang bahagi po sa pagbabasa ng confirmation of charges laban nga kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Bago naman po kanina, ipinasa po yung karagdagan po sa mga detalye nitong charges kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa prosecution naman ng International Criminal Court o ng ICC. At ito mga kabombo, yung timeline or magkakasunod-sunod ng proseso naman kanina. So, iginiit ng International Criminal Court nga, partikular si ICC Deputy Prosecutor Mariane na dapat managot si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte upang makamit ang hustisya para sa mga biktima ng war on drugs sa Pilipinas. At dinagdag nga niya na ang naturang korte, partikular po ang International Criminal Court, ay makakapag-reunite nga raw po sa mga biktima at sa kanilang mga namayapang mahal sa buhay na nasawi dahil po dito sa madugong war on drugs ng dating administrasyon ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Ngunit, aniya, itong makakapaglabas naman ng katotohanan sa kung ano talaga yung nangyari at kung paano naman nawala or nagkaroon ng kawalan ng hustisya sa Pilipinas at kinailangang dalhin sa International Court ang kaso ng mga war on drug victims hanggang sa tuluyan ngang mapanagot ang dating Pangulo. Narito naman mga kabombo yung dagdag pa na pahayag ni ICC Deputy Prosecutor Mariane.
Madam President, Your Honor, while this court cannot reunite victim with their loved one, it can help reveal the truth about what happened to them and bring a sense of justice to the victim. The charge before you today are serious, and the evidence submitted require their confirmation. And Mr. Duterte must be held to account, and this case should be confirmed for trial. I thank you very much.
Yan mga kabombo, yung bahagi nga sa pahayag po ni Mariane ng ICC Deputy Prosecutor sa pagbabasa nga ng confirmation or
unang bahagi ng confirmation of charges. So, included din doon, mga kabombo, yun yung mahabang parte kanina nung pagbabasa ng confirmation of charges. Pero of course, sa haba nun, mga kabombo, nandun na lahat naka-indicate yung mga evidences and even, mga kabombo, include din po doon yung first count ng, eto, isang bahagi lang. Tatlong mga bata or 3 children murdered sa Davao City by Davao Death Squad. Binanggit yon sa confirmation of charges kanina. At pangatlo naman yung tatlong count ng murder including tatlong children or bata rin sa drug clearing operations naman under Duterte administration. Kasi kung matatandaan po ninyo, last time, di ba, binanggit po ng ilan sa mga council ng war on drug victims na limited lang kasi yung mga pwede po banggitin sa confirmation of charges ng mga biktima. Of course, sa dami nun, sa libo-libo mga kabombo na naging biktima ng war on drugs at sa ilalim din ng extrajudicial killings ng administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, ay hindi yun pwedeng isa-isahin lahat. Kaya dapat na mamili, mga kabombo, ang prosecution kung ilan, specifically sino-sino, kasi may mga specification, mga kabombo, yung mga witnesses and even yung mga victims. Merong mga tinatawag pong inside witnesses, pattern the witness, at ganun din sa mga victims. Yun yung binanggit kamakailan po ng prosecution or ito pong mga legal counsel for the victim. So ito, isang example lang yan dun sa specific, mga kabombo, na victims at yung date at specifically, mga kabombo, yung dapat namang charges na ihain po doon, which is murder. At yun naman yung mga kasaling mga bata na namatay under Duterte administration na war on drugs implementation. Yung binanggit kanina sa unang bahagi nga ng confirmation of charges. Pero isa pa, mga kabombo, isa sa mga telling na binanggit din kanina sa confirmation of charges, lalo na dun sa opening statement ng ICC Deputy Prosecutor na si Niang, isa sa mga important na points doon, mga kabombo, yung kanyang statement na one, na kung ang Duterte killings nga raw po ay hindi mako-convict si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, isa doon na magiging resulta, maaring pa rin matuloy, mga kabombo, yung killings, maaring ma-intensify pa rin sa Pilipinas, lalo sa kapangyarihan na meron pa rin yung mga Duterte dito sa Pilipinas. At kabilang din dito, mga kabombo, yung pag-uutos sa mga kapulisan to restrain yung killings, ay kaya pa rin nila itong gawin. At yung pagpapublish din, mga kabombo, ng report ng gobyerno noong taong 2017 na kung saan tila may bragging pa doon na nakapagpatay po ng 20,000 plus na mga individual, kasali din yon, mga kabombo, sa mga binasa kanina sa confirmation of charges. At samantala, mga kabombo, sa dagdag pang bahagi nga nung confirmation of charges, binigyang diin naman, eto support naman po ito ng prosecution or yung mga counsel to the victims. Binigyang diin ni Attorney Joel Butuyan, isa sa mga common legal representative ng mga war on drug victims, na marami pa rin umano ang natatakot na ilahad ang kanilang kwento tungkol sa naging bangungot ng kanilang buhay dahil sa umano'y krimen sa ilalim po ng administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Aniya, patuloy na natatakot ang mga biktima ng war on drugs kahit na ilang taon na yung nakakalipas, at na baka sila pa rin nga raw yung maging target ng karahasan dahil sa kanilang mga testimonya. Narito naman, pakinggan natin, mga kabombo, yung pahayag kanina ni Attorney Joel Butuyan.
As shown by the number of victims participating in this proceeding so far, many still fear to come out and tell their stories of how their lives became a living hell as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, and because they are constantly terrified of being targeted with violence by Duterte fanatics.
Pahayag nga ni Attorney Joel Butuyan ng sa International Criminal Court o ICC pa rin yan. Ay isa nga si Attorney Butuyan, mga kabombo, sa lawyer ng mga drug war victims, at mahabang bahagi din yon. Pero isa sa mga telling din dun sa binanggit nga ni Attorney Butuyan, mga kabombo, na aniya, eto po nga sa ngayon, isa sa mga tinuturing nilang big step itong confirmation of charges dahil dito talaga mailalahad kung gaano naging katindi yung war on drugs ng dating administrasyon ng dating Pangulo at kung gaano karaming mga naging biktima nito sa ating bansa. At ayon pa kay Attorney Joel Butuyan, mailalahad ito hindi lang sa Filipino audiences kundi sa buong mundo. At sa binanggit pa nga mga kabombo ni Attorney Joel Butuyan or kumbaga parang nirecount niya kung paano naman yung pag-aanunsyo ng mga lawyers sa mga drug war victims na sila naman ay naharas at they were treated mga kabombo as fugitives habang sila naman ay nasa The Hague, Netherlands. At merong term na ginamit si Attorney Joel Butuyan na aniya itong mga nangharas sa kanila and nag-treat sa kanila as fugitives ay mga tinawag naman niyang mga mini Dutertes at mga Duterte clones. Ibig sabihin, in short, or sa mas madaling salita, mga taga-suporta at ganoon na rin mga kalyado ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Oras natin 24 na minuto makalipas ang alas 8 ng gabi yung ating Philippine Standard Time. Samantala, sa opening statement naman ng kampo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, particular sa kanya pong lead counsel si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman, binahagi nito na sinabi nito na malaki ang pagkakaiba ni dating Pangulong Duterte at ang kanyang kahalili sa Malacanang dahil para kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ayon kay Kaufman, ang salita ay may paninindigan at alam ito ng mga Pilipino. Subalit para kay binanggit niya si President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. na kasalukuyang Pangulo ng ating bansa, ang kanya naman aniyang salita ay tila tinatangay lamang ng hangin at aniyang hindi malilimutan nga ito ng taong bayan. So ito kaugnay sa tila hinayaan ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. na dakipin ng Interpol si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte upang dalhin sa The Hague, Netherlands, which is yun, di ba, yung mga alegasyon na kinidnap si dating Paulo Duterte, di dumaan sa mga local courts sa atin sa Pilipinas bago naman po ito ipasakamay sa International Criminal Court noong March ng nakaraang taon. So magwa 1 year na rin mga kabombo na simula ng dalhin sa The Hague, Netherlands sa ICC dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Narito pa, pakinggan natin mga kabombo yung naging pahayag pa ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman.
Rodrigo Duterte was and will always remain a unique phenomenon. His style of statesmanship was novel and unpalatable to many. His expletives and hyperbole grated, while his honesty and wild popularity irritated. He spoke openly, from the heart, sincerely and truthfully. And what a contrast between him and his successor in the Malacanang. For President Rudy, his word was his word, and the people knew it. For President Bong Bong, his word is for the wind, and the people will not forget it. Let me remind everyone of the letter which President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed, it's on the screen, and in which he gave a cast-iron undertaking that his government, and I quote, will not assist the ICC in any way, shape or form. Well, as we know, he failed to keep that promise. Rodrigo Duterte was unconstitutionally hijacked and unceremoniously hauled off to The Hague.
Mga kabombo, yung naging pahayag po ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman, lead counsel ni former President Rodrigo Duterte at showing yung mga statements nga ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas si President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. on how he failed nga raw po na maprotektahan si dating Pangulo Rodrigo Duterte at hindi isuko sa International Criminal Court o sa ICC. And speaking of Attorney Nicholas Kaufman, mga kabomba, may binanggit din siya doon in their defense sa pagiging hindi lang pagiging presidente, kundi pati nung nag-mayor nga ang dating Pangulo, si former President Rodrigo Duterte sa Davao City. Kasi sa confirmation of charges kanina, may mga na-mention din doon mga kabombo, no? Hindi lang yung mga war on drug cases noong presidente ang dating Pangulo, pati rin yung kanya pong mga mga evidences ng pagpatay sa Davao City nung siya ay mayor, kasali din doon. Kaya may na-mention doon si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman na ang Davao City nga raw po yung one of the safest cities, not just in the Philippines but in the entire world. Ito naman yung binanggit mga kabombo ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman in their defense sa pagpapatupad ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa war on drugs sa Pilipinas. So ilan lang yan mga kabomba, no, sa mahalagang bahagi ng confirmation of charges sa unang araw nito. Ayan, kasi kanina natunghayan nga natin opening of hearing, pagbabasa po ng mga charges, sunod naman prosecution opening statements, common legal representative ng mga victims, at defense opening statements at prosecution submission sa merit. So ngayon naka 90 minutes break mga kabombo muna ang ICC, pero later on magre-resume sila. Pero yun yung schedule ngayong February 23, 2026. Pero magtatagal kasi ito hanggang February 27. So sa February 24 bukas mga kabombo, no, ito naman ang isasagawa yung prosecution submission on the merits at CLRV submission on the merits. Yan po yung matutunghayan bukas. Pero same time pa rin sa atin dito sa Pilipinas, mag-aalas 5 ng hapon onwards. Sa February 26 naman, araw po ng Huwebes, mga kabombo, ito naman yung defense submission on the merits. At sa February 27, araw po ng Biyernes, isasagawa naman yung defense submission on the merits, prosecution closing statements, CLRV closing statements, defense closing statements at hearing sa review naman ng detention ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. So yan yung timeline at kung ano-ano po yung mga mangyayari at abangan sa mga susunod na araw up until February 27 sa confirmation of charges nga ng kasong crimes against humanity kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ICC. And of course, tanong syempre ng mga kababayan natin, ano ba yung posibleng mangyari after po ng confirmation hearing ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ICC. So merong tatlo yan mga kabombo. Una, yun nga, makumpirmang may sapat na ebidensya para litisin si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. So ibig sabihin yung nangyayari kanina or natunghayan natin mga kabombo, hindi pa po yung paglilitis or yung katumbas sa atin sa Pilipinas kapag may mga hearing, yung sinasagawa pong paglilitis sa atin sa Pilipinas, hindi pa yon. Kumbaga parang kukumpirmahin pa lang yung nilalaman ng crimes against humanity na charge kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Pangalawa naman ay pwedeng maging or mangyari din after ng confirmation of charges yung pagpapahinto ng legal proceedings kung makikita na wala namang sapat na ebidensya laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Or pwede rin na pansamantalang matigil yung pagdinig upang maghanap ng karagdagang ebidensya ang prosecution o magsagawa ng dagdag na investigasyon para naman mabago ang asunto. So after noon, merong 60 days yung hukom mga kabombo or ICC para magdesisyon. Sakaling hindi makumpirma ang kaso ay maaari pa rin na humiling ang prosecution ng panibagong pagdinig. Depende yan sa makakalap na dagdag na mga ebidensya. Oras sa atin mga kabombo, meron po tayong 31 minuto makalipas ang alas 8 ng gabi. Samantala, mamaya sa ating pong pagpapatuloy, dako po tayo sa iba pa po nating mga balita at dakuan din natin mamaya mga kabombo itong ulat po ng ating mga kasamahan mula po sa labas ng ating himpilan, makalipas muna ang ilang paalala.
Ang alopecia ay isang kondisyon na nailalarawan sa pagkawala ng buhok o pagkakalbo na maaring makaapekto hindi lamang sa buhok sa anit, kundi pati na rin sa ibang bahagi ng katawan. Maaring sanhi ito ng genetics, hormonal imbalance, stress, at kakulangan sa tamang nutrisyon. Ang alopecia ay maaaring pansamantala o permanente, depende sa uri ng kalubhaan ng kondisyon. Ano nga ba ang mga sintomas ng alopecia? Pagnipis ng buhok sa anit. Ang alopecia ay madalas nagsisimula sa unti-unting pagnipis, kung saan ang buhok sa anit ay nagiging kapansin-pansing mas manipis sa paglipas ng panahon. Mga nakakalbong bahagi sa anit. Maaring lumitaw ang maliliit at bilugang mga kalbong bahagi sa anit na madalas kahawig ng laki ng bariya. Ang mga ito ay maaring lumaki o dumami.
Mga kabombo, naghahanap ka ba ng effective tips para pumayat? Una, kumain ng masustansyang pagkain. Ang pagkakaroon ng balancing diet ay mahalaga para sa kalusugan at pagpapanatili ng tamang timbang. Iwasan ang mga processed food at junk food na puno ng asukal, asin at unhealthy fats para mawala ang bilbil sa tiyan. Mag-focus din sa mga pagkaing masusustansya tulad na lamang ng prutas na may natural na asukal, bitamina at fiber para sa digestion at energy. Pangalawa, ang gulay, mayaman sa nutrients at antioxidants para naman sa kalusugan at immunity. Pangatlo, protein-rich foods, tumutulong yan sa muscle repair at nagbibigay ng matagal na busog para maiwasan ang pagkakaroon ng overeating.
Kaukulang importansya na dapat laging tandaan ng ating mga lalamove drivers, tag-init man o maski sa tag-ulan. Baterya. Para masiguro na tuloy-tuloy ang ating biyahe at hindi tayo magkakaaberya sa daan, siguraduhin may sapat na tubig ang baterya ng iyong sasakyan. Ilaw. Tirik man ang araw ngayong tag-init, mahalaga pa rin na i-check ang ilaw ng ating mga sasakyan at siguruhin ang iyong signal lights, brake lights, headlights ay gumagana dahil ito ay may dagdag na visibility sa daan, maliwanag man or gabi. Oil. Mahalaga rin na siguruhin may sapat na langis ang ating mga sasakyan dahil may hahalin tulad ito sa dumadaloy sa ating katawan. Water o tubig. Bukod sa langis, mahalaga rin na laging magbaon ng tubig. Hindi lamang para maiwasan pag-overheat ng ating mga sasakyan, kundi para rin na maiwasan natin ang heat stroke. Brake. Mahalaga rin na i-check ang ating mga preno at siguruhin makapal pa ito upang masiguro na ito ay kakagat at maiwasan ang aksidente. Hangin. Isa rin sa dapat hindi makalimutan i-check bago bumiyahe ay ang hangin ng ating
Ating mga kabombo, 35 minuto makalipas ang alas 8 ng gabi. Samantala, sa ating pagpapatuloy, dako naman tayo sa ating na ulat na ating makasaman mula po sa labas sa ating pilan mula kay Bombo ni Risa Ventura. Kaunay dito sa isang construction worker sa San Carlos City na halos maputulan ng daliri matapos na iharang ang kanyang kamay ng tangkain. Siyang tagain ng kanyang bayaw. Alamin natin ang kompletong detalye nito. Bombo Neri, please come in.
Halos maputol na ang daliri ng isang 33 anyos na lalaki sa Barangay Kabataan, Siyudad ng San Carlos matapos mauwi sa Caracasán ang matagal umano nga hindi pagkakaunawaan ng magbayaw. Kinilala ang biktima na isang construction worker habang ang suspect naman ay 36 anyos na construction worker din at residente ng nasabing lugar. Ayon kay Police Captain Aldrin Tamayo, Deputy Chief of Police ng San Carlos City Police Station, batay sa paunang investigasyon, nagtungo umano ang biktima sa bahay ng suspect habang nakainom at hinamon ito ng suntukan. Nagkaroon ng mainitang pagtatalo ang dalawa hanggang sa tuluyang lumala ang sitwasyon. Sa gitna ng kaguluhan, kumuha ng mahabang itak ang suspect at hinabol ang biktima. Tinangka umanong tagain ng suspect sa ulo ang biktima, ngunit naiharang nito ang kanyang kaliwang kamay upang depensahan ang sarili. Dahil dito anya ay nagtamo ang biktima ng malalim na hiwas sa kaliwang palad at halos maputol ang isa nitong daliri. Naisampa na ang kasong frustrated homicide laban sa suspect. Ayon pa kay Tamayo, wala namang ibang nadamay sa insidente.
Ito ay nangyari sa Barangay Kabataan sa Siyudad ng San Carlos. Ito ay nangyari mga alas 7 po ng gabi. Background doon sa sa insidente, itong suspect at saka itong biktima ay magbayaw. Meron silang hindi pagkakaunawaan na matagal na. Mga congrats sila kinikimkim at sa habang ito ang biktima ay nag-inom siya tapos pumunta doon sa bahay ng suspect. Nagkaroon sila ng away, nagkakasagutan hanggang sa hindi na nakatigis itong suspect natin, kuha ng itak yung biktima natin. Doon sa paghataw niya ng itak, buti na lang ito ay nasangga ng kanyang kamay. Doon sana siya matatamaan sa ulo. Nasangga niya and nagkaroon po ng injury biktima natin. Halos maputol po yung daliri ng biktima natin. Yes ma'am, pinail po namin na kaso doon, kinanda namin na kaso. Suspect natin ito ay frustrated homicide po. Dahil po doon sa elements na yun, doon piniprepare po natin na kaso doon. Ang suspect natin ma'am ay nahuli po dahil sa pag-responde ng mga kapulisan natin. Naipay na. Kasi bumubulong na po yung kaso suspect. Biktima naman ay nasa kanilang bahay na and kasalukuyang nagpapagaling po sa kanila. Base po doon sa investigasyon na ginawa po natin ay wala namang ibang nadamay. Parang samurai, mahaba kita. Parang samurai na hindi masyadong matulis pero mahaba po siya na kita. Tayo po ay nanawagan dito sa mga kababayan natin, lalo na yung sa mga kamag-anak natin. Sakaling meron tayong hindi pagkakaintindihan, sakaling meron tayong alitan, maringing ayusin na lang po natin ito. Pwede tayong humingi ng tulong sa barangay officials o sa PNP para maayos po, para hindi na po makahantong sa ganitong sakitan na nangyari po at maswerte na lang po at hindi po namatay yung biktima natin.
Samantala, sinabi ni Barangay Captain Edelberto Rodel Pamintuan ng Barangay Kabataan na paiigtingin nila ang pagbabantay lalo na sa mga lugar na may nagiinuman upang maiwasan ang kahalintulad na insidente. Inatasan na rin ng mga barangay tanod na maging alerto at magtalaga ng mas maayos na pagbabantay sa iba't ibang bahagi ng barangay upang mas mabilis na maraspondehan ang anumang gulo. Inayos na rin ng mga CCTV camera sa lugar at nakipag-ugnayan na ang pamunuan ng barangay sa pulisya para sa mas mahigpit na koordinasyon.
Lugar na nagiinuman, gano'n. Medyo i-monitor kasi dyan nagsisimula po yung ganong aksidente pag nangyari. Kasi madalang po lang po nangyari yan kasi mga trouble na ganyan. Madalang po mangyari yan. Naman po siya, hindi naman siya madalas pa. Sa isang taon, ngayon lang ata nagkaroon ng ganyan. Kadalasan sa tokal lang. Ayun po, sinairga ko yung tiptanod natin, yung mga naka-duty, ay maging alerto. Doon kami magbibis yung mga tanod natin na 24 hours sila. Mabilis ang tawag. Pag may gulo sa barangay, takbo sila sa barangay, nandun na yung mga naka-duty tanod. I-implement ko yun, inaayos ko lang. Basta nakompleto na po namin yung basta doon lang, pag nag-duty ng gabi, doon lang sila. Project namin CCTV naayos na, doon lang sila, mag-monitor sila sa araw-araw. Magabi, hapon, pumunta ako sa police station. Tapos sabi ko gusto ko ayusin ko na lang yun sa barangay. Mag-uusap sila sa barangay. Willing naman yung nasugatan na magpagayo.
Ayon sa barangay, handa naman umano ang magkabilang panig na mag-usap upang maayos ang kanilang alitan. Para sa programang Zona Libre, Patrol numero 3, Bombo Nerissa Ventura nag-uulat. This is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 and most trusted source of news and information. Basta Radyo, Bombo! Para sa atin mga kabombo, meron po tayong 20 minuto bago po mag-alas 9 ng gabi. At maraming salamat sa hatid ulat ng ating kasama na si Bombo Nerissa mula naman sa lungsod ng San Carlos. Samantala, sa atin namang pagpapatuloy mga kabombo, ito sensitibo usapin, kaugnay po may kaugnayan sa pananakit at bullying. Matapos po na kamakailan may napaulat na nangyaring bullying sa isang eskwelahan, partikular sa Kinarayan Elementary School sa Narvacan, Ilocos Sur, na kung saan makikita mga kabombo doon po sa naturang video, nakuha din mismo ng mga nasa estudyante na nasa loob ng classroom ang pananakit sa isang estudyante o mag-aaral sa naturang eskwelahan. At nangyari nga ito mga kabombo sa naturang elementary school kung saan unang natukoy na ang mga estudyante na nasa naturang video ay mga grade 5 students. At ito naman, kamakailan ay kinondenan ng mga netizens ang kumalat naman ito na sabi po nga video ng pambubuli sa naturang estudyante. At hindi lang siya basta bullying. Ang alarming dito mga kabombo, mamaya play po natin dahil hindi lang basta binuli through sa mga masasakit na salita, kundi tinadyakan, sinuntok yung naturang estudyante sa iba't ibang bahagi ng kanyang katawan. At nangyari nga ito, yun yung nakakalungkot kasi it happened sa loob naman mismo ng naturang classroom kung saan po pare-parehas na pumapasok itong mga naturang estudyante. Kaugnay dyan, dakwa natin mga kabombo, itong nasabi pong video ng bullying sa loob po mismo ng paaralan dyan po sa Narvacan, Ilocos Sur. Yan mga kabombo, ayan, balikan po natin. Diba? Na hindi po natin kakilala, hindi po natin kaano-ano or kamag-anak yung naturang estudyante. Yung kanyang pinagdaanan po dun sa video mga kabombo ay parang sobrang bigat. Actually, merong isang panayam din from media sa Ilocos mga kabombo dun sa magulang or nanay mismo ng estudyante at mangyak-yak nga ito. Of course, kahit sino naman sigurong magulang, lalo kung ikaw ay hindi mo halos pagbuhatan ng kamay or kahit nahayaan man lang na masaktan ng ibang tao, di ba, yung iyong anak. And then mapapanood mo sa video na gano'n na lang siya pagtatadyakan sa iba't ibang bahagi ng kanyang katawan, sinuntok pa ito sa ulo at pinagbabato ng bag. After nito mga kabombo, pinang-CT scan yung estudyante at tinaantay naman yung resulta nung nasabi pong test. Ngunit desidido naman yung mga magulang po na nasabing estudyante na panagutin yung nasabi pong mga estudyante. At ganoon na rin yung pamunuan ng eskwelahan kung nagkaroon man talaga ng kapabayaan nung nangyari po itong insidente ng bullying. Narito mga kabombo. Yan mga kabombo, yung bahagi po nung nasabi pong video na kumalat kamakailan sa social media nung mismong pananakit nung mga kapwa niya mga estudyante din or mag-aaral na nasa iisang classroom, di ba? Nakakapanindig balahibo, di ba, na makita po nga nangyari ito sa loob ng eskwelahan sa mismong kamag-aral po nila. Bagamat naglabas na ng pahayag po ang Department of Education or DepEd Schools Division ng Ilocos Sur na siyang nakakasako po dito sa naturang elementary school na ito, doon nga sa naganap na insidente ng bullying sa isa sa mga paaralan sa ilalim ng kanilang jurisdiksyon matapos itong kumalat at mag-viral nga sa social media. So ayon sa opisyal na pahayag po ng DepEd Ilocos Sur na ang naturang insidente ay naganap nga oras ng lunch break ng mga estudyante. So binigyang diin ng DepEd Ilocos Sur na ang anumang anyo ng bullying, physical man yan, verbal, psychological, or online ay hindi nga raw po katanggap-tanggap at hindi kukonsintihin sa loob ng mga paaralan. Pero yun yung nangyari, di ba, sa loob ng eskwelahan. At inimbestigahan nga kung that time ba, nasan ba yung teacher nung advisory class na ito at tila hindi natunghayan or ganun ba katagal na bumalik ito sa classroom at ganun din katagal kasi, di ba, na pinagbubugbog at sinaktan yung naturang estudyante. Pero sa ngayon, iniimbestigahan pa po yun kung nasan ba yung kanilang teacher sa naturang advisory class nung mangyari naman yung insidente ng bullying. So agad naman na nagtalaga ang SDO Ilocos Sur ng 2 guidance counselor upang umalalay sa mga batang sangkot sa insidente. Kasabay nito ang isang legal officer din ang inatasan upang magsagawa ng paunang investigasyon. So alinsunod sa DepEd Child Protection Policy, sinimulan na ng Learner Protection Team
Ang mga kinakailangan na hakbang upang matiyak ang pananagutan ng mga may sala habang pinapanatili ang kanilang karapatan sa due process. Tiniyak din ng kagawaran na makakatanggap ng agarang suporta at counseling ang mga biktima. Maging ang buong klase naman na apektado sa pangyayari sa pakikipagtulungan ng Department of Social Welfare and Development or DSWD. Kasi kailangan pa rin talaga yon, mga kabomba, no, yung counseling dun sa mga estudyante, lalo at pare-parehas silang minors. So nakikipag-ugnayan na rin ang Philippine National Police or PNP at ang Municipal Social Welfare and Development or MSWD sa isinasagawang malalimang investigasyon. At gate naman ng Schools Division Office ng Ilocos Sur na nananatiling matatag ang kanilang responsibilidad na itaguyod yung karapatan, dignidad at kaligtasan ng bawat estudyante na ipinagkakatiwala sa kanilang pangangalaga. Sa kasalukuyan, patuloy pa nga na ang pakikipagtulungan ng DepEd sa mga otoridad para sa isang independent at masusing investigasyon upang matiyak ang hustisya at transparency sa naturang kaso. Pero ayun, hindi pa kasi malinaw kung nangyari lang ba ito that time, yung nasabi pong pambubuli ng mga estudyante, or paulit-ulit ba itong nangyayari. Pero parang base, mga kabomba, doon sa video, sabi nga din ng magulang ng estudyante nung siya nakapanayama, may kutob siya na maaaring hindi ito yung unang pagkakataon o first time na sinaktan or binuli yung kanyang anak sa loob naman ng kanilang classroom. So sa ngayon, desidido sila na panagutin yung naturang mga estudyante at magkakaroon ng pag-uusap-usap sa pagitan po ng mga parents or magulang ng mga estudyante at gayon na rin sa mga teachers and principal ng naturang eskwelahan. Naglabas din, mga kabombo, ng pahayag ng mga teachers group, organization sa pagkondena dito sa nangyaring insidente nga ng bullying na naitala sa Ilocos Sur. At panawagan naman dito, mga kabombo, na magkaroon ng malalimang investigasyon. Pero of course, obvious man na makikita po dun sa video na hindi naman maikakaila, di ba? Kung paano nila binuli, paano sinaktan, yung naturang estudyante. Pero alamin pa nga raw, kung meron bang root cause para mauwi sa ganun po yung pambubuli. Pero hindi pa rin justifiable, mga kabombo, na kung meron man siguro nangyari sa loob ng classroom nila na nagawa yung naturang estudyante, ay hindi justifiable, di ba, na sakta dito sa ganung pamamaraan. Pero we're hoping, di ba, na dumaan sa tamang counseling, both yung nasabi pong estudyante na bully at yung mga students din na involved sa naturang insidente. Oras natin, mga kabombo, meron po tayong 11 minuto bago mag-alas 9 ng gabi. Samantala, mamaya naman sa ating pong pagpapatuloy, dako pa po tayo sa iba pa po nating balita. Narito muna ang ilan po sa ating paalala.
Ang pagpapaputi ng ngipin ay pwedeng gawin sa natural, over-the-counter o professional methods. Mahalaga na gawin ito ng ligtas para hindi masira ang inamol o gilagid. Narito ang ilang mga gabay na ating maaring gawin. Siyempre, ang pagpapanatili ng oral hygiene. Mag-toothbrush gamit ang fluoride toothpaste. Gumamit ng floss para alisin ang plaque sa pagitan ng ngipin. Maaari ring gumamit ng mouthwash na may whitening o antibacterial properties para makatulong sa pagpapanatili ng maputing ngipin. Alam niyo bang nakakabuti para sa katawan ang pagsasayaw? Kahit na anong indak, sumabay lamang sa tugtugin at igalaw-galaw ang kamay at paa. Konting kembot pa at ayan na, sumasayaw ka na. Mainam sa katawan ang pagsasayaw dahil bukod sa exercise ay kumikilos ang buong sistema ng katawan at mabilis ang physical activity. Pinalalakas nito ang puso, kinukontra ang sakit ng katandaan, nagpapalakas ng memorya, nakakapagpabawas ng timbang, kolesterol at nakakapagpatanggal ng stress at nakakapagpabuti ng mood.
Ang wastong pagtatapon ng basura ay mahalaga upang mapanatili ang kalinisan at kalusugan ng ating kapaligiran. Mahakbang sa wastong pagtatapon ng basura. Una, mahalagang paghihiwalay ng mga basura sa mga biodegradable at non-biodegradable. Dapat itapon ang mga ito sa tamang lalagyan upang maiwasan ang pagbara sa mga kanal at iba pang problema sa kalinisan. Pangalawa, sundin ang prinsipyo ng reduce, reuse, recycle. Bawasan ang paggamit ng mga bagay na nagiging basura.
Meron po tayong 9 na minuto bago mag-alas 9 ng gabi. Samantala, sa ating pagpapatuloy, dako naman tayo sa ulat na ating kasamahan na si Bombo Justin Ramos. Kaugnay naman sa ulat na pagsisemento ng pathway sa Longos Elementary School sa bayan ng San Fabian ay sinimulan na. Ang kompletong detalye nito, Bombo Justin with the report.
Itinaas na ang pangunahing pathway sa Longos Elementary School sa bayan ng San Fabian matapos ang sinagawang pagsasaayos sa tulong ng lokal na pamahalaan. Layunin ng proyekto na mapabuti ang kalagayan ng mga paaralan at matiyak na ligtas ang pagpasok at paglabas ng mga mag-aaral maging ng mga guro lalo na tuwing may masamang panahon. Ayon sa pamunuan ng paaralan sa pangunguna ng School Principal Dalia Magsanok, bumisita ang alkalde at vice-alkalde ng bayan para tiyakin ang patuloy na suporta sa rehabilitasyon ng eskwelahan. Kabilang sa kanilang inspeksyon ang mga natapos na elevated pathway na inaasahang makatutulong upang maiwasan ang pagbaha sa loob ng campus. Kasunod nito, nakatakda rin ang pagpapatuloy ng ikalawang yugto ng pagsasaayos ng school hall. Inaasahan namang maibibigay ang kinakailangang tulong sa lalong madaling panahon upang maihabol ang pagkukumpuni bago ang nalalapit na pagtatapos sa mga mag-aaral. Sa ngayon, patuloy ang koordinasyon ng paaralan at ng lokal na pamahalaan para sa iba pang pangangailangan ng Longos Elementary School bilang bahagi ng mas malawak na programa para sa pagpapabuti ng mga programang pampublikong pasilidad sa edukasyon sa bayan ng San Fabian.
As of today, our Vice Mayor, our very generous Vice Mayor, extended his help, his project para elevate yung main road, main pathways namin from the entrance up to the flag area po namin. And according to him, bali next phase 2, yung ano namin, yung hall namin, ang aayusin kasi parang kami lang yata yung naiwan dito sa San Fabian. Hopefully, matapos to. And then from there, na hindi man natapos, up to February 28 yung promise sa akin ng mga contractors, tatapusin daw dito. And that is big help for us kasi usually yan, natutubigan yan. Usually kung nag-onset na ang rainy season, may tubig po dyan. Advice sa akin, parang as soon as possible daw kasi budgeted na yata yan. Kaya sana po mag-push through para naman maging ano namin presentable if ever meron kami mga activities kasi dyan naman kami sa whole lahat pupunta. O nung wala pa yan, gumawa kami ng simple remedies lang, nag-elevate kami ng konti pero hindi namin talaga kaya-kaya yung mas mataas pa because due to the limited budget. Kasi puro ano lang mga yan para donation. Kasi malaking project yan, hindi naman namin pwedeng kunin sa budget ng school because yung budget ng school may mga intended expenses para po doon. So ganun lang po, maasa kami at ang LGU naman, papasalamat kami dahil hindi naman kami pinapabayaan. All for this naman para sa mga bata. Ganun lang. So we are hoping na si Vice kasi pumunta na dito as promise, gagawin niya po. Ito yung kahit may binigay na si Vice Mayor dyan, ang aming LGU ng 100 na dump truck. Ganito pa rin yun. Nang hindi nila siniminto, ganito ang itsura. Yung bato-bato na nahihirapan, mga teachers. Pero pag nag-ano nila dyan, lalo mga bata, nagtatakbuhan dahil mga bato, may mga tendency na baka mamaya matapas sila dahil bato. And then suddenly, pupunta kami kay Mayor, binubrought up namin sa kanya yung problema dito sa school. And then one day, dumating sila na gagawin. So, napaka malaking pasasalamat po at sa wakas, nabigyan na rin kami ng atensyon dahil sa palagay ko itong school na to, siguro isa ito sa may mga malaking problema. Oo, nakikita nyo naman yan.
Dahil ito sa baha.
Opo, yung tubig. Siyempre, mahirap kalaban yun. Dahil paano nang papasok yung mga bata kung flooded ito? Oo, bukod sa it's very risky, may mga possible pang sakit na makukuha, yung dengue, ganyan. O nakakabahan na din yun. Siyempre, pag naantala ang klase, masususpend ang face-to-face, modular, which is hindi naman gaano effective at saka hindi naman pabor yung mga parents natin dito. Kaya harap tayo ng solusyon. Kahit pa konti-konti, gaya ng namin, yung tema namin, small na bagay, big pagbabago in the future. Ganun lang yung pakunti-kunti pa, hindi pwede sa minsanan. Opo.
Para sa programang Zona Libre, Patrol numero 4. Bombo Justin Ramos sa gulat. This is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 and most trusted source of news and information. Basta Radio. Bombo!
Oras natin mga kabombo, 4 na minuto bago pumaga alas 9 ng gabi at yan pati Philippine Standard Time. At maraming salamat sa pag-uulat natin kasamahan.
Kaanak nila ngayon ay
Justin, mula naman po sa San Fabian. At mga kabombo, sa atin naman pong pagpapatuloy, tumutok pa rin po kayo dahil sa panig naman po mga kabombo ng Makati News Center, tuloy-tuloy pa rin at nabangan nga itong pagre-resume ng International Criminal Court sa confirmation of charges pa rin laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte.
Mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, yan yung konting recap doon sa proceedings kanina. And naghihintay ho tayo ng hudyat para sa resumption nitong confirmation of charges hearing dyan sa bahagi po ng The Hague. At dito natin malalaman kung ano yung susunod sapagkat inaasahan na may ilalabas na instruction sa pagtatapos nito, mga bandang alas 10, ilalahad naman kung ano yung aasahan para sa bukas. And of course, sa mga susunod na araw, bali 4 na sesyon po ito na nakatakda para sa confirmation of charges. And later on, ay kung papayagan, sabi nga niyan, may ilang senaryo na tinitignan dito. Siyempre, kung papahintulutan ng mga huwes na mag-resume itong kaso po na ito, ay magtutungo na ito sa full trial. Pero kung hindi naman, ay maaaring may konsidera ang paglaya ni former President Rodrigo Duterte kung hindi ho i-acknowledge yung naturang mga alegasyon, kung makikitaan ng kahinaan at iba pang mga salik na kinakailangan ikonsidera, ay maaari ho itong humantong sa pagkaka-release ng inaakusahan. Sa ngayon ho ay suspect pa lamang ang turing kay former President Rodrigo Duterte at hindi pa ho siya akusado o accused batay dun ho sa mga information na hawak ko ng magkabilang panig. And even yung prosecution team ay hindi pa ho nila masabi na accused itong si former President Rodrigo Duterte. So, maselan ho ito mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, kaya kinakailangan nating hintayin kung ano't ano man yung pag-usad at mga direktiba o kaya naman ay mga abiso manggagaling dyan sa mismo mga opisyal ng International Criminal Court. So, kung mapapansin ho ninyo, hindi ito katulad ng mga proceedings sa piskalya at sa korte sa Pilipinas dahil ito ho ay iba ang mga panuntunang ipinapairal ng International Criminal Court. Usually kasi mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, kapag ang isang tao ay meron ng warrant of arrest, ibig sabihin ay isa na siyang akusado pag dito sa Pilipinas. Pero doon sa International Criminal Court, ibang estilo ho mga kabombo. Inaakusahan pero nasa kustodiya na ho nila ang persona at ito nga sa katauhan ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang hawak na ho ng mga otoridad, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation dyan sa International Criminal Court. At naka-detain, in fact, mag-iisang taon na ho, sa 11 ng Marso, isang taon na ho sa detention facility ng International Criminal Court si former President Duterte. Batay ho dun sa pagbabalik tanaw natin sa mga nangyari last year kung saan ay pinangunahan ni dating Philippine National Police Chief. Ngayon ho ay Metropolitan Manila Development Authority General Manager Nicolas Torre III. Itong naging pag-aresto kay former President Rodrigo Duterte nang siya ho ay bumalik galing sa Hong Kong. Ganun ho yung naging setup at dinala siya dyan sa may Villamor Air Base bago ho inilipad patungo naman ng Netherlands. And the rest is history ka nga, dahil nanatili na siya doon after that process ay doon na ho siya na-detain ng mga otoridad sa The Hague sa ilalim ho ng kautusan ng International Criminal Court dahil may existing warrant of arrest laban ho sa kanya. Sa kasalukuyan, may mga tinukoy na rin ho ng mga personalidad na tinatawag na co-perpetrators. But of course, kinakailangan yung warrant of arrest kung aarestuhin ang isang individual. But as of now, wala pa hong inilalabas na kopya ng mandamiento di aresto na naisa sa publiko. Ano? Although, may mga pronouncement, kagaya ho ni Interior, ni Ombudsman Boying Rimulya, and later on, nagsalita din yung kanyang kapatid na si Interior Secretary John Vic Rimulya about that warrant of arrest. Pero ito ho ay digital copy ka nga, no? Pero hindi pa ho ito na isa sa publiko. So that's the reason why na hindi pa ho mai-implement, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Dahil hindi pa ho hawak yung actual, yung physical copy ng naturang warrant of arrest. But of course, yan ay bahagi ng proseso ng International Criminal Court at natap po dyan ang International Police Organization o yung Interpol at sila naman yung katuwang pagka i-implement yun hong kautusan ng pag-aresto laban dito sa mga individual. But sa ngayon, dahil wala pa hong physical copy ng warrant of arrest, ay hindi pa ho yan na ipapatupad, mga kabombo. At kanina rin nakausap po natin ang ilang mga personalidad, even yung mga kababayan ho natin na nakaantabay din dyan ho sa bahagi ng dahig kung anong kahihinatnan. Ano? Sila man ay nakaantabay din at tinitignan kung ano yung magiging takbo ho ng kaso. May mga nagrally, may mga programang idinaos, pero sa kwento kanina ng atin hong correspondent mula ho dyan sa bahagi ng dahig, ay hindi naman ho nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na sabay-sabay na humarap itong mga rallyista pro and anti-Duterte doon sa harapan ng International Criminal Court. Dahil magkahiwalay na oras ho yung ibinigay sa kanila para maiwasan yung tensyon sa pagitan ng dalawang panig. Yung isang grupo kasi nananawagan na palayain si former President Rodrigo Duterte, and here comes another one na grupo na nananawagan na tuluyang hatulan ang dating Pangulo ng Pilipinas. So, ganun ho mga kabombo ang mga senaryo kanina dyan sa harapan ng International Criminal Court. But of course, may ilan ho sa kanila na talagang nanggaling pa dito sa Pilipinas na nagpursige na makapasok ho, makadalo dyan sa proceedings. Pero sabi nga niyan, first come, first serve, hindi kayang i-accommodate lahat. Kukunting slots lamang ho yung naipagkaloob para dun sa mga kababayan natin na personal na nagtungo doon. And yung mga kaanak naman ng mga biktima ng war on drugs ay dismayado dahil ho hindi nila nakita ng personal, hindi nila nakaharap ng personal itong si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dahil nga merong waiver. Ang kahulugan ng waiver ay hindi ho siya haharap na ng personal dito sa confirmation of charges. Pero dito lang ho yun sa confirmation of charges sa hearing. Hindi pa ho kasali yung full trial at yan ho ay another story ika nga, mga kabombo. Okay, kuha muna tayo ng report mula sa ating news team dyan sa mga kaganapan sa Palasyo Malacanang at monitoring na rin doon sa mga reaksyon ng ilan ho sa ating mga mambabatas. Kuha tayo ng update mula kay Bombo Annalise Soberano.
Bombo Dennis, may reaksyon na nga ang Palasyo ng Malacanang kaugnay sa naging pahayag ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. Maring itinanggi ng Malacanang ang pahayag ni Kaufman na nagsasabing sinisikap ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. na i-neutralize ang ligasiya ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Reaksyon ito ng Palasyo sa sinabi ni Kaufman. Ayon kay Palace Press Officer Undersecretary Claire Castro, walang basehan ang akusasyon at taliwas ito sa umiiral na mga katotohanan kaugnay ng mga kasong inihain laban kay Duterte sa International Criminal Court. Iginit pa ng Palasyo na ang mga reklamong may kaugnayan sa umunoy krimen laban sa sangkatauhan o crimes against humanity ay inihain sa International Criminal Court noong 2017. Panahon nito ng pribadong mamamayan pa lamang si Pangulong Marcos. Dagdag pa ng Malacanang, Sa halip na magbigay ng malinaw na depensa sa mga alegasyon ng extrajudicial killings na iniugnay sa termino ni Duterte bilang alkalde at pangulo, umiiwas pa ng piniling maglabas ng mga pahayag na may bahid politika. Tinukoy rin ng palasyo ang naging pahayag ni dating Labor Secretary at abogadong si Attorney Silvestre Vello III na umamin na may insidenteng kinasangkutan si Duterte kung saan itinapon ang isang tao mula sa helicopter, isang alegasyong matagal nang isinasangkot sa dating Pangulo. Binigyan din ng Malacanang na mas makabubuting pagtuunan ng pansin ang mga legal na usapin at ebidensya sa halip na magbato ng akusasyong politikal. Sa panig naman ni Kaufman, iginiit nito na may layunin umanong politikal ang mga hakbang laban kay Duterte, kabilang ang sinasabing pagtatangka pahinain ang kanyang legasiya. Wala pang karagdagang pahayag ngayon ang kampo ng Duterte hinggil nga sa naging reaksyon ng Malacanang. Mula sa Malacanang, Bombo Anali Montaño Soberano nag-uulat. And this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 and most trusted source of news and information. Basta Radio, Bombo!
7 minuto na makalipas ang ikasyam ng gabi. At habang tayo nakaantabay mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, atin hong kukunin din mamaya. Ano nga ba mga kahulugan ho nito mga to, ng mga prosesong kinakailangan pagdaanan, ano? Dahil importante, guided ho tayo ng mismong nakakabatid ng mga prosesong kailangan hong sundin dyan. At mainam na magpaliwanag isang eksperto, maya-maya lamang ho yan mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Dahil ngayon ay palaisipan pa rin ho kung ano yung susunod. Sinong isasalang, kailan makikita ng personal ito si former President Duterte. Maraming mga ganun ho na katanungan. Even dito sa comment section natin kanina ay may mga nagtatanong, meron ding mga nagbibigay ng kanilang komento dahil marami ang nagtataka no, kung paano yung magiging takbo ng legal proceedings dyan sa International Criminal Court. Dahil nga nababanggit natin na hindi ho ito kapareho ng karaniwan na pag-handle ng mga kaso. Ito ho ay kakaibang sistema dahil ito ho ay dyan sa Europa at iba yung legal process na kanilang ginagawa batay doon sa mga panuntunang itinatakda. Under nung Rome Statute mga kabombo na siyang pinakambasihan ng existence ng International Criminal Court. And standby muli ang atin hong iba pang mga reporters, ano? Si Bombo Genesis Racho maya-maya lamang dahil doon sa iba pang mga development ho na kanyang binabantayan dyan pa rin sa takbo ng International Criminal Court. And at this point in time mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, kukuha ho tayo ng ilang mga pagpapaliwanag hinggil sa mga pangyayari dito sa International Criminal Court. Pero bago ho yan, papatayo ng mga karagdagang update mula sa tinutukang ang kaganapan ni Bombo Genesis Racho. Bombo Gen, please come in.
Bombo Dennis, mga kabombo ka Star Nation, habang hinihintay natin itong ikatlong session ngayong araw na ito, no, sa pagsisimula ng confirmation of charges hearing laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Balikan lamang natin yung ilan sa mga nabanggit kanina ni Deputy Prosecutor May Manjayaniang ng International Criminal Court. Iginiigit kasi ng Office of the Prosecutor na maraming mga public statements si dating Pangulong Duterte na magpapatunay sa aktual na sistemang ipinatupad sa ilalim ng kampanya kontra sa illegal na droga. Sa naging mensahe nitong si Prosecutor Niang ay binalikan niya ang panahon kung kailangan o kung kailan nangampanya pa lamang itong si dating Pangulong Duterte bilang Pangulo ng Pilipinas o para sa pagkapangulo ng Pilipinas. At ipinangako raw noon ni dating Pangulong Duterte na magsasagawa siya ng isang quote-unquote common plan para ma-neutralize yung mga kriminal sa buong Pilipinas kung siya ang mahahalal bilang Pangulo ng bansa. Noong nahalalaan niya ang Pangulo at tuluyang nanumpa noong ika-30 ng Hunyo ng taong 2016, nabigyan siya ng pagkakataon na sundan at ipatupad ang naturang plano. Tinukoy din ni Prosecutor Niang ang umano'y pagbuo ni dating Pangulong Duterte ng kontrobersyal na Davao Death Squad. Ito po yung isang paramilitary group na itinuturong nasa likod ng mga patayan sa ilalim ng illegal drugs trade. Kasama rin dito anya ang pagpundo ng dating Pangulo sa malawakang pagpatay, pagbibigay ng pabuya sa mga nakakapatay na drug suspect at pangakong poprotektahan niya ang mga law enforcer na nakakapatay sa ngalan ng illegal na droga. Balikan natin yung ilang bahagi, Bombo Dennis, ng naging mensahe kanina ni Deputy Prosecutor Mame Manjaye Niang.
When Mr. Duterte became president on the 30th of June 2016, he sat at the very apex of the political power structure in the Philippines. He became the head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief of all armed forces of the Philippines. He also became the leader of the country's police forces. This level of authority allowed him to wield de jure and de facto control over those implementing the common plan nationwide. Mr. Duterte's control over the crime is also apparent from his ability to interrupt their commission when he so chooses. And as outlined in our reconfirmation brief, he successfully suspended police anti-illegal drug operation on 2 occasions following public outcries in response to particularly notorious killings. On both occasions, the number of reported killings dropped significantly during the suspension, showcasing his control. So when he asks people to act, they act. When he asks them to refrain, they do so. So they oblige. So Mr. Duterte was well aware of the authority he had over the perpetrators. In a speech given to the National Bureau of Investigation in November 2016, he expressly acknowledged his position of power. And this is what he said. To the military, I am commander-in-chief. On the civilian side, I am the chief executive of the government. And when talking about the police, this is what he's saying. They are my subordinate, and I am ultimately responsible for their deeds. And these are quotations, and they can be found at tab 131.2 of our prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP-00095-679, page 0004, and the relevant lines are from 131 to 134. And the direct perpetrators complied with Duterte's order and respected his authority. Mr. Duterte was respected by the physical perpetrators. He was feared, and his order and instruction were obeyed. One insider witness explicitly says that the police killed, and I quote, because of the directive of the president. This is what the witness said, an insider.
Bahagi yan, Bombo Dennis, nung naging mensahe kanina ni Deputy Prosecutor Manjaye Niang. Naninindigan din ang Office of the Prosecutor ng International Criminal Court na bahagi ng malawakan at sistematikong pag-atake ang umano'y 78 o itong sinasabi natin kanina na 78 kaso ng murder at attempted murder sa ilalim ng pamamahala ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at hindi lamang iyaong matatawag na random crimes. Sa kabuuan niya, ang drug war ng dating Pangulo ay nagresulta sa pagkakapatay ng libu-libong sibilyan at marami sa mga ito ay mga kabataan, kabilang na yung nabanggit natin kanina, Bombo Dennis, na 17 anyos na si Kian de los Santos, isa doon sa 5 tinukoy o pinangalanan ng International Criminal Court na nasawi na tinatawag na extrajudicial killing. Yan muna ang ating mga development na may babahagi muli sa mga kababayan natin kaugnay pa rin sa ating pagtutok sa confirmation of charges hearing ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Back to you, Bombo Dennis.
Maraming salamat, Bombo Genesis. Mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, bahagi po yan ng ating recap kaugnay doon sa naging takbo ng confirmation of charges hearing kanina. Nagsimula ho kasi ito alas 4:30 ng hapon yung ating coverage. Pero doon sa The Hague ay bandang alas 5:30 ng hapon, no? At yan ay oras sa Pilipinas. Kung itutugma ho natin, mga kabombo, tayo ay ahead
Araw-araw tayong nagtatrabaho. Araw-araw tayong nagbabayad ng buwis. Pero bakit parang walang nangyayari? Dahil may nagnanakaw, may kumukurakot, at may umaabuso sa pera ng bayan. Hindi diskarte ang korupsyon, hindi ito palakasan, isa itong krimen. Kapag may suhol, may magnanakaw. Kapag tahimik ka, may tutulungan kang kurakot. Sa mga opisyal ng gobyerno, maglingkod kayo, hindi magnakaw. Sa mamamayan, tumanggi sa suhol, magsumbong, manindigan. Ikulong na yan, mga kurakot.
Dean ng Graduate School of Law sa San Sebastian College, Recoletos. So, at siya ho
nakakapagpaganda.
Araw-araw tayong nagtatrabaho. Araw-araw tayong nagbabayad ng buwis. Pero bakit parang walang nangyayari? Dahil may nagnanakaw, may kumukurakot, at may umaabuso sa pera ng bayan. Hindi diskarte ang korupsyon, hindi ito palakasan, isa itong krimen. Kapag may suhol, may magnanakaw. Kapag tahimik ka, may tutulungan kang kurakot. Sa mga opisyal ng gobyerno, maglingkod kayo, hindi magnakaw. Sa mamamayan, tumanggi sa suhol, magsumbong,
no, lalo't napakarami, hindi matatawaran, mga kabombo. Until now, talagang napakaraming supporters ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. But of course, hindi rin ho natin may sasantabi, napakarami din ho ng mga kontrapartido dyan sa naging programa ng dating Pangulo. At syempre, marami din ho kasi ang nagtuturong kumbaga inaakusahan ito si former President Duterte na nasa likod ng umano'y extrajudicial killings. So yan din, napakarami. At yung iba ho ay nandun sa The Hague upang personal na obserbahan o kaya ay makibahagi sa mismong confirmation of charges hearing and until sa full trial process, mga kabombo. And of course, may mga reaction din ho tayong inaantabayanan hinggil sa bagay po na ito at iba pang mga napapanahong paksa na may kaugnayan sa confirmation of charges hearing kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Kuha tayo ng update mula kay Bombo Victor Liantino.
Bombo Dennis, bahagi pa rin nga nitong confirmation of charges para ho sa kasong crimes against humanity ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Ibinunyag naman ng kampo ng mga biktima ng war on drugs sa International Criminal Court ang patuloy na nararanasang pangharas di umano mula sa mga taga-suporta ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. At sa pagpapatuloy nga nitong confirmation of charges hearing ngayong araw ay inilatag ni Attorney Joel Butuyan, ang Common Legal Representative ng mga biktima, ang kasalukuyang sitwasyon ng mga naulila at mga nakaligtas. Ayon kay Attorney Butuyan, ang mga matininding taga-suporta ng dating Pangulo ay nagsisilbing mga mini Dutertes at Duterte clones. Dagdag pa ng abogado, ang mga individual na ito sa Pilipinas ay nahawaan na umano ng virus of impunity na nag-ugat sa mga pulisiya ng Administrasyong Duterte. Ang manifestasyong ito ay ay bahagi nga ng paglalahad ng mga kinatawan ng biktima upang ipakita sa International Tribunal ang malawakan at patuloy na epekto ng mga dugong kampanya kontra droga dahil kahit wala na sa kapangyarihan etong si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Confirmation of charges sa kasong Crimes Against Humanity ni dating Pangulong Duterte.
Impunity in the Philippines, and I will resume, Your Honor. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that their external legal representatives feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague because chances are they are Duterte clones, they expressed their utmost concern that if we, their lawyers, feel threatened by mini Dutertes in a foreign country, we should imagine the far more intense fear they live with every day in their communities teeming with mini Dutertes. The victims also wish to convey that if the judges of this honorable chamber can be subjected to online harassment by Duterte clones, we should imagine the level of vulnerability the victims are exposed to in their poor villages. Your Honors, there is only one solution to stop the impunity propagated by Mr. Duterte from continuing to bring harm and suffering to the victims. And that is for this honorable chamber to confirm the charges so that witnesses can testify and evidence can be presented on the horrible crimes committed by Mr. Duterte. The testimonies and evidence presented will inoculate these mini Dutertes from the virus of impunity that has infected them. When they will see and hear the utter cruelty, the sheer brutality, in other words, the brazen inhumanity of the crimes committed by Mr. Duterte, and the humanity of those whose lives were violently taken, it will rekindle the embers of humanity that still remain in their hearts. Many of these mini Dutertes or Duterte clones are actually victims of massive doses of fake news widely circulated online. They need to be vaccinated with the truth, and the truth vaccine can only come from the testimonies of victims and evidence presented in a trial before this court. Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity, Your Honors. The victims dread a future where charges are not confirmed in this case. It will mean that the virus of impunity will continue to spread and infect many more. Victims fear that Duterte clones will become an even bigger group that can elect another apostle of impunity as the Philippines' next leader. If that happens, an even more serious condition of impunity can take place in the Philippines, possibly worse than the orgy of violence that happened from 2011 to 2019, and this time there will be no ICC to run to for assistance and help.
Mga kabombot Nation, bahagi yan ng naging pahayag ni Attorney Joel Butuyan sa nagpapatuloy nga na confirmation of charges sa kasong crimes against humanity against that former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Samantala, labis nga itong pagkadismaya ng pamilya ng mga biktima ng war on drugs matapos nga na hindi nga sumipot itong si dating Pangulong Duterte sa confirmation of charges hearing sa kanyang kinakaharap na kaso, at giniit ni Attorney Joel Butuyan ang mga abogado ho ng biktima na mahalagang bahagi sana ng hustisya itong pagharap ng dating Pangulo sa mga reklamong crimes against humanity na inihain laban sa kanya. Kasabay ho nito ay umapila naman ang abogado o sa tribunal na huwag ibasura ang kaso dahil ito na lamang umano ang natitirang recourse na mga naulila matapos nga aminin ng mismong gobyerno ng Pilipinas na mahirap patunayan ang kaso sa lokal na sistema. at lumiban nga itong si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa pagdinig dahil sa paninindigang hindi niya kinikilala ang jurisdiksyon ng International Criminal Court. At batay nga sa talaan ng gobyerno, nasa 6,000 lamang o 6,200 mahigit ang napatay sa isinagawang anti-drug operations na mga operatiba ng ating bansa sa kasagsagan huyan ng pagpapatupad natong drug war o war on drugs ng nakalipas na administrasyon. Ngunit tinatayang aabot umano sa 30,000 itong kabuang bilang ng mga nasawi ayon niya naman sa mga human rights group. Samantala ay ito namang magkahiwalay naman o magkasabay naman na naglunsad ng kani-kanilang pagtitipon sa labas ng International Criminal Court. Ito mga kaanak ng mga biktima ng war on drugs at mga taga-suporta rin ni dating Pangulong Duterte at ikinasa nga ang magkahiwalay na aktibidad ngayong araw kasabay nga ng pagsisimula nitong confirmation of charges hearing ng pre-trial chamber ng ICC laban kay dating Pangulong Duterte. At sa kabila nga ho ng matinding lamig, nagmarcha patungo sa korte at naglunsad ho ng programa eto mga pamilya ng biktima habang nakaantabay naman ang iba sa live stream mismo netong naturang pagdinig at panawagan nila kumpirmahin ang mga kaso at panagutin ang dating Pangulo pati na ang iba pang sangkot sa manoy extrajudicial killings sa ilalim ng nakalipas na administrasyon. Sa kabilang banda naman ay nagsagawa rin ng sariling programa etong mga taga-suporta ng dating Pangulo na nakakuha ng kaukulang permit. Bitbit ang isang stand-in ni Duterte, nilinaw nilang hindi ito isang protesta kundi pagpapakita lamang ng suporta at umaasa ang grupo na ibabasura ng International Criminal Court ang mga akusasyon laban sa dating Pangulo. At inaasahan nga na magpapatuloy itong pagtitipo naman sa labas ng International Criminal Court hanggang sa pagtatapos ng pagdinig dakong 3:00 ng hapon oras huyaan doon sa bahagi ng the Netherlands o The Hague, the Netherlands. Yan muna ang aking ulat mula dito o para yan sa special coverage para sa confirmation of charges hearing laban o para doon sa kaso ng crimes against humanity against former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Ito po si Bombo Victor Lentino nag-uulat para sa number 1 and most trusted source of news and information, Basta Radio, Bombo.
Ayan si Bombo Victor, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Ilang puntos din ang kanyang tinutukan hinggil ho dito sa mga protesta, mga pagkilos ng mga supporters ng magkabilang panig dyan pa rin ho sa The Hague sa bahagi ng Netherlands. And of course, sa pagkakataong ito, bago ho natin ibalik doon sa The Hague ang mga kaganapan at makuha natin live muli ang proceedings, ay eto muna konting mga paglilinaw sa mga bagay-bagay. Kapiling ho natin sa ating linya ng komunikasyon si Attorney Rodel Taton, international law expert, Dean ng Graduate School of Law ng San Sebastian College of Recoletos, Manila. At matanong lamang natin, gandang gabi na ho ang aming pagbati. Attorney Taton, si Bombo Dennis Hamito po ito. At tayo ho ay napapakinggan sa Bombo Radio Philippines. Ilang punto lamang ho yung nais naming bigyan ng mabigyan po ninyo ng paglilinaw o kaya ay kukulang paliwanag bago ho tayo mag-resume dun sa tinututukan nating kaganapan sa the Netherlands. Kung sakasakali ho kasi na magkaroon ng yung pag-usad, yung charges against the former president o kaya naman, halimbawa, nandyan din yung posibilidad na ito ho ay ma-drop, kung hindi nga magtuloy-tuloy yung trial, paano ho kaya? Ano ba ang magiging kahihinatnan ho nito? Malaking katanungan ho ito sa mga oras na ito. Otomatiko kaya na makakalaya siya o makakabalik na dito sa Pilipinas? Ano you say kasi makalaya, pwedeng pansamantala lamang na makalabas, yung kagaya ho ng interim release. Pero yung iba naman, ang gusto talaga makabalik sa Pilipinas ang dating presidente. So paano ito, Attorney Taton, pakipaliwanag lamang po para sa kabatiran ng ating mga taga-subaybay.
as a consequence, no, since if ever that the charges will not be forwarded, no, so there are no clear charges, then it is as a result, of course, he will be released from incarceration or detention, sorry. And as to the others, I think they must be subjected to presentation also of the charges. Remember that here the confirmation will only be as against former President Duterte, and in fact during the trial, the first identification, he was only alone there. So I mean to say that the International Criminal Court has no jurisdiction as to the other co-perpetrators because they are not yet arrested.
Okay. So, pero kung may mga masasabi ba tayo, may isa-cite po ba tayo, attorney, na mga dati ng kaso na yung primary o kaya principal suspect o yung talagang inakusahan, sa bagay, itong level na ito, suspect pa lamang ho, si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, pwede ho kayang makalaya or may mga previous na ba na nakalaya, pati ho yung mga co-perpetrators, if there is any, batay ho sa inyong pananaliksik, Attorney Taton?
They are considered co-perpetrators here, no? So if they share the same intention, then they will all be facing the same charges. So if one can prove that the evidence is not sufficient as to him, and the evidence is not admissible, then it is probable also that it may be dismissed as to him, but not to all.
Okay. Sa konteksto naman ho, ng pagpapanagot na nababanggit po ninyo, pwede rin ba na tignan natin doon sa kumbaga futuristic approach, kasi dati na ho na nag-declare si Vice President Sara Duterte na tatakbo sa pagkapangulo sa 2028, but of course sinasabi posibleng magkaroon ng malaking impact ito. Anyway, bago ho natin pag-usapan pa yung ibang mga paksa, pasintabi lang po, Attorney, at bibigyan natin yung pag-usad ng confirmation of charges hearing dun ho sa The Hague. Mga kabombo, mga ka-Starnation, ito ating pakinggan at panoorin.
Once again, good day everyone. We will now move on to submissions on the merit. To Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed. You have 1 hour today.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Your Honors. My name is Julian Nichols, and good afternoon to you and to my colleagues on the other side and to everybody in the courtroom. Your Honors, we're here today because the evidence shows, despite what we heard for the last 30 minutes before the break, that Mr. Duterte murdered thousands of his own people, Filipino men, women, and children. He was at the center of a common plan, which included the murder of alleged criminals throughout the Philippines. The plan was first implemented in Mr. Duterte's hometown of Davao. While mayor, he promised to clean up the city by killing alleged criminals. He kept that promise, and he murdered hundreds through so-called liquidation squads, death squads. These liquidation squads became notoriously known colloquially as the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. After years, 2 decades, of murdering alleged criminals as mayor of Davao, it became clear to him that this political strategy could be leveraged for higher office and for more power, the presidency. And that is exactly what he did. During his campaign to be president, Mr. Duterte expressly promised many times that he would kill criminals if elected. He claimed that Davao was Exhibit A in why he should be elected, and he pledged that if he won, he would expand the killings nationwide. He won, and that is what he did. And as you will hear tomorrow from Mr. Jeremy and Ms. Croft, the murders skyrocketed in the months immediately after Mr. Duterte became president in June 2016. And that was no coincidence. That was him fulfilling his campaign pledge. As president, he murdered thousands using many of the same co-perpetrators and methods from his time as mayor of Davao. So he moved the method and some of the co-perpetrators to Manila in order to expand the crimes. The victims in this case ranged from powerful individuals to predominantly the poorest citizens of the Philippines. Now, why were the poor selected and victimized? Well, it was often because they were the most vulnerable. And they didn't have the families and the power to make police reports, and they were the most afraid. Mr. Duterte boasted about the killings that resulted in thousands of deaths at his order, and not once at any time has he shown any remorse. He promised also, you will hear, to take responsibility, personal responsibility, for the killings, if need be. Well, that time has come. We are confident that if your honors confirm the charges in this case, that we will prevail and Mr. Duterte will be convicted at trial. We talk a little bit about what my friend, one of the things he said during his 30 minutes. In our presentation today, you will hear Mr. Duterte, in his own words, calling for killings, bragging about killings, and as I said, vowing to take responsibility for those killings if necessary. And the defense, I have in my outline, may claim, but they already have, the defense claimed that this is hyperbole, bluster, exaggeration, part of his blunt or direct strongman political speech, which had brought him political success in Davao and then nationwide. And the defense will also point your honors to many instances where Mr. Duterte and his allies tried to build a veneer, kind of fig leaf of plausible deniability by sprinkling in references to the effect that the police should only shoot to kill in self-defense. Those references to self-defense appear throughout Mr. Duterte's speeches. They're all over the place. We don't run away from that. We don't shy away from that. That's part of our theory. So the defense will say, and again, they already have, that we've cherry-picked the statements we show you, but we have not. We acknowledge these many references to self-defense in Mr. Duterte's speeches. But the evidence which is in our pre-confirmation brief, and some of which will lead today, overwhelmingly shows that those references to self-defense and following the law and to due process are nothing but nonsense. Keep in mind, as mayor, he created a death squad. A leader who creates, leads, arms, and funds a death squad is not interested in due process or following the law. Those empty utterances were simply Mr. Duterte, who's chosen not to be here today. Those were simply him acting as the former prosecutor trying to build in some semblance of a defense, preparing for the day, should it ever come, as it now has, that he would be held to account. It was to give his lawyers something to say. But look at it over here, where I said don't shoot except in self-defense. The reality is that Mr. Duterte's message was clear, and it was understood by the perpetrators, and it was followed. That message was, commit murder at my direction, and I will protect you, I will pay you, I will promote you. And that's what happened. And I'll say this as well, Your Honors. For purposes of this confirmation hearing, disregard every speech ever made by Mr. Duterte. Throw them all out. There is still ample evidence of substantial grounds based on the other evidence which we have put on our list of evidence. And the evidence as a whole, when you weigh it together, will show that what my friend said is not correct, that Mr. Duterte intended for his subordinates to follow the law, and that he was interested, and that his speeches were simply bluster. I'll talk briefly now about the charges in the case. As the deputy prosecutor stated, we have 49 incidents totaling 76 murder victims and 2 victims of attempted murder. And of course, those are expanded upon in our pretrial brief, or PCB. Now, as my friends said in the LRV, while there are countless victims who've experienced harm as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, we have focused the charges in this case to these 49 incidents and these number of victims in order to ensure that this trial can be expeditious and that it can be efficient and that it won't go on for years and years. So these charged murders are emblematic. They're representative of Mr. Duterte's larger killing campaign. I was going to talk about the legal standard for today, but Your Honors explained it extremely clearly in the beginning of the introduction, so I won't go into it other than to say, of course, the standard we have to meet is substantial grounds, which I am confident we will. The only thing I would add is that this stage of the proceedings, in addition to not being a mini trial or a trial before a trial, it's also not the time for the chamber to in-depth determine the credibility of witnesses. That can only properly be addressed at trial by the trial chamber when the witnesses are called to testify before the judges and their evidence is properly tested. And there I would point Your Honors to the Said confirmation decision, 9 December 2021, at paragraph 39. We'll move on now. We can go to the next slide, James. Talk a little bit about Mr. Duterte's background. He was born on the 28th of March, 1945. And he prides himself, or portrays himself at least, as someone who understands the problems of the poor. But as my friend stated, he actually comes from a very privileged family. His father was a lawyer, a politician, even a provincial governor. And as a young man, Mr. Duterte became a lawyer. He went to law school, practiced as a prosecutor in Davao City for almost a decade, from 1977 to 1986, and you find that in our pre-confirmation brief at paragraph 2. And while he was a prosecutor, excuse me, he taught criminal law and procedure to police officers in Davao City. And despite this privileged background, despite his deep familiarity with the law and criminal law, Mr. Duterte embraced criminality from the beginning of his career. It's just one example. As a prosecutor, the evidence shows he taught police officers to plant evidence. We can go to the next slide, please, James. I won't read the whole slide out, Your Honors. This is tab 57, PHL OTP 000-15506 R01. But this witness with direct knowledge stated, quote, "He's like planting of evidence. It is necessary," and the he is Duterte. He called it necessary evil. So they said that there are times in police work that you have to do the necessary evil for the sake of the common good, end quote. And I think you'll see, Your Honors, that that's a theme that runs through Mr. Duterte's career. He's willing to do whatever he considers the necessary evil, either for the common good or for his political advancement, or both. And Mr. Duterte confirmed years later, in 2024, when being questioned under oath during a hearing in the Philippines House of Representatives, that planting evidence was his strategy as mayor. Now, at first he denied it in this hearing, but then he admitted to planting evidence in this exchange. If we can go to the next slide. This is tab 46.1, Your Honors. Chairperson, quote, so you really did plant evidence. Mr. Duterte's answer, well, that was part of the strategy as a mayor and as a leader of the law enforcement agency in the city, end quote. His privilege, his legal background makes this betrayal of the law and embrace of murder even more inexcusable. He knew, as a lawyer, as a former prosecutor, that his so-called crackdown on crime was a criminal attack on civilians of the Philippines. And overwhelmingly, the evidence shows, on poor civilians. The poorest of the poor were his victims. He knew his conduct, at its core, was criminal. And not only did Mr. Duterte clearly intend his criminality, he openly bragged about it. Right up until his arrest, and we'll get to that later, but right up until his arrest, he bragged about it. He thrives on a tough guy persona or image that he's tried to create for himself. My friend talked about him riding motorcycles. Well, one example I'll show you is from 2007 now, if we could play that, James. And I should say this is tab 18.
Elite, never losing an election.
So, riding a Harley Davidson, shooting a semi-automatic pistol, this is the image he's trying to create from the beginning. He likes to pose with weapons. If we can go to the next one, James. This is tab 80. And here in this photo, which was published in a newspaper, you can see Mr. Duterte holding an assault rifle. And I'll just note that we also see in this photo, to the immediate left of the photo, Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Bato is the nickname. And to Mr. Duterte's immediate right, Isidro La Peña. And we'll hear more about them later. Even days before he was arrested, 3 days before he was transferred to The Hague, this tough guy persona was on display again during a speech in Hong Kong. He brushed off the possibility of an ICC arrest warrant and he referred to the ICC quote as motherfuckers who have been after him for a long time, end quote. This is him on March 9th, 2025. If you could play that, James. This is tab 136.
Sa totoo lang, baka ang balita ko may warrant daw ako pag... Hindi, totoo. Yung sa ICC or something, matagal na akong hinahabol ng mga
That's him 3 days before coming to The Hague. Of course, after arriving in the Hague, his lawyers very soon began arguing that Mr. Duterte was not fit enough for these proceedings, wasn't physically or mentally fit enough to be put on trial or for his charges to be confirmed. But fortunately, a panel of 3 medical experts that Your Honors appointed found unanimously that he is. The point is that despite what the defense may say here or to the press, Mr. Duterte is perfectly fine. He's able to attend the proceedings today. There is nothing stopping him except that he doesn't want to be here. He chose not to face the court, not to face the victims. There is no reason for him not to be here other than his request and choice. I'll move on now briefly to his time as mayor in Davao, Your Honors. If we can quickly bring up the map, James. There we see Davao in the south. And we can zoom in. I don't think there's any dispute where Davao is. He was first elected mayor of Davao City in 1988 and served as mayor for more than 20 years, between 88 and 2016. And as the deputy prosecutor has noted, jurisdiction for this case is 1st November 2011 to 16 March 2019. We're limited to that jurisdiction. So that is the period we will concentrate on today, although, of course, before and after may be relevant. As mayor of Davao, Mr. Duterte promised a crackdown on crime. To quote, crackdown, end quote, on crime and drugs, Mr. Duterte created liquidation squads, death squads, made up both of Davao City police officers as well as non-police officers who were essentially hired hitmen, hired killers. And this system of his became known as the Davao model. The Davao model was murder, not being tough on crime legally, as my friend said. And you have to think, it's a little strange cracking down on crime by committing the crime with murder. Of course, Mr. Duterte did not commit these crimes alone. We discussed the co-perpetrators, including during the mayoral period, in our pre-confirmation brief, Your Honors. And you'll find that at paragraphs 8 to 23. I'll talk about just a few of them now, just to introduce them. First, if we go to the slide, thank you. Ronald Bato de la Rosa, who was a chief of the Davao City Police Office, or DCPO, from 2012 to 2013. Next, Vicente Danao, another police chief in Davao during the period. Next, Christopher Bongo, who was Mr. Duterte's aide, special assistant, and important advisor from 1998 to 2016 for the Davao period, and then continued later in the presidency. Mr. Dante Guiran, regional director of the National Bureau of Investigation. And finally, Italiano Aguirre, who is a lawyer for Mr. Duterte and for some of the DDS members during the mayoral period. And Ms. Croft will discuss these co-perpetrators and their roles in more depth in her presentation, which will be tomorrow. Let me talk now a little bit about the structure of the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. And as we say in our brief, it's a pyramidal structure. If we go, James, to the next one. Again, this colloquially became known as the Davao Death Squad, and it had a hierarchical pyramid-like structure. At the very top, as mayor, Rodrigo Duterte. And as mayor, he had, of course, de jure control over the Davao police. And the evidence shows, para 34, we talk about this in our brief, he also had de facto control. Under him were co-perpetrators, some of whom I have mentioned. The co-perpetrators had different roles, but one of them was to relay orders and instructions down from Mr. Duterte to the DDS handlers, and also to relay reports back up to Mr. Duterte. So a typical chain of command. The instructions go down, the reports go up. And the handlers were responsible for the different death squads or DDS members. And at the very bottom, the lowest rung, the DDS members who actually perpetrated the killings, who carried out physically the murders. And they were made up of both police officers, who were generally lower level police officers, as well as non-police persons who were hired. These members at the bottom were often recruited because they had a debt or owed something to Mr. Duterte or the police, and they could therefore be controlled. And those members at the very bottom were at risk themselves, because if they did not follow orders, or if they tried to leave the DDS, they could be tortured or killed or both. And there is evidence of that in this case. We'll talk now just for a few moments about the founding of the DDS, Duterte's death squad, the genesis of the death squads. One witness described his initiation into the DDS. He described it happening in 1988 at a dinner meeting in a hotel in Davao City. And this was a huge deal for this witness. I mean, it was almost unimaginable being invited to a dinner in a hotel in the center of Davao where he was going to meet the mayor. Mr. Duterte was present, and he openly told the new members of the death squad he was forming that their job was to kill criminals. If we can go to the next slide, James. This is tab 50, Your Honors. This is what the witness recalls of the meeting. Quote, he, Duterte, told us that your job here in the city would be to kill the drug pushers, the snatchers, and the holduppers. That's what our job is going to be, end quote. And in private, with his paid killers, Mr. Duterte didn't say anything about self-defense. He then provided these death squad members with guns and ammunition, and again, in a festive way, a basket was passed around filled with handguns, and the new members could pull one out, like getting a prize, so they would each have a weapon for their new job. It was a celebratory event for Mr. Duterte. The witness explained Mr. Duterte was happy at this dinner meeting. He was laughing, and he even sprayed a bottle of champagne to celebrate. That's at para 5 for our PCB. One witness recalls, we can go to the next slide, James, thank you. Recalled of this event, quote, he, Duterte again, said it was like a baptismal, like a launching. He was very happy at that moment, end quote. That's tab 51. Mr. Duterte was very happy at the birth of the DDS. It's important to note, Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has freely admitted his role in the Davao death squad. He doesn't deny it. Well, now he does, but he did not before he came here. During an interview with a local news station in 2015, he admitted that he is the Davao death squad. And if we could play that now, please, James.
Ako dong death squad.
So how do you react to that?
Tunod. Tunod na.
They say I'm the death squad. True. That's true. You know, Your Honors, in some ways, this case is not exactly complicated. That's not the only time Mr. Duterte admitted his role with the death squad. He repeated under oath that he had a death squad at the Blue Ribbon Committee in the Philippine Senate in 2024, about 10 years after the clip we just saw. However, in this exchange, he denied that the death squad included police officers in some type of apparent effort to protect them. This is tab 41.1, if you could bring it up, please. Mr. Duterte, under oath, quote, I can make the confession now if you want. I really took care of it. But please don't involve the police. They're the ones who suffer, sir. I have a death squad, but not the police. These were gangsters. He says it again. In the same hearing, he confirms this admission. Go to the next one, please. Tab 41.1. The senator asks, quote, so what the former president dropped earlier, that they have a death squad, was a bombshell. Whatever name it goes by, whether police or non-police. Because it looks like what we are investigating now is the instrument used for the war on drugs, which led to numerous extrajudicial killings. For the record, Mr. Chair, end quote. Mr. Duterte's response, quote, you are correct, ma'am. You are absolutely right, end quote. It's not on a slide, but he also stated bluntly, same tab, 41.1, same hearing, quote, my death squad, ma'am, is of course, it is organized. That's all I can say, end quote. So that is 4 times, 3 of them under oath, that he admitted having a death squad in Davao, including saying he is the death squad. That's not hyperbole. That's not bluster. That's him telling the truth, and he feels safe. And that he can bank on his continued impunity. Talk just for a few moments now, Your Honors, about how the Davao Death Squad operated under its architect, Mr. Duterte. Victims were usually targeted in one of 2 ways. Sometimes an informant would provide information on a target, and the handler would then get clearance from Mr. Duterte through one of the co-perpetrators in the pyramid we saw earlier to kill the target. Sometimes Mr. Duterte himself would give the target's name, would say who to kill, which would be communicated by one of the co-perpetrators to a handler, and then down to the DDS member tasked with actually carrying out the killing. But whichever way it took place, Mr. Duterte's clearance, his approval was required, his permission was required for DDS members to conduct these murders. And several witnesses confirmed that, and I'll go through them in a minute. But first, Your Honor, just to react to something my friend said in the previous session. This was at I think 12:22 onwards on the transcript. He stated to the effect the prosecution couldn't even get one witness to admit they heard Rodrigo Duterte give an order to kill. Here's where it gets a little bit cute. At any time relevant to the charges or with respect to any of the incidents. So my friend didn't say the prosecution doesn't have any witness who heard Mr. Duterte give an order to kill. He's saying during this time period. I'd point Your Honors and my friend to PHL OTP 000 15517 at page 0002, lines 18 to 21, where a witness is asked, now did you ever hear Sarah, this is Sarah Duterte, give any instructions for killings to take place? Witness, personally no. Interviewer, okay. Witness, but the father, of course, many times. But this was before 2011. I would suggest that doesn't make much difference. Going back to the confirmations of his clearance, if we could go to next slide. Yes. This is tab 35, Your Honors. A witness stated, quote, only one person was making the decisions. You had to ask Duterte, because if we didn't make that request, if we didn't ask for authorization, we would be chased or we would be pursued, end quote. Another witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, tab 58, quote, we cannot conduct a clearing or killing operations without his clearance. Speaking of Mr. Duterte, we called it clearance, end quote. Finally, on the next slide, perhaps the simplest, the witness recalled, quote, a different witness recalled, quote, you cannot just kill anyone in Davao City without Duterte's approval. Otherwise, you will be charged, end quote. It's tab 117. In exchange for carrying out the murders as directed, the DDS members would be paid reward money. One witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, James, he recalled, this is tab 56, quote, every kill, the first reward money, to my recall, it was $10,000 per kill, end quote. And in addition to paying rewards for specific murders to the person who carried out the murder, Mr. Duterte also paid some of the DDS hitmen who were not police officers salaries by making them false employees of City Hall that he ran as mayor. These were so-called ghost employees. They got ID, they received salaries from the city of Davao, they were put on the books, but it was all a ruse because their only job was to kill. So it was Mr. Duterte using the city government and the apparatus to fund his death squad. He also, I'll just note quickly, provided death squad members with firearms, as I talked about earlier at the beginning of the DDS, but also with vehicles and ammunition so that they could carry out their crimes. We'll go to count one now, and I'll talk just a little bit about count one. And Mr. Jeremy will talk about counts 2 and 3 tomorrow. Count one is in relation to murders in and around Davao City during the mayoral period by the DDS. It encompasses 9 incidents of murder by Mr. Duterte's death squad of 19 victims in total. 3 of those 19 victims were children. I'll go to just one quick example. Incident 3 in our pre-confirmation brief, murders in Agdao Market. I'm just going to go through one of them. Your Honors, this is at paragraphs 91 to 92 of our pre-confirmation brief and page 36 of the notebook we passed around this morning. Incident 3 is about the murders, or what happened in Incident 3 is the murder of 3 people in that market on or about 4 December 2013. For carrying out the murders, 3 DDS members who will see received instructions from their handler that there was a job to be done. And the victims in this crime were 3 alleged thieves. So we have 3 hitmen and 3 victims. The informant helped the DDS hitmen to locate the targets, the victims, who were at a shop in Agdao Market that day. And when the hitmen reached the shop, each one shot and killed one of the targets and murdered them in broad daylight. After the killing, the hitmen reported back to their handler up the pyramid chain that the job was done. And their handler, in this case, then informed Sonny Buenaventura, who at that time was one of Mr. Duterte's most trusted men. The reward for this incident, for these 3 murders, was 90,000 pesos total. That's at our brief at para 91. Now, what's interesting about this incident is that a few weeks later, after the murders, a video of Mr. Duterte watching the crime on CCTV was posted to YouTube. And I'll show that video, Your Honors, in a minute. But in the video, you'll see Mr. Duterte standing in the CCTV room looking at a bank of television screens. The video then zooms in on the CCTV footage of the crime, and you see 3 DDS members walking up the street in the market. You see them turn to the right, pull out their guns, their pistols, shoot the 3 victims who are off the screen, and then they walk and jog away, and they don't look very worried. And the video then zooms out, and you see different people running to see what has happened because they've heard the shots. Okay, can we play that, please?
Sa mga copy ganito din. At most Katong patay sa pagdaw. Sige, tanawin mo yun. Tanawin na doon. Tanawin na doon. Kanawa. Iskal, pati mga pagkasay mo. Moklir mo ganyan klaro. Kanawa. Kaya, lupa na. May pagkita si Esar Sandes.
And you have to wonder if what my friend said is true, that Mr. Duterte is an honest mayor trying to solve crime. You have to wonder, Mr. Duterte portrayed himself as tough on crime, law order enforcer. This triple murder was filmed. Mayor Duterte watched it himself. You can see the perpetrators shooting, committing the crime. Yet, Mr. Duterte, the former prosecutor, Mr. Tough on Crime, could not get this triple murder committed in a market in broad daylight with multiple eyewitnesses solved? Of course not, because it was his murder. And that brings me to the next point, which is clear. DDS members did not fear punishment because they were committed at Mr. Duterte's orders or direction. He authorized this Incident 3 killing and the others in Davao City. That's at our PCB, our brief, 71 to 72. And that's why, of course, the death squad members were not being arrested, worried about being arrested for the murders they carried out. And if we go to the next slide, James, one of them says very simply, quote, when asked if he's worried about being prosecuted for the killings he committed, his answer was, quote, no. As long as it has been cleared, I wouldn't worry. End quote. Tab 30. And it's highly understandable that the DDS members were not worried about being prosecuted for the murders they committed, because Mayor Duterte took pride in these killings. He was interviewed as mayor in late 2015, and a reporter put a question to him, asked him about a human rights group report which suggested that he had killed 700 people in Davao. I'll play the video and we'll see his response. You'll also see, just before we play that, Mr. Christopher Bongo is in this video to Mr. Duterte's right. Look at the question, look at Mr. Duterte's answer.
700 no, pinatay ko. Nagkulang ho sila sa kwenta. Medyo mga 1,700.
No denial. Instead, he takes credit for 1,000 more killings. That isn't bluster. That's not hyperbole. That's the truth. I'll move on now, Your Honor's coming to the end, and talk a little bit about his road to the presidency. He saw that the political success of his Davao model, as my friend said, he kept getting reelected. It was working. He saw that the political success of the Davao model of killing alleged criminals could be leveraged for more power, higher office. As I said in the beginning, that's exactly what he did. During his presidential campaign, he campaigned on a promise, a pledge to implement the common plan to kill alleged criminals nationwide if elected. I'm going to play a video now, Your Honors, that are just some of the speeches he made. It's a compilation of four. This is a tab 12 of 4 videos. It's about 4 minutes, but it gives an idea. These are not all the statements, but it gives an idea of the man who ran for president in 2016. If we can play that, James.
3 to 6 months, sabi ko, I will eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs. If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me what my credentials to the presidency? Then I'd say, Davao is Exhibit A. Ngayon, dito sa Davao, hindi sabihin ito malinis itong bayan na to. It's not perfect. So that maybe I said, kung dating ako doon sa Pasig, I can promise you not heaven, but I will promise you a comfortable life. Corruption has to stop. Criminality has to stop. Either makuha ko ang gusto ko or you perish. Magprangkahan na lang tayo. Anong ibig sabihin yan? Patayan yan.
I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months. Sabi nila, that's too ambitious. My God, subukan ninyo ako. That's what I told the Davao criminals before. Pinapatawag ko pa, do you want to go out of the city? Gusto mong pumunta ng Manila, maganda ang buhay doon. Doon ka na lang, gusto mo? Di yun hindi naniwala. Di patay. Ano pag-usapan natin dyan? Bakit para sa akin? Did I do it for my own? For my own benefit? To enrich myself? What does the life of a criminal have to do with your pocket? Sinabi ko lang, I want a peaceful city. Umalis kayo. Pag hindi, papatayin ko talaga kayo. Pinatay ko. Huwag na tayo magtagot pa. Papangkaprang ka na lang. Ngayon ako, I have this, kung ako ang presidente, huwag mo na kayo mag-demonstrate. Give me time. Give me time kasi mag-hearit talaga ako. At sa kung gusto naman at hindi, talagang gagawin ko. Hihirit ako. Ang sabi ko sa military pati police, only criminals, drug-related offenses. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them. Period. Alam naman nila. Alam mo ito, pag ako ang na-presidente, I would warn you, I do not covet the position. Pag na-presidente ako, magtago na kayo. Yung 1,000 nan, it would reach 50,000. I would kill all you making the life of the Filipino miserable. Patayin ko talaga kayo. Kasi manalo ako dahil nga yung breakdown sa law and order. I do not want to commit a crime. But if by chance, per chance, God would place me there, magbantay kayo, kaya itong 1,000 na ito maging 100,000. Diyan mo makita tataba yung isda dyan sa Manila Bay. Diyan ko kayo itapon. I do not want to be president. I do not want to kill people. So do not elect me as president.
If I become the president, I will order the military and
3 to 6 months.
Oops. Sorry. So, if I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me, what is my credentials to the presidency? Then I'll say, Davao is Exhibit A. Either I get what I want or you perish. Let's be straightforward. What does that mean? That means killings. You should get out. If not, I will really kill you. So I killed them. Let's not play hide and seek anymore. Let's just be frank. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them, period. I will really kill you. I do not want to kill people, so do not elect me as president. That's the man before you for this hearing, even if he's not in court today. He repeatedly promised to kill people, his own people, if elected president. He said it, he did it, that's who he is. He won the election, became president on 30 June 2016, and did exactly as he said he would. He murdered thousands of people by taking the Davao model nationwide. I'm finished, Your Honor, and perhaps I'd suggest that the next presentation start tomorrow, if you don't mind, because we only have 5 minutes.
Judge Motok. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Your presentation and your suggestion. We have now come to the end of this first day of hearings. I would like to thank all the parties and participants, as well as our interpreters, the registry, and the technical staff, as well as all those who contributed towards the success of this hearing. The hearing is adjourned, and we will resume tomorrow according to our schedule. See you tomorrow.
Yan mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, ang naging takbo ng unang araw ng confirmation of charges hearing dyan sa International Criminal Court. At sa huling bahagi, itong mula sa prosecution na nagsalita, ay meron ho mga naipresenta ng mga clips kung saan ito ay bahagi ng mga interviews dito kay former President Rodrigo Duterte. At kabilang ho dyan yung mga pronouncement ng dating Chief Executive na binabanggit ang tungkol sa kanyang mga direktiba o kautusan doon sa para sa peace and order situation noong kanyang panahon bilang alkalde ng Davao City at hanggang siya ay mangalal bilang presidente ng Pilipinas. So mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, bukas itutuloy ho ang confirmation of charges hearing at tabay labang sa mga update kaugnay ho nito at para man sa mga nangyari kanina, mapapanood at mababasa ho ito sa ating Facebook ng Bombo Radio Philippines, of course sa ating official website www.bomboradio.com. At yan ang ating pagtutok dito ho sa malaking kaganapan sa kaso ng former president na ginaganap ho dyan sa The Hague sa bahagi ng Netherlands. At mula rito sa Bombo News Center, Makati, this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 and most trusted source of news and information. Basta Radio, Bombo!
For the most trusted source of news and information, visit our website at www.bomboradio.com. Follow us on Bombo Radio mobile app, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and X, formerly Twitter. Like, share, and stay connected. Anytime, anywhere.
Heavenly Father, as we bring the curtain down on today's broadcast, we leave our hearts in gratitude for the time we have shared. Thank you for the voices, the music, and the messages that have traveled through the airwaves, touching lives in homes, cars, and workplaces. We pray for every listener right now, those rejoicing, those struggling, and those needing a moment of peace. Protect them, Lord, and fill their hearts with hope as they prepare for rest. We ask that you bless our community, strengthening the bonds between neighbors and bringing comfort to the weary. As this station pauses its service, we thank you for the opportunity to have served. May the peace that passes all understanding guard our hearts tonight. Keep us safe and renew our spirits to greet a new day. In your holy name we pray. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to radio station DZWN, a commercial radio station owned and operated by the People's Broadcasting Service Incorporated, duly authorized by the National Telecommunications Commission. DZWN Bombo Radio Dagupan operates daily from 4 o'clock in the morning until 9:30 in the evening on the frequency of 1125 kilohertz with the power of 10,000 watts. DZWN Bombo Radio Dagupan is broadcasting from Dagupan City, Province of Pangasinan, Republic of the Philippines. DZWN Bombo Radio Dagupan is operated and maintained by the following personnel duly licensed by the National Telecommunications Commission, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Bombo Radio Network Engineer Yana May Copio, with license number 0081281. Central Engineering Department Head Marten Navarro and Bombo Radio Dagupan Chief Technician Russell Mogatas with license number 2K-1PI-24941. DZWN Bombo Radio Dagupan is now signing off. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bombo Radio corporate song followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Are the reason why this network is on. We're standing together, so loud and so clear. And on your radio, we aim not just fun. We're here for you with our great big helping hand. Are the reason why this network is on. We're standing together, so loud and so clear. And on your radio, we air not just fun. We're here for you with our great big helping hand. We have the power to tell the truth without fear, with favor to no one. We stand as one. Turn on the radio and stay where you are. Listen to the Bombo and we'll take you near or far. We are here to speak the truth and let you know we are here for anyone who needs a helping hand. We are here to find the way to freedom and peace. Justice for all, make this world a better place. We are the CBS, the NBN, the PBS, Bombo Radio Philippines. We listen to the voices with no acts of arrogance, with candor and politeness. We are pledged to everyone. We dedicate ourselves, our fortunes, our lives. No matter what it takes, no matter what is sacrificed, we are here to speak the truth and let you know we are here for anyone who needs a helping hand. We are here to find the way to freedom and peace. Justice for all, make this world a better place. We are the CBS, the NBN, the PBS, Bombo Radio Philippines. Bombo Radio is here for you to let you know what's new. And because we care, we listen, we hear all the cries and whispers. We shall be free and fair. We are here to speak the truth and let you know we are here for anyone who needs a helping hand. We are here to find the way to freedom and peace and justice for all, to make this world a better place. We are the CBS, the NBN, the PBS, Bombo Radio Philippines. We are the CBS, the NBN, the PBS, Bombo Radio
Basta Radio Bombo!
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titig mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupin, kita masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa lahat.